company. There's no telling what you and me creating. We're on the same wavelength. Feel the beat tonight, something good inside. Set you free, let you lose all track of time. Come on, have a conversation. Don't treat me like a stranger. You give me motivation, make my life vacation. When we are together, I surrender. Give you all my money, make you look so lovely, never feeling lonely. Baby girl, you're so fine, I can't get you off my mind. Ooh girl, nah nah, ooh girl, nah nah. Baby girl, don't need to flex, dance to the rhythm and you do all the rest. Ooh girl, nah nah, ooh girl, nah nah. You're my island, tray of diamonds. It was fake, help me find you. You're a blessing, reminiscent of the time when I found myself guessing. Feel the beat tonight, something good inside. Set you free, let you lose all track of time. Come on, have a conversation. Don't treat me like a stranger. You give me motivation, make my life vacation. When we are together, I surrender. Give you all my money, make you look so lovely, never feeling lonely. Baby girl, you're so fine, I can't get you off my mind. Ooh girl, nah nah, ooh girl, nah nah. Baby girl, don't need to flex, dance to the rhythm and you do all the rest. Ooh girl, nah nah, ooh girl, nah nah.
You say you're special, one of a kind, one of the better boys. I'm on your level, that's what you say, but all I hear is noise. I don't have time for trying my luck. I've been too hurt before. You're not that special, just give it up. I think I've had enough. I'm too busy loving my friends. I ain't got no love to spare for you. I'ma be that girl to the end. It don't really matter what you do. Guess I have to tell you again, 'cause you haven't got the news. Boy, you really need to understand that I don't wanna be your girlfriend. No, I don't wanna be your girlfriend. All I want is time with my girlfriend. So I don't wanna be your girlfriend. I know you want me, boy, I can tell. So deep under my spell. Sorry, not sorry that I'm no help, 'cause I'm full of myself. Boy, don't you worry, you'll find someone who wants you back, but that is not me. So give it up, haven't you had enough? I'm too busy loving my friends. I ain't got no love to spare for you. I'ma be that girl to the end. It don't really matter what you do. Guess I have to tell you again, 'cause you haven't got the news. Boy, you really need to understand that I don't wanna be your girlfriend. No, I don't wanna be your girlfriend. All I want is time with my girlfriend. So I don't wanna be your girlfriend. No, girlfriend. No, And I never wanna be your girlfriend, girlfriend. No, I don't wanna be your girlfriend, girlfriend. All I wanna spend with my girlfriend's girlfriend. So I don't wanna be your girlfriend, girlfriend. No, 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 no. Girlfriend, girlfriend. No, 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 no. Girlfriend, girlfriend. No, 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 no. Girlfriends, girlfriends. So I don't wanna be your girlfriend, girlfriend. No, 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 no.
Loving how you wind up for me. Tonight is all on me. Mash up the place for me. Yeah, yeah. She just want a highlight. Ooh, that body talk to me. I need a taste, baby. Loving the way you move around me. No more delay. No, you can wait to shut it down. Want to show me how you work it. I can't find no flaws, you perfect. Cause every time that you come around my way, I keep falling again. I keep falling again. And every time that you come across my mind, I keep falling again. I keep falling again. In love. The way that you move, wanna connect with you like Bluetooth. No touching, that's my boo-boo. Your love, they do me voodoo. She's my new boo. I'm watching her like YouTube. I wanna ride like choo-choo. Your love, they do me cuckoo. Hey, yeah. Loving the way you move around me. The body don't wait to shut it down. Won't you show me how you work it? I can't find no flaws, you perfect. Cause every time that you come around my way, I keep falling again. I keep falling again. And every time that you come across my mind, I keep falling again. I keep falling again. In love. Cause every time that you come around my way, I keep falling again. I keep falling again. And every time that you come across my mind, I keep falling again. I keep falling again. In love.
morning and hello everyone to day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021 powered by Covana. I'm your host Melek Melibaigo. It is my utmost pleasure to be welcoming you in these early hours. But you did everything right by tuning in. So hello you guys at home on your screens. Thank you so much for joining us via our streams, and of course a warm welcome to everyone here on site, because we have open doors, we have a live audience. And I'm still very, very happy about that. Yes, I myself, well, I'm an esports host, and I've been observing the sim racing community for a few years now. And I'm very passionate about cars and motorsports and everything. But I'm not an expert myself. So I thought having experts on my side is maybe a very good idea. So please put your hands together for Danny Juza, our sim racing expert, here with me on stage.
Good morning.
Good morning. Danny, how's it going?
Really good. Yeah, also many people are already around.
I know, isn't that exciting?
Yes. I'm not the morning type of person, so it would be better when there are not too many people. But
that's okay. I have enough energy for the two of us.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Actually, it's not only the two of us.
No, we have also
exactly
second guy.
Exactly.
Where he is.
Please welcome Johannes Stugg on stage as our motorsports expert here at the ADAC SimRacing Expo powered by Covana. Hi. Oh, Joe. How's it going?
I'm really, really good, and I'm really excited.
Yes, I mean, it's day 2. We had a fantastic day yesterday already. Sure. And I mean, we had our B2B stand, which went from 10 to 1, which was already very amazing because we had a few world premieres as well.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we had great keynotes yesterday. We had really nice panel talks, our Simcast that we held, and we didn't actually have enough time to discuss everything we wanted. But today's another day, so let's see what comes up.
Exactly. So you guys even recorded a podcast episode here on stage.
It was quite nice, but I think the issue is like 40 minutes. I already said that it's too short, and when we start to talking, it's like even an hour or 2 hours would be too short.
But this means we can look forward to a lot of episodes.
I guess so, yeah.
That's very amazing. So the podcast itself, how's it called? The SRU Simcast, which will be available on Spotify. Exactly. Yep. So that's what we did. We also had some racing actions in the afternoon. I myself tried my luck, but, well, I think I clocked
It was good. For the first time in a competitive field, it was good.
On the Nürburgring GP, 142. I don't have any comparison to any numbers.
Just stick by my words, it was good.
Okay, it was good. You heard it. But I will train over the weekend, and maybe, who knows, I'll score a rig for myself and put it in my studio and hopefully drive a little more at home. But Johannes, I mean, a few words to yourself. You are very, very close to the Nürburgring. You basically grew up here.
Yeah, more or less. So this is kind of what I call my second living room. I've been racing here since 2005 on the Nordschleife, especially the VLN Championship, now the NLS. I've done my 10th 24-hour race this year. Yeah, so I really feel at home. And today's a different setting, which is great too, and really exciting to see all these people already streaming in. And obviously, I also took the chance to try out some of the rigs we have here. It's really cool.
It's really nice, isn't it? And as already said, we have a few world premieres here, so it is definitely worth a look. So guys, if you're close by, there are still some tickets left, so do not worry. And come over, drop by. It is really nice. We do have a lot of exhibitioners who have great booths, actually. And I really love seeing how it developed from 2019 to 21, because then I was allowed
totally different.
It is
much larger scale and so much. Also, so many people you know from YouTube. And I saw Jimmy Broadbent yesterday, Super GT, Alex Albon, the second Alex Albon. And yeah, Chris Hayer also. So basically, you can get in touch with all the people you just see on YouTube.
And of course, our racers as well. I mean, they have their team boxes out there. We have like a paddock down there.
Yeah, actually, like a real pit box of racing cars, but now with simulators. It's really awesome. And also great designs where you can vote for the Simi Awards, which team has the best design on the best booth of the exhibition here. So
exactly, Simi Awards. But let's not jump too far ahead of ourselves because, Joe, we have a video waiting for us because I think it is a good idea to show in motion pictures what we lived through yesterday to see if they too will keep up to it. But I think so. But let's have a look back on our recap video of yesterday. And that was day one of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021 powered by Carvana. And now we're kicking off day two. And I would say, let's have a look on the schedule because there is a lot of things planned for today. As already said, we have scheduled a few amazing talks. We're going to talk to sim racers and professional race car drivers about driving for car manufacturers.
Yeah, especially people which are just been sim racers and then started to be progressing in sim racing, get professional sim racer and then started to drive racing cars.
For you, it's the other way around, right? You started with racing cars and now you're to sim racing, but at least like a hobby for now. But could you imagine becoming a full-time sim racer at some point?
So I totally have to discuss that with my girlfriend because already she sometimes gets angry because I don't have so much time for her. And yeah, but I think it would be actually a good idea. My problem is if I get really hooked on something, I can't stop doing it. So I'm going to have to figure out in which time slot of my day I'm going to put in my practice sessions with Danny, and then probably I spend more time with him than with my girlfriend. So I don't know about that.
I would appreciate that.
Danny would appreciate that, exactly. But yeah, you keep that discussion sorted and then we'll talk about that later. But Joe, you have a very interesting talk scheduled for today as well.
Absolutely. So we'll be talking with the people from D-Box, Kunos and Laura Luft. She's a race driver. And we'll be talking a little bit about how we can give more access to the sim racing for young people who are ambitious to become professional race drivers or sim drivers. So that's going to be a really interesting talk, and I think it's really worthwhile for everybody who has kind of the interest to become a sim racer or a race car driver to listen to what the people have to say about that.
Yeah, I can imagine that this talk is going to be very, very interesting. But besides that, you already mentioned, Danny, that we're going to have the Simi Awards as well.
Yes, the Simi Awards are actually like the Academy Awards for sim racing, actually powered by the VCO. We're in Hasper behind that, and yeah.
He will have stage time with us as well, so I'm going to talk to him, and that's going to be really interesting too.
Did I spoil or something?
Yeah. Say again?
Did I spoil or something?
No, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And yeah, so the Simi Awards this time around are more. The topic is more the Sim Racing Expo, how the people run their booths, how the team pit boxes are, and which had the best presentation and the best hardware also. So for everybody who's here, actually, they can get involved voting their favorite booth, and I think it's quite nice. I really like the first introduction of the Simi Awards, which were more based around the teams and the drivers and best influencers and so on. And now it's based on this exhibition where everybody get involved, and that's quite nice.
That is really nice. I really love community awards because giving the community a voice to actually move something within the industry and also declare who's going to be awarded with a prize for something, it is a really nice mechanism which I really, really enjoy. So, but we're not done just yet because we do have some racing action as well. Yes. The GT 500 will have its first stint today.
Absolutely. So that will be really interesting. 50 minutes of hardcore racing. That's the first part of the race. The second part is tomorrow. And then we also have our community trophy finals, which I'm really looking forward to. I almost thought you would have forgotten the racing part, so I was about to jump in.
No.
So that's what I'm also really excited for, just to see the guys here partially on the stage. We have the sim set up here, then we have the other sims set up in the pit area. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And everybody who's here can actually have a look over the shoulders, look how the drivers are using the sims and look at their driving techniques, maybe learn something. So it's going to be really great because usually these guys race against each other when they're sitting at home. And
I was about to say.
So it's a lot more pressure too.
Yeah, that's true. That's a different surrounding. I mean, for you race car drivers, it's kind of normal to be in a new environment every day, but you still have your known car around you. But for you sim racers, how difficult is it actually to perform on a stage when you're used to performing at home?
Well, no, I always liked that, and I would totally like the idea to drive back there because it's like I really love the atmosphere of going out of your pit box, going to the other side and just talking to your competitors and just have a nice chat. Because always when you're racing at the sim, you are like really enclosed. You're on your Discord. You never talk to anybody except for there's something happening. So this is actually more socialized competition, which I really favor, actually.
Yeah, but talking about competition, something that you're very familiar with too. Do you have any routines to start your competition day or something? Like, do you have something that you work with that helps you through the day?
Well, of course, everybody has these routines, but they're more like subconscious. So it would be hard for me to like say I do this, and then I put on my left shoe first and right shoe, and then I drink from my glove. And so no, I don't have any of that. But typically, when you wake up in the morning on race day, you kind of, you don't feel the same every day. But typically, you're excited. You have the butterflies, as we say in German. And then you have your routines, obviously, going through engineering talks and race prep and everything. And that's kind of the schedule that the team puts on you kind of defines your routine. But then obviously just before the race starts, I always like to go back for like 5 minutes and take my time and try to get really set up for the race and get that adrenaline rushing. And yeah, so I mean, it's really all about being focused and being in your peace of mind, and then you can go full throttle.
Yeah, you can go full throttle. I mean, in best case scenarios, yeah. But not too much, then you go donuts. That's something I learned yesterday.
Well, that's what you do after the race?
Yeah.
Unless you race in Formula 1, because then Bernie Ecclestone will find you.
Yeah,
And get your money.
But Danny, I mean, you also have a function as a team manager.
Yeah.
So you used to race, sim race, and now you're managing a team. But do you still race yourself?
Yeah, I still race myself, but it's actually, when you're involved as a team manager, you have like so much stuff on your mind. So racing is more or less like putting pressure off for me now, because I get all the things which I need to think about and have to work around. I couldn't put it away and have time to race. And I think it's always like when you're in the real racing car, you have like this kind of freedom when you're driving, because you're alone, nobody talks to you, hopefully, and you just can do your thing and have peace of mind. It's really nice, actually.
But how is it if you're confronted with new team members who are new to the scene, who are new to the competitive scene? How do you work as a manager? How do you help those racers to get into the right mindset? Is that even part of your work?
Yeah, basically, it's not so much a part of my work, because when they're coming into a team, they really understand really fast what's actually going on, and it's not like we have an environment of pressure. We are just having the positive working attitude, and everybody starts to pick this up, and then it's more like fun. and you know you have like a big company behind you and a big racing team and big names, but we don't try to put that too much pressure on us because of that. Because, you know, even Lewis Hamilton is racing for Mercedes AMG F1, and he's probably not thinking about when he's getting into the car what he needs to do for sponsorship. Just put the throttle down and do your best job. So basically, it's, I think, quite easy to pick up on that because we don't do any pressure externally. I get the pressure from the people above me, but I don't try to put that on my drivers because the drivers, they need to catch driving and doing their best job, and I do all the pressure.
Absolutely, because Johannes, I think you'll agree that a strong mindset does more than half of the work almost.
Absolutely. I mean, racing for me is a purely mind thing. Social distancing?
I have no idea. The microphone said we're too close.
As I was saying, so racing
meters.
A lot happens in your mind, in your concentration, and obviously there's also some physical aspect to it. Even if you're racing in a sim rig, you get hot, you get sweaty. I mean, but your heart rate mainly goes up because you're under so much stress and adrenaline, and getting like to a point where you enter the car, you close the door, and then you're there, and then you don't do mistakes, and you put in these lap times with no variations, lap per lap per lap, and then you cope with all those things that are not planned. Overtaking, guys bumping into you, changing track conditions, debris on the track. I mean, all of that kind of factors in, and the more focused you are, the better you are mentally, the less mistakes you're going to do, and the higher up you're going to finish.
Yeah, that sounds like a very easy recipe when you say it, but I'm pretty sure that it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of effort to actually master it.
It's like a good bowl of spaghetti with tomato sauce. It's a very simple recipe, but if you do it right, it's really awesome.
That is the perfect analogy to
I love that.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm hungry.
I will adapt that, actually. Yeah. That is really, really smart. Because it is really, how you said, very interesting. That's what we have you here for. Exactly for those smart things that you say. Thank you so much for being with us, Johannes Stuck. And for now, you are allowed to go.
Exactly,
but we'll see you back. Yeah, exactly. You take care of the tomato sauce. We'll talk about that later. See you later. You'll be back soon with the D-Box talk after our talk segment, which I'm really, really excited about.
And always your guests, so basically
it's time to start, right? Yeah. It is time to start because we're going to talk about what it means to be a sim racer for a car manufacturer or a race car driver for a car manufacturer. So for that, I would kindly ask Sami Matti Trogan on stage. Thank you for joining us today, BMW factory driver. Sami, hi. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
And we have another guest waiting in the wings. Gregor Schill, he's also a sim racer for BMW. Thank you for joining us today. Yes, a big round of applause. I mean, we have to get used to that. Gregor, thank you so much. Guys, I want to sit over there, because of the camera, you know, and you guys have a free seating choice. Just take a seat. And maybe, I mean, we have a lot of visitors and also a lot of viewers that might not be as familiar with sim racing or motorsports. So, Sami Matti, if you'd kindly introduce yourself with a few words.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's nice to be here, to meet all the team members. Yeah, really nice event and looking forward to the race today. So,
can you tell us a bit about your history? So, you're not only a sim racer, right?
Yeah, I'm basically driving also in real life, basically. And I'm driving this year in VLN with Valkyrie Motorsport with GT3. And I used to start in karting before. And just pretty normal stuff. And did some single seaters before as well. And then I moved to GT racing last year.
Okay.
Yeah, and I started sim racing like 3 years ago just to support my real world driving. And yeah, now it became, you know, more seriously last few years. So yeah.
That's amazing. But Gregor, you are a sim racer also for BMW, and you're also sporting G2's colors, which is a huge esports organization with a lot of successful teams and different disciplines. So Gregor, When the people of G2 knocked on your door, what went through your head?
Sorry, what did you say?
When G2 knocked on your door to drive for them, so what went through your head?
I mean, like, I was not shocked, but it was like such an amazing opportunity. Like, I was doing like setup and coaching work for the Coach Dev Academy, and like then in December, like almost out of nowhere, I got the opportunity to be basically the junior for the G2 esports team, and I just I didn't even think 1 second. I just said yes, of course, because it's just so amazing to represent such a like big brand like G2 Esports, which are like one of the most popular esports teams in the world, and then representing them on track with BMW is just like a personal dream come true.
I can absolutely imagine as an esports enthusiast myself. But Danny, you're not only my co-host here, you have a function in this panel too, because you too have strings to a car manufacturer, right?
Yeah, I have strings to the car manufacturer. Obviously, I'm down in numbers here against BMW, but yeah, we are working closely with Mercedes-AMG as HRT Haupt Racing team, and we are now driving in the DTM. The VLN, the G2 World Europe, and also covering every of these kind of series in the virtual world, in the esports of sim racing. And it's quite a handful by now because we need to cover 3 titles: iRacing, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and also Race Room. And it's a big opportunity and also a lot of work because I think in some regards our car, which is an amazing platform for real racing, isn't the best platform for sim racing, but we were working on that. We also applied some fixes on iRacing already because the car was not perfectly represented there. And it's really crazy when you think like some years ago you were like, yeah, I would love to drive that car and have an influence. And now you have the influence and you can actually improve the car for the community. And also we, Sammy and I are driving against each other in the digital Nordschleife endurance series, and we also covered for the community the setup work. So we released our real setup, which we used for that competition, to the community in the forums of iRacing. And yeah, we try to actually get the car more accessible for everybody, so everybody can enjoy the car, basically. So, I mean, Danny, you obviously went into talks with the manufacturer itself to be. You somehow had to communicate with the team to make things work. So how is it to be communicating as a sim racing team manager with a brand manufacturer? Yeah, actually, I'm quite in a lucky position that the people I talk to are really accessible, and they really appreciate the feedback because they understand that they know really much and actually everything about the car of the real world aspects, and are happy to get our input from the virtual side. And it was really easy to communicate with them, finding the direction where we want to head to, and then we just supplied them with the data which they needed to make their work. And yeah, so it's really, most of the people always thinking like, yeah, the manufacturers don't care, but they care really much about it. So it's really nice. I mean, as a factory driver, Sammy, Sammy Matty or Sammy, how do you want me to call you?
Sammy's fine.
Sammy's fine, all right. So Sammy, as a factory driver for BMW, how close are you in contact with BMW itself? So can you tell us a bit about the process when you're testing your car, or take us through?
With the real car?
So yeah, exactly, the real car.
Yeah, basically last year I had a test in Paul Ricard with the GT car, and we did 2 days test there, and then I started driving Nordschleife with M2, did the normal process with the license and stuff to get the permit, and then my first 24 hours was last year with GT4 basically, and then yeah, I was on the pace quite early already. My pace was good, so that's why I was able to drive GT3 this year basically. Yeah, that's how it started with the GT program.
But I mean, We have a lot of race enthusiasts out there. We have a lot of traditional motorsports fans. We have sim racers who are thinking about a career in this field too. Gregor, can you take us through how things started for you? Like, how did you start with your sim racing career? When was the moment you said, I could actually do this on a professional level?
Yeah. Well,
or did it just happen?
No, it just didn't happen like from one day to another. It's like a really long road you have to take. You also have to have a little bit of luck, of course, to meet the right people at the right time. That will help you to push your career forwards. That's really important. But yeah, I mean, I basically started like, I think almost everyone with F1. Like the most popular game, literally, racing game. And yeah, just drove there a little bit with my G29 from Logitech. Like, in my opinion, one of the best entry wheels you can get. And yeah, just like drove like every day. It started like from one day per week, then like 2 days, 3 weeks. And suddenly I was sitting almost every evening after school at my desk, driving with my G29, and I enjoyed it so much. And then, yeah, suddenly, like I think it was end of 2018, start of 2019, I got like an offer from my former teammate. Hey, do you want to drive like an endurance race in AC? And I was like, oh my God, really? Do you want me to do it? And I was like, yeah, okay, come on, it's for fun. And yeah, then I did it. And I enjoyed it so much that I started also then to pursue like a career then in AC, basically, at the virtual racing league. And yeah, from there onwards, like it just got, I improved my career so hard. Like, first of all, I was driving for the team where I started. Then I got the offer to drive for a real racing team. That was back then the Lamborghini Grassa racing team. And then, yeah, in December, at the end of 2020, I got the offer then from BMW and G2 to drive for them. And yeah, since then, I'm just literally enjoying every day of my life, driving for them. It's amazing to represent them. And yeah, just living life at its fullest as a sim racing driver.
That sounds amazing.
So, can I just ask you a question? Because we know us quite well, and yeah. I think many people just see the current picture, and you started really like basically like just normal guy driving, right? And now you're like a professional driver, and yeah. Also you're doing coaching, you're doing setup work. So basically, you're producing paid setups for people to shorten their lifespan of doing setups and yeah. Don't have any pain. Just what was your mindset on that? So basically, how you started to pick up that you're really good at setups and get the motivation to, because it's really hard work, right? It's not like you're clicking randomly some buttons and the car goes better. What is your motivation behind that, and how you doing? How you do the process of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in motorsports since I literally can remember. I mean, I started watching F1 when I was like 3 years old or so, and I played on PlayStation 2 and stuff. And when I started then to get into sim racing, it's also not only about the driving, but if you go into this high level, you also start to, that you need to have the knowledge about building setups, because even if you're a good driver, if your car is bad and spins in every corner, you can't win a race. So there comes a time where you need to learn how to build setups. And because I'm so interested in motorsport, not only like the driving, but also like what is behind it, what does the car do, how are the like arbs work, what does the suspension do, how dampers affect the car balance and stuff. And because like I was interested about it, like since from day one, I started to basically do a change in the setup, although I didn't knew like at the start what it actually did. Yeah. But for example, I changed the toe value extremely, and then I went out on track to find out how the car reacts to it. And I did it like with almost like literally every setting you had in the setup. And the more you do it, the more you get the feeling what is right, what's wrong, how the car responds to it. And then of course also like a little bit of more mathematical knowledge with books and stuff. And then when I got the offer then from David Perel to do setups for the Coach Dave Academy and coaching, I just said yes, because it's
of course.
It's just, I mean, it's crazy.
Such a big honor, right? Because David Perel is not a name, you know.
Yeah, he's such a legend. I mean, he's one of the quickest GT3 drivers in the world. He's driving for the Ferrari factory team in ELMS, and just to work alongside him and his team, it's just a massive honor. And I'm appreciating every morning when I wake up, going to my rig every day, 9 o'clock a.m. I'm going to my rig, starting like the wheelbase and everything, and just ready for the session.
Quite early for esports drivers, right?
Yeah. 9 a.m. Early, yeah. I mean, it's quite funny. Like, I don't think a lot of people know it, but I have now a new engineer who I built the setup with. He's actually from India, and our time difference is like 4 hours. So basically now, last week I started working with him. I'm basically waking up at 7 a.m. in the morning and already doing like the first setup session from like 8 a.m.
So you mentioned you read books and so on. Do you have any tips for our viewers where they can get their knowledge or getting a starting point, actually?
Yeah, I think if you don't have like already like a physics background or so, that you already know like the basic functions or so, it's quite hard if you start reading books because it's a lot of mathematical stuff and it could just scare you almost away. So what I would like just basically recommend to you guys is, if you want to get into setup working, don't be shy. Just try to change like one setting at a time. Go out on track, do like 3-5 laps, and if you feel comfortable with the track already, you will know what your change does. So let's say you drove like 20 laps with your car on Nürburgring, for example, because we are right here, and you are familiar with the setup, with your baseline, you know the track, you know the braking points, and then you can start building your setup. So what you can do is then you pick like, for example, the camber change on your tire alignment, and you change it like to the maximum value or so, and then you go out, do 3 laps, and then you immediately will feel the difference, and then you can like put a check on your list so you know what the camber does, and you can do that like with every setting in the car. I know it's time consuming, but you will find like after several days or hours that you already get like a basic knowledge of how to build setups.
That is really, really interesting. And you guys at home, I pulled out my phone, which means I'm actually watching the hashtag SRE21. So if you have any questions to Danny, Gregor, or Sammy, just shoot right away using the hashtag SRE21, of course, so we can actually see or tweet. I'm on Twitter currently. So Sammy, let's bring it back to the real tarmac. So we talked about about the process of fitting the car towards the racer in sim racing. So it scared me. It sounds like rocket science, to be honest. So, but I have a huge amount of respect for people who are actually so into these things. And I mean, that what makes you the last tenth faster, obviously.
Yeah, if I can say something actually to that, like we try to represent as the like BMW factory team the slogan "We are not playing," and that means basically we don't see sim racing like a game. Also, we really take it seriously. Like we take so much preparation and dedication into it. Like we are preparing like a setup also already like 2 weeks before the race. Best example is like the SRO 24 endurance race. We met at Sunday midday, and we sat like literally almost to midnight to figure out like the optimal strategy, like with fuel consumption. We even tested out the fuel consumption of the other cars to just find the perfect strategy. And then it goes not only about strategy, also about driving. We check Motec data, we analyze our teammates. Like for example, I am better than Arthur or Niels in one corner, then can take something from me there for themselves, so to improve. But also the same applies to me. If they are quicker in some certain sections, I also take that data and try to improve it myself. And so we are like pushing each other completely to the limit every time. And it's just amazing, like to see sim racing not as a game, but really like as we are athletes. I mean, if you look in the streams, if you see the face cam, I mean, I have to, not to lie about myself, but it looks so funny. I look so stressed. I'm holding the steering wheel so tight, and it's just.
I mean,
crazy.
you guys are athletes, and it is a competition, and I mean, it is a form of sports. Obviously, we don't have to discuss about that because I'm a former esports professional myself. I know how much work we pour into our games or simulations at this point. But Sammy, Gregor just told us about the process of working with a sim racing car. But how similar is it to actually to the real motorsports?
Yeah, the working there is similar. I mean, we do the setup with the engineers and stuff. So we do quite a much preparation for the event. Like, it's quite similar, to be honest. I mean, in sim racing you always can drive more, of course.
Of course, because it's cheaper, isn't it?
But otherwise it's quite similar. We work with the setup and with the engineer and do all the preparation what we need for the event, and then
How long was the longest fitting process you went through with the car? Like, what was the longest?
Let's say, like we have, let's say 20-30 hours for the event, average, let's say, for the race. So it's quite a must.
And absolutely key, right, for a result in the race. But I mean, Danny, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have.
Yes, he's like, yes, please, Melly, let me talk. I was about to say you look kind of stressed, so I wanted to.
Yeah, I have so many questions. No, when the BMW M4 GT3 was released in iRacing, I mean, you're like the perfect hybrid. You came from sim racing and then you started to progress in real racing. And to be honest, nobody is giving Shai the compliment that you're really good at sim racing and obviously really, really good racing driver because you're adapted so well to the Nürburgring Nordschleife without any practice at all, actually, in the GT3. How was it the process of defining the M4 GT3? Did you do some work for iRacing to drive the car and giving feedback on that, or?
Yeah, the new M4.
Yeah, for the new M4 GT3. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's the. I mean I've driven this car quite a much this year, to be honest. But yeah, I feel like it gets better all the time.
Yeah.
How I make this car, and now it's really good. At the starting point we had some issues, but for sure. But now it's really nice. So
yeah, for sure. It's like the same real racing.
Yeah.
So you build the car and you have issues.
Exactly, and I'm really looking forward to drive this car in real life to compare.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, now it's really nice car to drive.
Right. And it's also, you're quite honored to put your word into the development of the car, right? Because everything you say will be transferred into the car, and at the end, it's part of you in the car, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's true.
That is a crazy thought, actually, to be a vital part in forming.
And he's already smiling, so I guess he already took the M4 GT3 for ACC.
Yeah, I mean, like we're struggling like every race so hard with M6 GT3. It's a little bit outdated. It's one of the first GT3 cars. Like I think it's racing since 2016. And yeah, when I watched the showcase from Kunos and I heard like the Masaruto say that the M4 GT3 will come to ACC, and man, I popped the virtual champagne bottle. I was so happy. Like the car is looking so beautiful. I like the new design of it so much, and I just can't. I'm already counting the days till we can drive it in ACC. So I'm really looking forward to it.
So Kunos didn't get you any access to the car to develop it?
What?
Kunos didn't get you any access to the car?
Access to the car.
To develop it?
No.
Oh, then we need to talk to them.
That's great. But Danny, something that I'm interested in, you mentioned before that you're covering different disciplines in sim racing with your team. How is it with you guys? Do you drive in one sim? Like, do you have your main sim, or are you switching too?
Yeah, I used to have my simulator in my home.
No, and I mean, like, do you only drive Assetto Corsa Competizione, or do you also go for iRacing?
I drive iRacing and R-Factor.
Because I play Counter-Strike, and I play Counter-Strike, period, you know? That's...
To be honest, I don't have time to do others.
So you guys are handling different simulations as well?
Yeah, so I guess I'm driving ACC and you are driving iRacing. So it's like really hard, I think, from a driving perspective to drive multiple sims at a high level because they all feel different. Like the force feedback is different, the way how the tires work are different. Some have like physical tire models, some have like theoretical tire models. And yeah, it's quite a challenge really to master like all the sims. So yeah, I'm happy to sticking like all my time and power to one to really be good there. And I think it works quite well. So.
I think you can't complain at this point. And you're driving mainly iRacing?
Yeah, I drive iRacing mainly. I mean, I drive R-Factor as well. Mm-hmm. We do mostly with R-Factor preparation for the real life. This is the platform what we use. And yeah, I mean, they are so different. Like between R-Factor and iRacing, the differences are kind of big. So always will take some time to get used to. And if you have a lot of races, there is not much time to get used to different simulators, and so that's why I keep just one platform.
That's what I would think as someone who has quite no regular contact to any racing sims. But Danny, do you think is it possible to be successful in more than one sim?
Yes, of course it is, but the challenge is really big, and I'm quite fortunate because I have a good race room driver in my team. It's Obviously, we have two Lukas Müller. Because, I'm just picking people by the names. And
I figured yesterday when I was asking for Lukas Müller, who won
And they
race
both-
one, and two
Hello?
people turned around like, "Are you kidding me?" And they were like, "No, Melly, we're both named Lukas Müller, so who won?"
yeah, but internally, the one has the forename and the other the surname. So one is Lukas and the other is Müller right
Okay.
now at our team. But yeah, Lukas Müller with the C is also really, really good in race room. And since we are driving in the DTM, he has the pleasure to drive the DTM in race room. Also, he drove Air Factor 2 for the Formula E team Mahindra. So he's covering more or less these kind of titles. And then we started the project of ACC, right? And I already talked yesterday a bit about what we have done. And we had also already put strategies in the first place, how we are tackling that. So basically it was quite easy to get an ACC. Also, the driving in ACC is much more simple compared to iRacing. iRacing is much more sophisticated in the driving style than ACC, actually. But I don't want to go deep into that because then the Twitch chat is going crazy and starting wars of sims. But yes, basically for people which maybe are not so polished in their preparation and in the process of laying out workflows for that, probably struggle much more than us. But still, you need at least, I think, 3 to 4 months to get to the true potential what you have actually, because it's these guys not sleeping.
Yeah.
And they had a head start because they already had 1 year of ACC practice and knowledge, and so you need to cover that in the short time. And it's only.
To be fair, the game also changed quite a bit since the year, so also had to do like.
Oh, it's changed. Yeah, and also we have 20% much for you, but no, you're right. But yeah, it's the guys not sleeping and the competition is really tight, so you need really to focus on one thing, and then you need to just do your work.
Yeah, I can imagine. Because, I mean, talent is one thing, but putting in the hard work
Yeah, to be
is
honest,
vital to be
in sim racing,
yes tier.
you can't cover with talent.
Yeah.
It's so the margins are so tight where you can improve, and we see that qualifying sessions in sim racing are much closer, even in different cars than real life. I think the last SRO quali was 40 cars in 1 second. I don't think there's any grid in the world of real racing where these kind of difference are made or just given. And so basically driving a tenth faster puts you like 5 or 6 places ahead. So just try to measure a tenth.
Okay, all right then. I'm taking notes. So maybe I will start my sim racing career soon with all the intel I'm getting here. But we're almost at the end of our panel, sadly. But as my last question, I would ask you guys, Sammy, what would you tell a motorsports enthusiast who's also decent at real racing, who's pursuing a career? Like, where do you start? Can you give us a few hints? Like, what would be a good approach?
Yeah, I mean, sim racing gets bigger all the time and more real, so that helps a lot. I mean, when the feeling becomes more like real. So
No, I'm actually talking about real motorsports.
Yeah.
I said, okay.
Yeah. I mean, to get into sim racing to real world. So, yeah, I mean, just try to drive in real life as much as possible. I mean, there is many karting places and stuff. You know, doesn't need to be GT3 at the starting point. It's just start and start getting experience from the real life. I mean, that's the most important thing. I mean, it helps always if you have a lot of driving for the sim racing as well. You have experience of the racing, so you need notice. So, yeah, there's many ways where you can start. You know, it doesn't need to be straight away any big thing.
I was about to say, like, just get into motorsports at some point and work your way up, basically.
Exactly.
So there is no shortcut there, guys. But Gregor, so any sim racing enthusiasts out there, what would you tell that person who says, I someday want to step into your footprints?
I mean, just do it. Really, like, if you like racing, if you like watching it, then just get like a G29 or so. Like, the experience is already quite well with these products, and it's like a completely different level of experiencing racing, right? If you're just sitting at home and just watching like the live stream of the broadcast and stuff, and you see the cars going around, I mean, like for a really, really small part of the money what you need to pay to do the same like in real racing, you can already experience like 80% at your home. So yeah, just like grab like a G29 or whatever, how much you want to spend, and yeah, just enjoy sim racing.
That's perfect. Danny, anything to add towards that?
Oh, no, actually not. Just for the general thing, I think too many people are just focusing on one class in sim racing, and I experienced it quite a lot because our team, we're doing internally rallycross and oval racing, and people should start to focus also on other categories because, as it is real racing is, every time you drive another car or another category, is always a takeaway you can get and also polish your driving style. So next few months, I'm not only driving iRacing or the Nürburgring Nordschleife, I also get in oval racing because of some strategics and driving style. I'm really looking forward to that, and sim racing is so much more than only that category, and there's so much fun left out if you're just driving one car. So just drive the whole range you can get, and then you have, I think, the best experience. And also, just try to imagine getting from a Formula 1 car and a rallycross car coming back to a GT3 car. That's not possible in real life, even for the best drivers out there. And we have quite, we are quite privileged to have that in sim racing, actually.
That is very, very true. Guys, we're sadly at the end. I could continue that talk for hours, to be honest, because it is so interesting speaking to the three of you, actually. Danny, I have the pleasure of having you here all day, so I can poke your brain a little more. But Gregor, Sam and Matti, thank you so, so much for joining us here today on day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo.
Thank you, guys. It's nice to be here. Like overall, as I said, to meet all the team and stuff, and also race today and tomorrow. It will be really nice.
I was about to say, you guys are sticking around because you have things to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was a pleasure, talking with you guys here on stage, and amazing.
That's really amazing. Guys, we're at the end of our panel, so thank you so much for joining us for that. And of course, do not run away, because we'll be handing into a short commercial break, and we'll be back with Joe and the D-Box talk, which will be really, really interesting, so you shouldn't miss it out. So guys, short break, and we'll be back.
virtual.
Yeah, welcome back here to the SimRacing Expo in 2021. And now we're hosting a panel here where we're going to talk about sim racing as a marketing tool for the younger generations. And for this purpose, I would like to call up on stage now Yannick. He's from D-Box. Please come on stage. Hi, Yannick. Really great you're here.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Joe.
Tell me a little bit about yourself, about D-Box, what's your role, and what have you brought to the SimRacing Expo?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yannick Jam from D-Box Technology. I'm the Vice President of Sales. Really happy to be here today. And it's been 18 months since we haven't been with people, so it's great to feel the energy. Quick story about D-Box. We've been in business for 20 years, doing immersive motion technologies for the entertainment business. About 12 years ago, we started branching out in sim racing. So it's been a great opportunity for us to bring, sim racing centers, pilot, drivers, a lot of the B2B inside the industry, a big network of partners. For all of you who are experiencing it today, we have a large crew of our partners providing technologies out there, so you can try very different simulators. And also we have different businesses as cinema, which we have about 130 screens in Germany, so that's a side business for us. So really pleased to be here today, and
Great.
Look forward to the talk.
Perfect, Yannick. Please have a seat right there. So, our next guest, Valerio from Kunos. Please come up to the stage. Buongiorno, Valerio.
Hello, very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too. So, tell us a little bit about your role at Kunos and why you're here today.
Sure. I'm the Vice President for Licensing and Partnerships at Kunos, so working on the ecosystem of Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione. And I joined Kunos after a long ride at Ferrari in my previous career, so now I'm bridging the gap between what was the real-life driving and the virtual driving.
Perfect, that sounds really great, and I bet we can get a lot of insights also from that background. So please have a seat, take the seat right here. And last but not least, Laura, please come on stage. Race driver, host. Really cool that you're also here, and I bet you can also share a lot of experience, but please give the audience also a quick introduction to yourself so that everybody knows.
Yeah, hi Joe, and thanks for introducing me. So I'm a race car driver. Most of you might know me from sim racing actually, because I also do commentate, as you already mentioned.
Yeah.
And today I'm here for Adrenaline GmbH because we also do test drives, and this is where these two come into play. So I guess we have a lot of things to talk to when it comes to the immersive feeling of sim racing.
Perfect. So please, Laura, also have a seat right there. And now I'm really interested to get this discussion started. Let me sit down. This is a really big piece of technology, which I always have to put down when I sit. All right. So, as you know, sim racing is getting more and more popular. I guess all of you are here for that reason, because this proves your business. And maybe you can give us a little insight, Yannick, on how this growth and this traction in the market is affecting not only D-Box, but also your day-to-day job.
Very hard to hear. There's a lot of noise. Well, as we all know, the gap between simulation and reality has been shrinking over the years. So D-Box has always been on the forefront on the innovation side to bring the immersive experience up to another level. So we're really focusing on that with a group of partners. So today we have Adrenaline Esports, which we're creating the next level of sim racing centers together with Assetto Corsa. So that allows us to have an integrated solution in order to bring the younger generation and also the fans to experience something that is as close as possible to the real life racing.
And how does that affect your day-to-day job? Like, do you get a lot of calls, or do you really feel the traction and the growth?
Yeah, well, the last 18 months have been difficult for the commercial application, but really good for the consumer market. So it's been an interesting growth for us on the sim racing side of the business. It's been also an interesting growth in the industry as in general. So yes, it's been affecting our business positively over the last few years.
Perfect. Valerio, how is that at Kunos, Assetto Corsa? How does this growth relate to your company?
Well, our company is based on the idea that you could bring an authentic experience of what driving is like to the people who could maybe never access a real track. Because through our software, what we try to do is to be really true to the behavior of the car that you would expect, to mark the differences, to let them understand the limit of the car and of your driving. So the idea of the work that we have is really to bridge the gap and to make people feel like you can really drive a real car. So it's clear that simulation maybe is not replacing real driving, but it's something that can really be fruitful for a driver to understand more about the track, about its own limits, and about the way you actually set up the car. Because this is something that is so close and is getting closer and closer, the more the technology is able to reproduce really the approach that the driver has to the car and clearly to their own style of driving. So what we are doing is try to bring this to the fans, not only the ones who can afford simulators of very expensive simulators, but to all of them. And clearly we do this in many different ways and with partners that we really think that can drive an added value to what you have when you drive.
Great. Thank you for going so deep, and it's the perfect cue for me, because my next question would have been for you, Laura. You as a professional race car driver, obviously you can give us a lot of insight on how sim racing can help you to cut the costs to get better at real racing, because obviously we all know getting track time is really expensive.
Yeah, exactly. So actually this is the good turning point right now where we have this opportunity to train on the simulation. I mean, sometimes you say it's not exactly the same, but for me it was, because I also try to train on the simulator before my races, and you can do different kind of techniques, different driving lines, you can play around with the setup, the tires, the strategy as well. So actually that's a good place to be in, because as you said, we don't have the car, we don't be on the track, and this is the only time where we actually have the chance to also learn new tracks, right? This is also good. If you haven't been on a new one, you can train it on the simulator, and also especially if you try to have a new car and you train on the new car as well. For me it worked really well, because last time I was driving here the NLS doubleheader, and I was literally sitting Wednesday in the simulator for 3 hours and made my personal best lap, and then I did it here as well on my car, and I was like, okay, that worked out for me. I will do this now again.
Perfect. What is the greatest benefit that you take from sim racing to real world? Is it learning new lines, or is it also working on the setup, or just getting the concentration going for 2 hours or more? Where do you see the greatest benefit of sim racing?
I think that you have the chance, if you can take the setup from the car to the simulation, that would be perfect, and in some ways it works, so that you actually can tweak around a bit and also talk to your engineer. Unfortunately, this is not what I could do, but at least I can train different lines, and I also can brake later, which you normally don't do in a real race car. So you can try to at least maximize your speed and learn different kind of racing lines and techniques coming out of the corner. So also this, I think, is crucial for today, to really have the chance to be precise and squeeze out the last seconds out of a car.
Absolutely, I totally agree. So Yannick, I think this is really interesting because obviously when you have real racers working with sims, you want to provide kind of the best feedback because they have a known level, obviously. So how much input from real racers do you take into account, and what are the key aspects of a really thorough, good product?
Yeah, we just couldn't do it without them. I mean, they've been at the core of the design of the product. They've been at the core of the experience. And, you know, we did design it ultimately to be a training tool. So everything is flexible and can be adjusted to the level of what the person wants to see. So e-Box really focuses on suspension simulation rather than G-forces. It takes another level to recreate the G-forces, and we just don't think with technology it's going to be achievable. So providing the motion cues for the drivers to really replicate it in real life and train their body and the reflexes to get there, that's really the core of D-Box. So that's how we designed it, with a series of drivers for open wheel, for rally, for basically all of the different venues, to make sure that we had different settings and an appeal for everyone.
What does that process look like? Do you sit together, or do you communicate over Discord, or how is that interaction between real drivers and D-Box?
How it started is we had to have the drivers at the office. Nowadays, we have a large network of people with simulators, so we can do it remotely with them. So we log on sessions, we have discussions, they send us their profiles, and we can tweak and their feedback. So it's really a wide network approach today in order to reach as many people as we can.
Can you give us a number of how many race drivers or real racers you're actually in touch with?
We have about 30 that over the years, that we've managed to get a closer relationship, but it has exploded over the last couple of years. So to be honest, I don't know the real numbers, but I would say about 30 that we are doing active communication.
That's really cool. So obviously the hardware is really a crucial aspect, but Valerio, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how software comes into play and how much effort and work you're putting into that.
Well, clearly software is an important part of the equation because this is something that needs to provide all the outputs and the feedbacks, both for the driver and for the hardware. Really, and it needs really to be able to be so accurate and so complex that it's not so simplified that it becomes just a game. It's no more just a game, and we see this, and we are very proud of this when we go, like in Competizione. What we did with SRO Esport is that we had the real life driver having a lap in Spa. In its real car and it's in its virtual car, and the gap was 1/10 of a second. So it was really fun to watch, because it was like, okay, with the same setup and with the same guy is really having the same experience. Clearly, the forces behind a real car are something that it's not possible to replicate on this level, but for sure, the idea behind is that it becomes a tool so good that it's really fun both for training and for competition. Right. Because in that case, the most skilled one will definitely shine. It's not like, having just an arcade or entertainment tool. It's more about spend hours of your time training and getting better and better. and that's what sport is about. And we are proud of it, because that's not to be taken for granted, because to do so, then you have to provide something that the machine and the motion system and the fact that also, any point of contact with the driver will be so relevant for them, because if it's a good feedback and if the output was good and you have a reliable hardware, then the driver can feel really a feedback that is helpful for him to find the limit, to drive faster, and to get 1/10 of a second in front of its competition, which in the end is what sport is all about.
Absolutely, I totally agree. And whenever I get into the sim, it never feels like gaming. It feels much more like really serious business. And I think that's really where things should be heading. But coming back to D-Box's approach, do you also work with professional race car drivers to further develop the software?
Well, yes, we basically support the drivers in the development, and we have contacts with most of the teams too, because they are using the platform and they want to be, they want to understand how it works, and maybe if the car is not exactly the one that they perceived in real life, they are complaining and they are getting back to us and say, oh, what is going on? And we are happy that the expectation is so high, because it means that it's really a tool for them to improve and to also, create an environment where when it's not possible to get into the real car, or because you have to test something different, then you will switch to the simulator. This is this is a goal that 10 years ago was not something you could think about, and step by step we were able to create it, both on the graphic level, and this plays a role, but also on the physics of the car. And the real driver, in the end, what they need is something that really provides to them, and you can tell better than I do, really provides to them feedback about what will happen if I do something more, if I dare to get a little bit closer to the limit, and once this is available, you did your job.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Laura. Maybe you can tell us a little bit. For me, it was when I changed the first time back to the sim, that a lot of the G-forces that you don't have, you need to kind of get that feedback and that input on what the car is doing out of the base and through the steering wheel. So how is your approach to that, and how hard is it for you to switch back and forth?
Actually, my first sim racing experience was 2018 on a motion simulator. So I started right on the direct perfect level, I have to say. And also the motion for me was quite easier to adapt, because when you come from a real racing experience and you have this kind of bumpy feeling, you have this kind of Popometer in German, right? So,
exactly.
And you know what the car is doing. Then I started to sit on a static simulation. This was quite tricky, because you have to anticipate everything with your eyes, actually. And there you only have the feeling of the steering wheel. Luckily, we have, as we also see here, enough of those kind of high-level software and hardware we can use today. But I think that also is, and also where we have a D-Box coming into play, with the precise feeling of a car, adapted with a good simulation like AC, to really bring the feeling from the car to the track. So then at least if you're on a motion simulator, you have exactly the same feeling. And it's a sport, as you said. Will you get sweaty on a motion simulator? I can tell you.
I know. Yeah, I did a couple of hot laps this morning and I had to change my t-shirt again. Yeah. But that's just what happens. Yannick, racing is really expensive. Everybody knows that. I mean, especially if you look at Formula One, everybody knows it's $3-digit million going into the teams every year. But even if you just want to take your car, like here for a ride on the VLN, it's already really expensive. How can sim racing kind of close that gap and make motorsports more accessible, especially for younger people?
I think we've seen it over, the last 7 years the show has been going on. This has been an incredible journey that I've seen over the last 7 years. What I would say, it's the ecosystem that we're bringing. You know, if we take Kunos, for instance, the high fidelity telemetry, that's where it all starts. So the better the software, the better the telemetry, the better we can recreate what we do. So, by having all the details, all the textures, like the laser track, the laser scan tracks, the physics from the cars, once you output that to the motion system, and with, our motion system is consisted in 3 layers. So you have the motion, you have the textures, and the vibrations. So once you combine all of those into the element, it just brings you to a level of immersion that is amazing. And then combining it with the rest of the hardware that we can find. I mean, the wheels have been exponentially growing now and also reducing in cost. So long story short is the technology has been growing, hardware, software getting better, and the pricing has been coming down. So it makes it a lot cheaper to train. Now with the tracks being less accessible and everything being more expensive, I mean, it just makes sense for people to start training on sim racing and then get to a level that after that, the pass to go on the actual cars, it's much easier.
How does that reflect to the demographics of your target group? Would you say that people are generally very young where they enter, or is this already people who are a little bit more of age and already have an idea of motorsports or have been in touch with that already?
I mean, in general, it starts younger now with, I would say a lot of the products you see on the floor here are, I would say, on the higher end of sim racing. But sim racing as in general is starting at a younger age now with some peripheral that gets you some of the experience, and then you grow up the ladder up to something like we present today. So it's really a training journey that people are embarking on and really getting closer to the real life. So we have funny stories nowadays of people starting their career on sim racing and then humping in cars and getting podiums by the end of the first year. So, I mean, this is unheard of if we go back 10 years ago. So, quite a lot of impressive things happening.
Absolutely. Valerio, in terms, when we're speaking about software, we heard this before, a lot of the sim racers, they like to play different software or simulations. How important is it for you to provide a solution where everybody feels like this is the one I'm going to use because this is the one that's going to bring me possibly to a real racing career?
Well, for us, really, the approach is that we want to be matching the expectation of people who are able to entertain themselves and of the real driver. It's not easy because there are a lot of different, let's say, technologies behind the cars, and the track is something that, you need a lot of experience to actually lap in the best way. So what we do is we tend to be extremely, let's say, accurate in the approach that we do in the development phase. Even if maybe we have to release less content, we want to be really unmatched in the quality that we release, and we focus on the best ones that we think can really drive an amazing experience for our customers, no matter if this is the private people simply as a home usage or the sim centers. Because for sure, we care about the fact that the authenticity is there, and we do this by collaborating very closely with, let's say, the licensors, which means clearly the trucks, the car manufacturers. We really want to make sure that, based on their feedback, they think that this is really their car, this is really their truck. Because if they think so, probably also the customer will have a good idea. And clearly, it's also about the beta testers, the real drivers, and the virtual drivers, the sim racers. They can give you really a feedback in the development phase, say, well, this is a step forward. And so what we think is that we can continue our improvement, because there is a really, I mean, you never get really to the real thing, and you bridge the gap step by step. I think that we are doing a good job, and we expect even in the future for these titles that we have, for the ones to come, to, I mean, let's say, live up to the expectations, which are really high at the moment, and so we are happy that we can rise the bar of the sim racing community a little bit more in the future.
You're talking about the sim racing community, so obviously it's really important that you get the physics right in everything for the real racers and the sim racers who have very high targets and goals. But how important is the feedback to you from people who play also on a more casual level, who are maybe giving you feedback on, "Ooh, this is very hard to get into"? How important is that for you to improve the software?
Well, for sure it's very valuable for us. Not everybody of us can spend 10 hours a day on a sim, and have fun. So what we want to do is also to provide a way for the beginners to step up and get step by step to know, what racing is about. It's still not an arcade, it's sim racing, so you have to sweat, make it for a good lap time, but that's part of the fun. And our point is really, we are a platform that is both for PC but also consoles, so we want to be at a level where everybody is happy and make sure it's parity, because in the end these are all racing enthusiasts, so we have to show them that if they want to go as far as they want to go, we are going to provide them the experience that they expect. We are going to provide them more content throughout the years. So we're trying just to listen a lot to what the community is saying, what is missing probably, and step by step to offer something that is tasteful because basically it's about fun, and the more you're having fun, the more probably you're spending time on this, and you're getting better even in the way you drive.
Exactly. I think always when you improve, you automatically have a lot of fun. Laura, I think you started your career at more or less same time as I did, early 2000s. Is that correct? Was that your first karting experience?
2016, I was sitting in the car before I started with go-karting. Yeah. So I didn't have actually the chance to use sim racing to train. And I was really lucky then having this mixed feeling. So I started the traditional way, right, from karting, then stepped up into the race car, and then I just put sim racing into this combination as well. So as you also maybe wanted to ask, because the thing is, how can you combine this together? I think right now when we talk about the young generation, that's what you see as well here. These guys now have the chance to start directly with sim racing at a young age, so they can skip the karting.
I wanted to ask you, what would have you done if you would have skipped around? Yeah, what would have been? What do you think your career would have been quicker to get up to the driving level that you're on now, or do you think maybe not?
Yeah, I think you can still do both. You can go the traditional way, but it's, as you said, also very costly. So I think when you have the chance to start with sim racing directly, it gives you a better understanding of how the car is feeling on track, because actually if you want to step into a car, that's a different kind of situation. And as we also saw, and where the history shown us right, that many sim racers had the chance to become real racing drivers. This is where most of people look up to, and we have many examples where it really played out and it worked. And this is what I really find valuable, and you have a better comparison when you start with sim racing. And you can start even also, it doesn't matter how much budget you have exactly, right? You can start with a really small and simple setup, and then you can really derive from there and go in your career, and also get sponsorships quite well.
Absolutely. So as we know, what we see here, as you already mentioned, Yannick, we have a lot of high-end hardware here today, and obviously might be a little bit expensive for someone who's not quite sure if he's talented or if it's really his thing to do. And so this is where sim centers are really interesting. You also are operating one here, the esports lounge at the Nürburgring. Tell us a little bit about the philosophy and what value you're providing to the customers.
Actually, the concept came up to set up a sim racing center because we want to have the inclusion and the community around it, because it's family business, right? So kids come directly with their parents, they all play together and race together. And so there, the Nürburgring and also VLN and ADAC Mittelrhein, they came up with Adrenalin GmbH to form this Nürburgring esports center and this kind of chance to give people, as you also see here, the same experience on a motion simulator. So you try to give the same experience as you would not normally have at home. And this is where you really can train together. There are many sim racing series right now which actually take place in a sim racing center, like for example the ADAC Digital Cup, where you come together and you can train with your peers, and it makes fun because you have already visitors. Everybody's standing around your sim center, and I think there are more coming. Even now they are opening up in different kind of countries and regions, and the combination of bringing the real world and the sim world more together also helps to give understanding. I mean, some people ask us when we have the live stream running, is this a real event, right? So they even sometimes don't recognize how good sim racing has become in terms of what it can show, and also in the racing centers you can promote it more as well, give it more exposure, I would say.
And also, obviously, you have a much better chance of providing entry-level people with high-end, top-notch hardware that they would not have access to normally, right?
Especially also when, yeah, exactly, when you talk about the sim centers who provide motion simulators, you don't have this at home, you can test this out, and normally this is what you can't afford yourself, but you give also equal chances. There is not somebody has a basic setup versus who has a right qualified setup. We can give them the same experience, and they have to train on maybe new terrain as well. Sometimes for the championship it's just funny to see when they come from a static one and they sit on the motion one, they're like, what is this? But it makes fun when they just step out and see their happy faces, and you have the same setup for everyone.
Valerio, how important are these sim racing lounges for Assetto Corsa, and how does the integration work? Do you provide special software for them?
Well, yes. The idea behind the Sim Center is basically that you can get more than what you get at home, really, because you group with the other guys, and clearly the experience is different also because of this, but usually because the hardware you can find at the Sim Center is a step forward and a step beyond what you have at home many times. And so you can get a different experience, a closer look on what driving is about, a better understanding of the forces, the feedback, and it's never enough, really. And for us, what is important is really to work closely with them to provide a pro level of our software to, let's say, the commercial usage of it, because clearly we have to support this, let's say, a further level of quality that the Sim Center can offer and can drive. And so it's a very important, let's say, positioning for everybody in the industry to, be present there, because all of the passionate people will visit sooner or later, either at the circuit, at the facility where also real racing is involved, or maybe in downtown, in the different cities, because this is something that you also as a display for all the guys that have no clue about what is going on in the sim racing community on esport, and they find out that there is really a catering possible. There is something that is about spending time with people, with friends, hanging out, and then sharing the love for something like this, which is an important part of something that is really, a life-changing moment sometime for people who are dreaming about a career in the industry, and maybe can find something like this not in the real car, but on the sim racing. Now it's something that is possible, and so this is something that is relevant also for the different tracks, for the different manufacturers, and for the esport teams. So to have a location that really fits and can display the quality and the level of passion of the people in a way that you cannot find home, it's something that drives another level of opportunity.
Absolutely. So Yannick, I mean, D-Box is known for providing like really highly regarded top-level products for sim centers. What's your opinion? How much do you think this sim center plays a role in really also attracting more and more people to sim racing?
Yeah, we see this as an important part of our business in the future for a few reasons. The entertainment element that Valerio is talking about is very real. It's a destination. It's a place where people hang out, have fun. Sometimes they can drink and drive, which is not allowed elsewhere, so makes it a fun opportunity. But there's also the training part, which we put more emphasis on, even if it's a small portion of the time in use. We see this growing in the future. We have a few centers that we're partnering with, so we get all the feedback, we get the data, we interact with the fans and the users, and that's really where we get the feedback that we're onto something. We're onto something because yes, of course our product is designed for commercial application and it's meant for that. That's how we started, but we see that in the future, there's way to democratize the haptic feedback so people can enjoy it at home as well in a different matters, but in a way that this entire industry will be lift up and continue to improve. I'm back on the sim racing centers. This is an area where, as I said, we see this as growing. We see this as a little bit of replicating the model that motorsports is using today, with having multiple centers, having sponsorship coming on board. So there's a whole strategy about the ecosystem that we can bring around it, but that also creates other challenges that we didn't think of in the past. How do you operate a sim center? How do you make it easy? How do you train somebody quickly so they can be up and running because you have the turnover? So those are all challenges that we're embracing with our partners in order to create a really good experience for the consumer market.
What makes a good sim center? What makes a good sim center? Like, what is, in your opinion, the most important thing?
That's a good question. We've tested a few different models. I'll take, for example, the Nürburgring esports lounge beside. Has a lot of element to it. You have a bar, you have food, catering, and you have a really nice design, so it makes it a real cool place to be around, a really cool place for businesses to throw out parties as well, but also a really nice place to come with your buddies and to experience a real race for 10, 12 people at the same time and just act like you're on the track. So,
well, basically you are really on it.
You guys are fortunate. It's a really nice setup that is right beside here. So,
Laura, so you operate that lounge, obviously. So, what do you focus on? What is for you the really important thing? What do you want customers who come in to be the main experience that they bring out when they leave?
Actually, the place was to have this networking opportunity, because as we all know, besides COVID, we are just really happy to meet people and also have this experience, what also Valerio said, right? To bring people together with a like-minded mindset and then give this exclusive experience as well. If you don't have the simulation at home and also the motion one, you can have a good feeling about it and you bring a community discussion up as well, right? So people just said, well, what should I go there? Yeah, you can, because it's fun, because everybody has the chance to come together, and it doesn't matter on which simulation you normally drive, right? So it's not a competitive, if you have a competitive level, of course, but if you just discuss and have this experience, it's a good combination for the future as well, to bring people together as a mingling point and also up for discussion and good racing. This is also the chance what we can do now, bringing this to the cities and making also more advertisement that sim racing is a sport and not just gaming.
Absolutely.
What you said.
Yeah. Do you have in the esports lounge mainly people who are looking to come there as a group, or do you also have a lot of individual walk-ins who are just coming there every day and spending a lot of money?
Yeah, sometimes when you have a big event like this, you also have people stopping by and saying, oh, can I drive there? What should I do now? And can I really survive out of this? And then the funny thing is when you see the people smiling afterwards, they really have enjoy it and try to book one more. But they didn't expect to have this kind of motion. That's what they normally are a bit of afraid of, I would say, because that's what they don't see at home. And I really like that you have a feeling, and also having the brakes different, and the steering technique as well, and what Valerio said, to have the simulation bringing together this with the motion to give them the experience of saying, oh, okay, you can drive the Nordschleife. Have you been on this? Yeah. Okay, then try the simulation. They're like, oh, this is really amazing. If on this is all bumpy all over the place. And I was like, yeah, this is sport. And then after 10 minutes, they're completely done. But they want to do it again. So this is why you try to give more experience with sim racing, what is actually becoming kind of a real thing.
Yeah, I think it's a great point of entry, and I think also in the future it's going to be even a better point of entry. Valerio, maybe you can give us just some small insights, or what's going to come next. What do you think will be the next determining thing in the sim racing industry?
Well, that's a very good question. What is going to come is that the industry will be more relevant because it will be closer to real life. It will be more, let's say, mainstream somehow compared to the past, which is a good thing because you will always have the peak of the quality experience. You will have, say, a mass market level, meaning that more people will be aware of what is going on. And so probably they will have a chance through sim centers, through specific events, to get closer to what racing is about. And so in the end, the barrier that was there in motorsport for passionate people because it's expensive, because really it's scary sometimes, because to race and to push a car to the limit, you risk a little bit. So I think this is going to be much better for next generation, because and this is good for the whole movement, because when you do something for fun and you do it more often, probably you will have the chance also to access the talents of the future. So we'll have more talented people coming up. We will have a lot of investment because of that. So probably what I expect is that in the whole movement, the sponsors will be covering it, and so it means that there will be more audience, and it will be good for everybody, really for everybody in the industry, as long, clearly, as you can make sure to carve your position and to be true to your identity. So for us at Assetto Corsa, what we want to do is to be true to our DNA, and for what we will do next to make sure that our community really recognize the Assetto Corsa touch, and the fact that through this you can have something that you cannot be without. That's clearly a very good ambition, but that's what we want to do.
If you had unlimited resources, where would you lay the development focus? On the integration of, or bringing more new content, or maybe tweaking a little bit more the physics model, or where do you see the biggest possibility of making even a more immersive experience?
It's a combination. It's a combination of things. Clearly, we are working with SRO on their eSport Pro competition, but they also have a community level of it, because they know this is connected. And so we provided the content that matched their own championship. And this is very important, because clearly you have really a direct connection with the real-life driving and the real-life championship. But it's also something that the community needs to create on its own. The user-generated content is so good and so important. So starting from the lower-level road cars to the higher-level supercars, we really need to cover them all. And what we're going to do is we will be multi-class. We think that esport is not only, let's say, all the official competitions that exist in real life turned virtual, but also guys gathering and putting up a competition on the track circuit that was built as a mod on their own, and it's possible if they do it on a community level. This is very important because the community needs to grow, needs to be engaged, and needs to have fun.
Yeah. Do you actually look at those mods? Do you have a look and see what they're doing?
Well, we are always on the watch because clearly it's very important to respect rules and to make sure that the mods, when they happen, they are, with a legitimate IP. But it's very important that, there is an engagement behind, and people who are able to do so spend so much time to create something new, because in the end it's relevant for the IP owners, because it means that there is an interest behind. So we are working on something for the community to have, the opportunity to be relevant for the game and to be watched and to, select the best option for the new IPs and the new content that will be not only produced directly by us, but also from the community.
That's really cool. Yannick, if you had some unlimited budget or wishes for the future, what would you do, or what would you wish would happen in the next years?
Limited budget.
Unlimited.
Unlimited. That's a good question. You're cutting me off guard here, but I think the whole goal that we have over those few years is to perfect and make the technology come closer to the real thing. So it's been our goal from day one. So I guess we would just fuel more money into this ecosystem that we're building in order to make sure that the software, which is the starting point, is completely tuned in with the technology, and then create a range of products that would enable people to feel more immersed into the experience. That's what we're all about, immersing people into the experience. So, and then fueling our partners with some new technologies, cool stuff, so they can start creating or continue creating great turnkey solutions, not only for the commercial application, but also for the consumer market, so more people can share that passion about sim racing, racing in general, create a strong community of people. Because as we were talking before, the three of us, this is really the only esports that you can transfer what you're doing into real life, and it's somewhat fortunate to do this, because you can really take somebody from zero knowledge all the way to driving a car, winning championship, all of that using what we have today. So yeah, I guess I would fuel the ecosystem much quicker than what we can do today, because of resources, because of bottom lines, and all those things. So
yeah, I totally agree. I think it's really cool that in sim racing is something that has been developing out of the community and now is attracting the interest, obviously, from sponsors and especially the automotive industry, where on the other side, wheel racing is predominantly driven by the automotive industry because someone has to pay for it. So I think there's a great opportunity to further continue this, but also maybe some kind of threat with the automotive industry having more and more influence. Do you think this could also be an issue, or do you think that the automotive industry will only have a positive influence on the entire sim racing community?
Well, like any industry in change, there's some negative and positive. But somehow we always manage to find something positive out of it and growing. So we welcome challenge, we welcome change, and we just embrace it. How it's going to turn out, I don't know. There's going to be bumps along the way, but I know it's something that will be bright for the future.
What are your thoughts? If you had unlimited budget, where would you put that?
Yeah, actually, when you look right now, when I start from a center point of view, right? So when we come back to the place where you started with 2 people, like Adrenaline Esports started with 2 people, and then you now have manufacturing, construction, you have engineers, you have IT, everybody gets employed as well in this business. And also when we think about as drivers, I think the combination is what also we mentioned, to bring the real and sim racing together. This is where I bet you know the high race league come out of this, where you actually have sim racing and real racing getting championship points. Yeah, and the big companies, where also we all have many people now being employed in the sim racing world, have more chance to see this as a valuable field for drivers to bring more talent into the sport. And I think this is a good starting point to give more also endurance series where you have this combination and also the, let's say, sympathy between both worlds, right? So we now have the good chance to bring them together, and it's not like, it's a united world. And this is what I think is good. If you have more sim racing leagues and more series bringing these both worlds together, we have better drivers in the end, because you can then step up from a small kind of sim racing experience and get better each day and become a real racing driver. And this is where we get the sponsorships as well from.
Valerio, so we're talking about the future, and obviously the future are always children and young people. What would you recommend, not only to children who are or young people who are willing to enter the sim racing, but also to their parents, like to give them some understanding for they're not just playing a game for hours and hours, but they're really, doing something that might bring them a career. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's the nice thing about sim racing turned into esport is that you can really it became a social activity. So it means that even for parents, it's no longer, seeing your son close in his room and that's it. But there's a way to live this in the community through events, through, sharing the same experience, having fun, and it is always good. As Assetto Corsa, we are also working with some universities to, create their own esport activities, because it's in the end it's the approach and the angle that you have is this is sport, but through the esport part you can reach a wider target than with guys that maybe were not into sport like soccer, basketball, and so on. And so through esport there is a further hook for them to get into something that is about being into the community, about in the end challenge yourself. So if you see this and you also have the engagement part, in the end I think it's no longer something that is dangerous in the parent's mindset, but it's more about something that if done in the proper way can really teach you something and give you a good approach to your growth as a person, as an individual. And you can find this in many situations at home. You can find it in your community. You can even see this in the contents through YouTube, through the YouTubers and the influencers that you follow. And so I really think that this is good. This is good for the whole movement. What I would suggest is clearly to watch out, because kids are always dangerous.
Absolutely. And they tend to forget the time.
Yeah, I have 2, and I'm already scared about what can happen, but yeah, it's about being parents.
Are they already in the right age for sim racing, or?
Yeah. My oldest son, who turns 5 this year, basically was on the track since he was very, very little. So it's always about having a wheel, and we are always, I was trying to explain what I do for a living, and now I think it's closer to getting an understanding.
That's great. But at least at some point you will have to send him to bed, right? 8 o'clock.
Hopefully.
Go to bed.
Hopefully.
Yannick, we had this panel also to give young people some information on how they can really access that. So the camera is yours. Maybe just shout out to them, tell them do this, do that. This is the best way from my experience, and this is how you can start a career.
Thank you. Well, if you're out there, young or not so young, we have experiences that you can start racing at any age. There's the tool out there to make you part of it, grow the step-by-step ladder, and to make it up to something. So if you can dream it, if you can put the work to it, there's the tool out there to make it worthwhile and succeed in your journey. So thanks for the opportunity. And for the people on the show floor, we have a little contest, so you can come by the booth, scan, and you have an opportunity to win an active braking pedal system. So it's the first introduction of this partnership between SimTag and D-Box. So it's a really cool devices that we're showcasing on our booth. So come by and have a chance to win.
Perfect, thank you. Laura, obviously you really have done it, sim racing, real racing. Maybe you can also put out some words for young people out there who want to make it. Give us your tips.
Actually, I can only say just try it out. Don't be shy, because what I also figured out in some clubs, people just always tend to say, or motorsport clubs say, what is sim racing about? Just actually feel it and test it. And also what I would wish for is more that we have no bashing about different simulations, but having more a united world, and also bringing more females into the sport. This is why I'm here for as well. So ladies, take the wheels, just do it. And it's actually fun. So we can only work together in the future, and that's what we talked about before, if we bring everything together, because motorsport is a tiny niche, and we hope that it continues with these kind of developments we have in the world right now, bringing sim racing, real racing together and be united.
Right. I think that's something not so much in your interest, to have all of the sims come together. I mean, obviously there's different car manufacturers and there's different sim manufacturers, right? So
yeah, I mean, we really think that what is best for the community is always good also for us. And I see a bright future in this, especially in this, because as Yannick mentioned, this is something that is so close to real life. You really do what a real driver would do. You drive a wheel, you have your pedal set, you have the motion system that can give you filter feedback and a lot of potential feedbacks. I expect these to, be more and more a matter of sharing, a matter of social between the different people, and so this is much better than it was before. I expected it to be bigger and bigger.
Really great. Yeah, so now I can see here we have approximately 1 minute left for this panel. Maybe to just give a quick resume of what we heard. So we've learned that sim racing is probably one of the best ways for each one of you to get into real racing. You can really prove your skills, you can learn the racecraft, and you can prove to also sponsors and potential race teams to scout you. And there's a lot of solutions out there that really pave the way, and really what you have to do is just grab the chance and be the best on the track, like it is in real life also. So now the next thing we will have here is VCO, and before that we will go into a short break.
everyone, and welcome back for day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021, powered by Covana. My name is Melly, and yes, it is time for our next stage time, which will be held by the Virtual Competition Organization. And I mean, you guys saw the trailer, and the VCO is probably no stranger to you as well. I would say, without further ado, let's welcome on stage CEO of the Virtual Competition Organization, Florian Hasper.
Hello.
Hey Flo, how's it going?
Nice to see you.
Thank you for being here
Yeah.
and for joining me. And I mean, this is now your stage time, the stage time of the Virtual Competition Organization. And but first of all, there might be some people out there that have never heard of the Virtual Competition Organization. Could you take us through what you've been up to?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long story, to be honest. We could fill the whole stage time, I would say. But, I mean, we entered the scene last year at the beginning of 2020. I mean, it was, let's say, the start of the boom of sim racing. To be honest, we had something up our sleeves already earlier on, so it was a coincidence that it all came together with the outbreak of COVID. Yeah, and then we developed our own identity, I would say. And if I now go back in the past where we come from, I mean, just a short summary. I mean, we are rooted in real-world motor racing. We are doing a lot of communication work for big brands in Germany. Then we founded our agency, Büro Süd Plus, so we are connected to BS Competition as a sister, I would say, sister company. Yeah, and then we thought, okay, we need to address sim racing properly and esports racing. So I rather call it esports racing because this is the goal that we have. And we founded VCO and just experimented a lot and have been doing this over the past, 2 years now. And it's just big fun.
And that sounds like you have a lot of things to say, and we have a lot of things to talk about. So I'd say let's have a seat and jump straight into the matter, because you guys have quite a few things on your to-do list and on your agenda looking into the future. But before we jump to the future, let's talk about the past. I mean, you already said that you've been around for a while, and tell us what happened in those 2 years. What are the milestones you managed to achieve in the past?
You mean outside of VCO or when we started?
Like in general of VCO.
Of VCO, yeah. I mean, we kicked off VCO and we thought, okay, we want to partner this community. We want to be a part of the sim racing community and try to bring in what we got to know from our normal job, I would say, like doing good communication work, doing PR stuff, having the best photographers, or produce video and photo content for the sim racing community, and not just for the community, but also for media relations, for journalists and so on. So to give, I would say, esports racing the chance to grow and to expand. And we just thought, okay, there's something missing in the community, sort of an entity that does this as media professionals, and that was the initial point. And then then it went very quickly and very fast that we grew bigger and bigger.
I was about to say, we saw a very nice introduction video that you brought us. So you're not only a media partner to journalists or the sim racing community itself, you also conduct your own races.
Yeah, I mean, it's a twofold strategy, I would say, that we have. And from the beginning, we knew that first the community needs to get to know us and also accept us. Because if in sim racing the community says no, and says,
they say no.
There's someone who comes from real-world motor racing and tries to tell you how it works. We were the absolute noobs, and we still are in many respects. So the first idea was to partner and to team up with existing series to strengthen them and to offer, I would say, our not services, but our support to them, just playing around with what we could do in a sim racing environment. So this is one aspect, like partnering with existing series. We've seen quite a few examples in the video, and I'm proud of this portfolio now because it's with every series we have a connection, with every event we have a connection. So big thanks to all of them to let us in and to accept us. And the second part of the strategy is to set up our own pinnacle events, like bringing new aspects, new ideas that VCO had, And yeah, we kicked this off last year with the VCO Pro Sim series, like getting a professional racing driver from the real world together with an esports racer. And we just had the idea. We said, okay, let's do it. We talked to RaceSpot. We talked to the guys from ADAC here, Mark Hennerizzi, to do race control and all that. And suddenly we, I would say, had created a very cool series with Max Verstappen being in, but also the hardcore sim racers, and it all got together. So this is an example of these pinnacle projects that we want to establish ourselves.
I see. That sounds very, very interesting and well thought through. So, but you're not also partnering with racing series, but also, for example, with the ADAC SimRacing Expo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was really excited to see the expo happening this year. I mean, we've never seen all these people. We've never been there and had an opportunity to talk to the sim racing community. And this is the amazing thing about the expo, to be honest. I mean, we are not so much into hardware and all that. This is not VCO stuff. But talking to people and meeting people and trying to support the community and to bring in something new, this is just so much cooler and better if you do it in person and you can really talk to people. And so I love the Sim Expo. And so when Kovana and me were in talks, it was obvious that we would do something together.
I mean, community is also a very vital part for you. So now you have the chance to be meeting your community for the very first time. What is your approach to having the community as such a vital part of the VCO?
Yeah, I mean, sim racing is the community. I mean, as I've said, if there's an iRacing event and there are 5,000 drivers competing, I mean, this is the biggest motor racing event in the world, you know, if you want. This is so crucial to VCO. If they say VCO is not doing the job right or is not interesting, then we can just skip it. Yeah, this is obvious. And also the teams, I mean, and the drivers. So, for instance, in the Pro Sim series, we try to involve them to develop our series. It was not like, here are the rules and we do it like this or that, but it was, okay, this went wrong in the first race, so we change it for the second, just to listen to the people. And I think this is what has worked quite well, and we were accepted or recepted well, and so we want to continue this, but it's hard work, you know, because you have to renew the ideas every day.
Absolutely, but teamwork makes the dream work, and it seems like it's working out for you guys. I mean, 2 projects were announced this week only, the BenQ Mobius Cup of Nations, presented by VCO, and of course Season 2 of the VCO Pro Sim series, as you already mentioned. But can you tell us what exactly is so special about these projects?
I mean, the Cup of Nations concept, and I'm always absolutely fair to who got which idea when. It was Williams Esports who approached us with this idea that they had for the Cup of Nations. And we did it with them and RaceSpot and iRacing last year for the first time. And I was just stunned by the format. Suddenly it was something different. It was not another 12-hour race or a 24-hour race and a 6-hour race. It was a tournament thing. In the end, it was Team Germany winning it with drivers from various teams. It was quite red line dominated, but it was a German national team. And I said, okay, this is a route that we have to keep thinking about, because this is esports to me rather than a sim racing digital twin series of real motor racing. Mm-hmm. And this really triggered something in our heads. And this, yeah, as we want, it was leading to the Pro Sim series, because we thought, okay, we can also do something new here. And as I've said before, I mean, it's like a unique concept, doing it different and offering prize money, yes, but also keeping it simple to the teams and to the drivers. This is what VCO wants to do. I'm not a big fan of the open setup thing, and teams have to prepare for weeks to have a good setup to be successful. So we do it with fixed setups. We do it with, let's say, uniform cars in a race, just to keep this out of the equation and look for the best drivers and the best teams out there.
Just to break it down to the pure competition.
Absolutely.
All right, that sounds like a very nice approach, especially for younger teams that maybe don't have like a stock of engineers that actually can be working on the cars. So that sounds like a very, very nice approach to me. And but one thing you also did is the Simi Awards last year. And since you're partner of the caliber you are, you also thought about the idea of having a Simi Award especially for this expo.
Yeah. I mean,
And we will be handing those over later on, right?
yeah, absolutely. I've got no clue how you do that. Either just standing around and give the trophies. But no, I mean, Simi Awards.
You'll be fine, don't worry about that.
Simi Awards are another example of, let's say, thinking big and just making clear that VCO wants to partner the whole community, so to look into the various categories. And I think in the first year we had 11 categories, and combined it with a charity thing. So every winner got 1,000 euros or dollars of budget for charity. So we just want to show we give something back to the community and really appreciate what kind of effort they're putting into it. And then when we talked to Kavana, it was a quick thing to say, okay, let's expand this to the special edition, to the Expo edition of the Simis, and reproduce them again. It's always a big effort to produce these trophies. It's not a cheap thing that you can buy at the art center. It's a proper individual customized thing. So I'm proud that we have them with us, and let's see who wins them.
I mean, we talked about the project that you already have in the pipeline that have been announced. We talked about the special edition of the Simi Award for the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021, but I think there is something else to come. Like that's not all just yet, right, Florian?
Absolutely, it's never ending quickly with us. And I mean, at the end of the video, we saw what's next community, and I think there is a clip ready to introduce this.
All right, then I'd say, let's have a look at the video. ERL, Esports Racing League. That sounds amazing. But what exactly does it mean?
Yeah, hopefully it will be amazing. I mean, I would say this is the next step for us. I mean, at the end of the ProSim series last year, or no, it was actually this year, we announced the Esports Racing World Cup because we had the idea to look for the best esports racing team in the world. And from our angle, you can only do this if you consider the various sims. So it's not just iRacing, we are close to iRacing, but we also support rFactor 2 and Assetto Corsa Competizione. So the idea was to find the best team on all the three platforms. And I think that not many people have tried to do this or done this, but this is the general idea for this World Cup. And when we had announced the World Cup, the Esports Racing World Cup, ERWC, we were then looking into, we need an esports-inspired, I would say, or inspired concept for a whole season. So how can we create something, let's say, that proved itself in leagues like, or games like Rocket League or something? Are there mechanisms that we could also use to set up our own VCO season? And so we brainstormed a lot, and then the Esports Racing League is the outcome. So the ERWC 1 at the end of January in next year will kick off the ERL, and then we have a league system running up until the end of the year, then leading up into the next ERWC in 23. So we can now offer, I would say, dates for the whole year, 22 already, and I'm very proud of that because this plannable thing, or to give the teams the opportunity to plan things better, this is also very important to us. So we are looking for the best team out there on 3 different platforms.
And I mean, it's part of the professionalization of sim racing.
I mean, I don't know. Sim racing is so big. You can do whatever you want, and this is so cool. So it's not like that we say this is the way to go. I can only go my way, and VCO can only go its way.
I was just saying, like, you're just offering your different approach to the whole topic. So.
And I mean, in the community, there are so many mega racing series. Yeah, so every team can enter races on a daily basis and get prize money as well. But our idea is to, as I've said before, to keep it a bit simpler, work with fixed setups, to have the dates during the week, not also on the weekend. So just to do it a bit different, and and we have on offer, I would say, a total of plus $100,000 of prize money. So over the season 22. So it's also money up for grabs for this relatively easy thing that you just jump in the simulator. The track is, let's say, we are not quite clear about that yet, maybe voted 5 minutes earlier. So, and then you just show your talent, and either you win it or you don't.
So we're having a sim racing series held on 3 platforms.
Yeah.
That's new.
Yeah, this is what it's all about to me. If you want to compare teams with another, I would say when we started 1.5 years ago, it was like one team was rather focusing on iRacing, the other maybe on R-Factor 2. But now I think everything merges together, and we see big teams like Coanda doing ACC and winning races there, or Redline as well, and so on. So I think being active on every platform is something that a team not has to do, but it's an option to just do it. And so the idea is to invite 30 teams, so really to have different, I would say, levels of strength as well. I hope we will get together 30 teams who are up for it. These invitations will go out next week, so that we get in an early planning for 22.
So you have really a lot to do on your to-do list, actually. So the ERWC and the ERL are kind of the new pinnacle projects of the VCO. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing before I forget is you cannot do this alone. So we are working closely with RaceSpot, with the SimGrid, also with iRacing and the platforms, ideally themselves. So it's a big team effort, and we really try to take the community with us again. So we will take the commentators from one platform into the broadcast, and we just really try to create an all-new mix. And it will be a tournament style, like having a semi-final and then one winner of each event and so on. So it's a cool concept, and definitely it's our pinnacle series or activation, because it will run throughout the year. I think in total we will then have 13 events. And we've never done this, but we are fired up to make it happen and to do it again, like experimenting, and to ask the community to get better, and the teams. And final sentence here, we want to make it a team championship. It's about the teams, about the visibility of the sponsors of the teams, and we will support this heavily, that they can shine on this stage.
So you want to hear the feedback of the community. How can people reach you?
I mean, they can reach us via our social media channels. We have a Discord running, which is rather a competitive thing, like for the competitors. But I mean, I know people who have dealt with us before. We are living this topic, and if you send a message to us via Twitter, you get a reply in the evening. So it's like we are doing this actively, and we are not thinking that we know everything, and now we show the world how it's done. So we want the feedback, and we want the suggestions. And to be honest, we are in close contact with a guy who's called Luca Monroe. I would say he's the biggest sim racing fan in the world, and he keeps sending in new ideas. And it's really cool to have this exchange of ideas with people like him, and to get inspired by people that are not even with VCO.
And I mean, you already said how many experts you have at your side to make things work and to make things happen for the community.
Yeah, I mean, experts or doing the job right is paramount, because we can only show or present ourselves to the community via our social channels, via the broadcast quality. And with ERL, we really will try to do something new, and to do it a bit more like esports, and a bit more speed in the broadcasts, and having analysis, discussions, cool music. By the way, I'm proud of that. We have composed music for all the series. It's dedicated to the series. That is amazing. It's a big thing,
Yeah, absolutely. Having your signature tune, that is something very, very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing more from you guys. But something you mentioned a little bit earlier as well is prize money. Prize money is always something that keeps players motivated, teams motivated to be participating in your series. So how important is prize money in general in sim racing?
I mean, prize money in esports is very important. I mean,
That's where I come from. That's why I'm
absolutely.
asking about prize money.
You know about it, and I mean, if you look at Dota 2, and they have 40 million in the at the international. I mean,
I chose the wrong game, Florian.
I mean, by the way, we could learn from that.
Yeah.
How can you create in-game items? You know, that the community can buy or whatever. I mean, it's great that there is trading panes and everyone can share the liveries, but I don't know. It would be better for the teams. It would there was some new ideas there. But let's see, and price
like the stickers in CS:GO, for example, or the in-game cosmetic items,
absolutely.
where teams get their shares when they have their name on them. I get it. That's a very, very interesting approach, and that's a really good idea to transition that probably.
But it's difficult, you know, because the platforms are not made for this.
Of course not.
But it's like, what can you do externally where you give incentives by VCO? But this is the goal, to think about these things. And then it will get up. Prize money, sorry, I forgot to mention. We do the 100,000 dollars, but we also add a component like working together with Fundraiser. It's a big platform in Canada. So the community has a chance to add the prize pool and get something for that, be it giveaways or being part of the series. I've got no clue if this will work. Maybe we get €5 over the next 12 months, but it's important to do new things, to offer it, and just see if it works and how.
Exactly. If the community accepts and together great things will be achieved, I'm pretty sure. And as we speak, you're announcing the ERL dates up until the staging of the ERWC2 in February 2023. So you like advanced planning, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I think is so much needed, that you give people your series and you say, okay, you can plan with it. Because some series announce their dates, I don't know, 2 weeks before it starts or whatever. But it's getting more and more professional for sure. But here we want to really make sure, also for us, to plan the events, to know when we have to do what. So it's just easier for us as well to do it like this.
Florian, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing indeed, and I wish you best of luck, and of course everyone involved into the VCO and your partners around to make the things that you plan happen, because I'm really looking forward to it. To me, coming from the esports perspective, it sounds very nice and very well thought through. So how long have you been working on the concept of all these?
Of the ERL?
Yes.
I mean, basically since we announced the ERWC in April, you know, it's like, it's something that changes over time, and you get new. And this is the cool thing about esports or about sim racing. You have got so many influences, and new things come up. There's a new series, and they do a community vote on how do you do reverse grid. Then you get inspired. You say, okay, should we do this? And then at a certain point, I would say 2 months ago, it was clear how we want to do it. And then it was about preparing the ideas and getting everything together. But it's a long way. It's hard work. Things will fail, by the way. This is always happening. And so it's important that we have the backing from the community, that they also allow us to make mistakes or not being perfect. And then I think there's a good future ahead.
I mean, failure is in our nature, obviously. And it's important what you make out of it and what you take out of it. So I wish you best of luck, with very few fails, actually, but time will tell. And it is a very, very interesting endeavor you guys are planning, and I wish you best of luck in realizing everything in all your projects. Any last words from you towards our community?
No, it's not last words. It's the first words. You know, it's
because
like
I'm wrapping up the panel.
Let's do this and let's grow sim racing. I mean, growing is always like it's small now. I mean, it doesn't need to grow, but if it grows, hopefully it's fun for everyone, and we keep pushing and we work like hell for doing something cool. And I'm just grateful for the support and for every positive comment that we receive. And if someone doesn't like us, then watch one of the other 1,000 racing series.
I was about to say, fair enough, right? Florian Hasper, CEO of the Virtual Competition Organization. Thank you so much for taking your time. Please, big round of applause for Florian and the VCO. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the end of our stage time right now, but as you know, we will continue with the things we have planned. Today, we have a very big schedule ahead of us. I'll be handing you over into a short commercial break, and then we'll be back with the Sim Racing Trophy. All right, guys, see you soon. All right, everyone, welcome back for day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021. And we're not ready just yet to start our first race of the day, but there is something very interesting for you guys as well. A little talk between me and a good friend of mine, a colleague of mine actually. Please welcome Renee Butler, freelance consultant, all things sim racing. René, nice having you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Well, on such short notice, actually, because this wasn't planned at all.
No, I like spontaneous events, right? It's great to see people again at an event. I really miss that. You know, we have been on millions of events previously, and when the lockdown struck, it was kind of sad not meeting you on other events, right? So it's great to see everyone back in for sim racing.
I mean, I was so happy to see when we had like a queue going up over the bridge, where people are queuing up to come in here into the Ring Boulevard to be a part of the Sim Racing Expo. And I mean, you can see the smile on my face. It makes me really, really happy having live audience here on site. And there are quite a few people, actually.
It's quite good, right? I mean, I'm jealous, right? I would swap with you all day long to be here again, so no worries. But I'm more than happy that you're back in, because I know you happened here previously, happened here for the truck GP, I remember that as well.
Exactly.
So you're quite known to the Nürburgring area now.
I know. I love it here, and I'm so happy to be back. So I was really honored when I got asked to come back, because I was enjoying 2019 so much. And you mentioned the Truck Racing Grand Prix. I was able to be a reporter at the Truck Racing Grand Prix, talking to the drivers, to the racers, talking to everyone involved. It was just amazing to also like venture in that part of motorsports. But René, let's talk about you, because you're the much more interesting person here. So you are not only a commentator, you are not only working as a host, you are also working as a freelance consultant in the sim racing industry. And you told me a little bit earlier, that's why I pulled you up on stage, that you're currently working on a very interesting project.
Yeah,
tell us a little bit about it, like a little bit. I know, it's always NDA and secret and stuff.
Yeah, it's with all the projects, right?
It's just us.
You cannot always say everything, but yeah, as you know, I spent over 10 years by now in the gaming industry, lots of that on the sim racing side. And I started basically last year to work with the FIA on digital motorsport and how to bring non-endemic brands into the world that we all love, right? I'm a sim racer since, I think, 2004. I did my first TV show about sim racing. That's a long, long time ago now. But besides also working with the guys at Overtake.gg, you know them as well, because it happened on one of the shows, right?
Big shout out, guys. It's you.
I'm actually helping companies or series to look into new innovations for the program. And one of the cool things to see nowadays is, you remember the old times when we always tried to copy TV on esports?
Absolutely, sitting in our blazers and button-down shirts.
Now it's different.
Sitting on our desk and smiling into the camera and say, hello and welcome to the finals of... Yes, exactly that. You're talking about that.
But now it's the other way around. Now I actually get companies or like real-world motorsport series coming to me and asking, like, okay, what can we do to turn motorsport into something more entertaining? Because not much change there, right? It's still the same broadcast as we saw previously, but on the esports side, no matter if it's sim racing or Counter-Strike, whatever it is, all the gaming in general, we got quite good at that, right? They're entertaining, they have different elements, we have completely different overlays to what we did in the past.
I mean, take the virtual Bundesliga I did as an example. We have a beautiful virtual studio that you won't find in TV. I mean...
It's great to see, right? And for me, it's exciting, because back in the days, we were trying to do TV shows on gaming, and now we actually go back to classic TV and try to find new ways for them to use elements that they see in esports or gaming in general and bring that to their racing series, right? If you now look at a classic, 24-hour race out in the world, it looks the same for the last 15 years. But there's so many new elements that we can bring in from the gaming world, making it more exciting, make it more entertaining and engaging to watch, right? You know that, Twitch chat, right? Everyone wants to be part of the broadcast, right? Yeah. And I think that also classic motorsport, classic now in everything out there, need to come closer to what their audience nowadays are watching. And they're mostly watching YouTube and Twitch, right? So I'm super happy to working on that. I actually now work with a Red Across series on that, which will be an interesting project to look into and see how their broadcast can be brought into, let's say, a new age. And yeah, it's pretty exciting times, especially for sim racing and gaming in general.
why do you think TV programs haven't changed over the past 15 years? Is it because the community, well, the audience can't be as vocal as they can be as an esports?
I think actually that is the case, right? Like, I started my first TV show at NBC Giga, or the original ESL TV, which was TV only, as you know. There was no chat, there was no interaction, there was no feedback besides from production, right? So everyone had a great show and you were like, that's it, we're great. Awesome job, right? Nowadays you go live on Twitch with, like Clash of Clans World Championship, whatever you're doing, and you got thousands and sometimes millions of people telling you exactly if they like what you did or not, right? So TV programs and something like a touring car championship, they never really had to bother about feedback of the community. But now that we have the world of Twitter and Facebook, and for many years, not new, but they see more and more feedback to their series as well, that they're not happy with the broadcast, that they don't like the style, that it takes too long, people want to see the action quite quickly.
Yes, casters, please start the game.
It's always the casters.
We never can't start the games.
We do.
Never us.
Be honest. We always control when the game starts.
Like the button, like start game button. No. But yes, I'm getting what you're saying. So, but this is changing now, obviously.
It is, and it's good to see that, because I think TV in general, or let's say all entertainment broadcast, wherever it is, we always have to go with what the audience wants to see, right? And of course it changed over time. Like our entire consumption behavior changed. So why did TV program or broadcast of a big touring car championship did not change, right? Why is it not cool? Let's say that without being...
You said it. That was me. I want you guys to take
really
notes.
sorry.
I didn't say that, but you're right, because I mean it has a very old school style of conducting a broadcast. Obviously, that's something we talked about yesterday in one of our panels as well. Like, you have so many information that you gather throughout the race. So those information are available. Why not implement that into a broadcast?
We know that from the gaming side. We're talking about API integration, and we basically do it on every single show, right? There's something everywhere. But yeah, you're right. If you look at classic motorsport, for example, it's rarely being used. Okay, it's a bit harder to get the information across than it would be for us in a gaming studio, but it's still doable, right? It's all about bringing the process to their world, which is linear TV broadcasters, and that's a completely different world to production teams that do in gaming.
I know,
I think the change has to happen now, otherwise one day no one watches that anymore. And as much as I'm a sim racer myself, and I started on Microprose Grand Prix 1 all the way back, I still want to watch real-life motorsport. I can watch both in one series. That's a thing that we nowadays see, right? Which is completely cool. But I still want real motorsport to be around. But for that, real motorsport has to also enter the new age.
Is there something that has already been done in a good way regarding the renewal of broadcast structures in motorsports?
We've seen them getting more compact. That's a good start. Like back in the days, linear TV broadcast crews were like 3 times as big as gaming.
Yep.
It gets better now. We see series, obviously, like Formula E, that try out new formats. Of course, they get a lot of bad feedback.
That's what I was trying to hint to. You got it. Nice.
They sometimes get a lot of bad feedback for the new stuff they're doing, but we also know that's mostly a vocal minority, because the racing is still good. I traveled with them for 2 years. That was great racing we saw around the world, right? I can understand it's not everyone's type. That's fine. There's so many different motorsports, right? Some like rallycross, rally, touring car, Formula 1, whatever you like. But we need to have the chance to at least try new elements to be viable.
But also what I feel about traditional sports who are not used to change, I'm trying to phrase it as diplomatically as possible, that they're always against change, even if it's good. For example, the Halo in F1, right? So everyone was against it, and now it's a good thing. Turns out it saves people's lives. So would you say that the community has to become a bit more open-minded or a bit more daring when it comes to change?
It's hard to tell when you nowadays look at social media. I'm not quite sure if people are open. But no, it's...
Keep in mind, a very vocal minority.
It's like, I think that's the case. I mean, we have to get used to that nowadays. We will see feedback wherever we are in the world, right? That wasn't the case 15 years ago. People didn't know what someone in the other city was thinking about their TV program, but nowadays we get that input. So now it's the time to figure out how we can validate that correctly, and how we figure out if is that really my major target audience, or is it an audience like, sometimes there's a small part that still watches the event but loves to rip it apart. Right?
Yes, of course.
That's the same with our commentary, right? There's always a vocal minority that's like, I don't like her at all, but they're still every time.
I was about to say, but he's always there. He's always there, that person.
So how we take feedback and how we turn that into innovation in terms of broadcasting, in terms of formats for racing, or any other thing, I think that's a new research field. I'm not an expert on that anyway, but we've got experts for that.
We can put our two.
Yeah, we need to look into that now. It's like, what do we do with all the information we have from our audience, and how do we turn that into a broadcast or product that everyone wants to see? Because in the end, also if they constantly criticize you, they still like your product, because that's why they're watching. That's why they criticize.
I was about to say, that's why they're getting vocal. That's why they're trying to bring in their opinion, because they somehow want to see change, even if the feedback is not as constructive as one might wish for from time to time.
Wait, telling you to just get out of the way and get the game started is not constructive feedback?
Sadly not.
I really have to change my Twitch behavior. Sorry, I will delete all my accounts.
But still, I mean, it is a process.
It definitely is, and we see that everywhere. I mean, if you look at, for example, let's be sim racing specific. A few years ago, many years ago by now, we started with programs that brought sim racers to real motorsport, right? It was 1 out of 1 million, basically. And people were like, the media was like, okay, sim racers, the best ones, they could do real racing, and they might even be able to win. If we look at nowadays, first of all, nearly all the top guys in Formula One are sim racers. I got a hybrid team myself, right? So I got a racing team that does VLN and RCN plus sim racing.
And you race yourself, don't you?
I race in VLN. So we all do sim racing, and our mechanics, race engineers, and drivers, they're all sim racers. We started this in 2019, and they're not the top of, not that they're bad because they're around, but they're not the top of the world, I would say. And still, since 2000...
He's just trying to motivate you, you know?
I tried to be politically correct,
He saw your potential, and he recognizes your potential, but he feels like you guys need a little push, and that you can make it to the... That's basically what he's trying to say, all right? You guys keep...
It didn't try to wreck them, but look at them. It's like since 2019, we're racing here at the Nürburgring, and we never had a single crash. So, sorry, I don't believe in the old saying that 1 out of 1 million of sim racers would be good in a real car. I think the majority of sim racers that do competitive sim racing doesn't need to be at the top, but create racecraft from driving out there in the online world. They mostly, if it's not down to fitness or the additional
all
aspects,
the factors,
that they will all do good in a car. One of our drivers, Richard Schäfer, he got a real-life track record here at the Nürburgring in our class in his second race as a sim racer.
Can we please take a second?
He's actually the guy that's the tallest from that group.
And applaud to that.
So he now got...
I mean, that's not something everyone can say about themselves.
It's like he got a real-life Nürburgring track record as a sim racer.
Congratulations.
Right? He did not win Nissan GT Academy or the typical programs. He's a, let's say, everyday sim racer, although he's a very good one. But he's an everyday sim racer, and he managed to do very, very well in the real world.
He loves you, I'm sure.
I probably lose half of my team after this interview, so if you want to sign up, hit me up. But no, I just love that we get the acceptance of sim racing, and lockdown definitely helped a lot, the acceptance in terms of sim racing. And besides my program, there are way more that try to help sim racers getting into real cars. And it's great to see that we get away from this topic of it's 1 in a million. Because there's so many sim racers, and I think there are tons of talent that could win all kinds of sim racing and motorsport championships.
That is so interesting to hear. Something I thought about yesterday as well is I would love seeing a team compete in a series where you have to drive in a real car, on a real tarmac, and in your sim.
There's one.
We need more of that.
More of that. I mean, there's the SRO series currently, right? That's doing it on Assetto Corsa Competizioni. There are a few other championships considering that for the next years, either having like an additional esports element or really tying that into the series. And I think it's a great way to also bring more people closer to motorsport, because maybe some of us, in terms of fit, I'm not fit enough. I'm happy if I survive the real Nürburgring 24 hours. If I make that, I'm happy. But some of them might never make it into a real car due to other circumstances. But wouldn't it be great if they could be part of Williams, Ferrari, whatever it is out there in the world, and being on their sim team and actually helping them to win a big world championship? Because it could be both. It could be real and sim.
Sure. That sounds so interesting, Rennie, and I'm really, really happy that I dragged you spontaneously on stage because that was very
Thanks for the invite, obviously.
That was very, very insightful and really interesting. And I'm really excited to see what the future for sim racing, and especially broadcast in sim racing and in traditional motorsports, will hold for us as a community. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks everyone for actually coming to SimRacing Expo. Really appreciate that you travel in the middle of nowhere. Olivia, right? It's not easy, but I love that everyone is here and actually made the effort.
That is really amazing to see. Guys, we are now almost ready to start our first race. So the Sim Racing Professional Trophy will be starting in just a bit, and Radio Show Limited will be conducting the race for you guys, at least, well, the vocal part. So guys, enjoy the Sim Racing Trophy, and I'll see you back in a bit.
Nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from it to end, and everybody wondered around, will she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was, live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you wanna laugh, then live it, babe. If you
Well, hello everybody, and welcome along. Good to have your company. It's John Hindhoff and Nick Damon in the RSL Global Broadcast Centre. A virtually beautiful day at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the Community Trophy. We're into a qualifying session, just about 45 seconds in, and we have around a dozen drivers out on the circuit at the moment. Nick Damon, you've seen this sort of racing before, and we are exclusively GT4 here.
GT4, yes. With you'll be pleased to know that the Porsche Cayman is the most popular choice of the drivers involved. But obviously for me, there's also Maserati, currently down in 11th. That's just because he's warming up. One Maserati, one Audi, and one Aston Martin, and a plethora of Cayman GT4s will be taking on I think it's a 45-minute race, isn't it, after 10-minute qualifying, round another virtual Nürburgring.
Maxi Rührig in the Audi number 12 is our fastest driver at the moment. Just waiting for the representative times to come in. I think he may just be there by dint of the fact that he was first out. So picking up some of the cars, team ACR, Chris McDade in the number 6. That's the rainbow and ACR coloured car with the white roof and the green mirrors. So yeah, that is the number 6. Starting to get some times coming in now.
This, of course, is being run on ACC. I said, of course, Competizione, the platform that particularly specialises in GT3 and GT4 racing. Obviously, very closely linked to the SRO, Stefan Martello organisation, and of course the series that's formerly known as the Blanc Power. What's it called now? It's GT Endurance, isn't it? It's
Fanatec.
No, it's Fanatec. You're right.
Fanatec.
Fanatec picked up. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, sorry.
Don't look at me like that. I do know these things.
Yes, it's actually now a championship supported by a manufacturer of sim racing, and of course, Real Wheels. Of course, as you were saying yesterday, they're taking the Real Wheel business because they are manufacturing the M4 GT3.
Yeah, and Bentley.
And Bentley
as well. Julian Kunz for Euronics Gaming in that classic livery with the blue and yellow. That's another Cayman GT4, 718 Cayman, but still using the 4-litre engine, although not the same 4-litre engine architecture as is in the 911 GT3 and the Cup cars. These GT4 running in the Porsche Sprint Championships at various parts of the world, including in the UK. The Cayman Island, Visit Cayman Island Porsche Sprint Challenge, which supports British GT. Julian just heading down the hill here at the Nürburgring up towards the NGK chicane. Quite a complex steering wheel on that as well, all carbon fibre. Driving the road and the race version of that a little bit later on this year in real world. Looking forward to getting the race car out at Silverstone, although on a chilly November day that could be a bit of fun.
Yeah, well, you get 2.5 hours to warm the tyres up and you'll be fine.
Absolutely.
You probably get a nice bit of grease on there as well, a bit of drizzle.
It will be just like that. Down towards turn 1. Let's take a lap with Julian then in the Euronics gaming car. At 2:03 last time around. Just head off into the countryside for a moment, pick someone else up. Fabian Farbeck, Flyby Esports. It's the gold, black and grey car. That's the number 71 for Fabian. 7-1. He, at the moment, just getting up to pace, yet to put in a lap. And as I say that, no, still to come through the last part of the track. So it is Florian Baudin in the number 3. Michele Perella.
Do you want to run down by a number order? No, I imagine the numbers in. So the,
well done.
first, in car number 1, it's Florian Barres here with the Porsche, and it's Tom Moreira with another Porsche in 2. In 3, it's Florian Burden with a Porsche. And then it's the 6 car of Chris McDade, the 7 car of Lucas Sikola, who's going to win. He's got the Maserati.
Yes.
Then the Aston Martin of Patrick Sudcat, Max Jarorik in the Audi. So they're right in the middle there. 7, 10 and 12 are your independents who've decided not to have a Porsche. The rest of the cars are all Porsches. It's the 22 of Sebastian Zajac, the 43 of Michele Pereira, Julien Kunz in the 53, Fabian Fabek in the 71, and Maximilian Pral in the 95.
We're not going to miss the number 2, courtesy of the fact that it's chrome purple with purple rims. I do like a colour matched rim on a race car.
That looks like something.
Tom Ryder.
That looks like being wrapped by one of those supercar redesigner programs where they go, "Oh, I'm going to make I've got this lovely car. Well, for this half-hour program, we're going to make it look awful."
It's the Rovax Racing GT team across the line in this community trophy and goes up to the pole provisionally with a 2:03.6. Now to the line, Chris McDade in the Rinpo Porsche, the team ACR.
Those of you with us yesterday when we had the TCRs going around the full Nordschleife Grand Prix Strecker, and they were doing about 2:07s, weren't they?
Nürburgring.
Good point.
I know.
Yeah,
the last 3 minutes of qualifying, by the way.
So this is quite accurate. The GT4s being a little bit quicker. On the whole, the more straights there are, the bigger the advantage over lap time for GT4 over TCR, isn't that the case?
That is the case because TCRs are quite aerodynamically efficient and they are very good round the twisties. And I mean very good indeed. In IMSA racing, in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, places like Lime Rock Park, you see TCRs qualifying ahead of GT4s. Now, in fairness, in IMSA they actually turn the TCRs down a little bit and try and stop that from happening. So they don't have the full 350 horsepower that the full house cars have in other championships. They're probably only running about 320 over there. That'll give you an idea how efficient and what a good racing car TCRs are. GT4s have come a very long way, even in a relatively short time, doing times now that GT3s were doing not so very long ago, and at circuits like Spa they are incredibly quick in a straight line. They're still not very aerodynamically dependent, although there are 1 or 2 specials that have been built for the Nürburgring Nordschleife in particular, based on GT4s. I drove one of those in a 24-hour race at Kota, Aston Martin GT8, which had a lot more aero on, which meant it was as quick as a GT3 through the twisties, but it was a bit draggy down the straight.
Yes.
That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it.
Well, these cars keep going past each other. It's just the drag.
It's not the drag, love. It's the drag. So, still at the top, Tom Tyler in the Porsche 718 GT4. As McDade comes to the line, his splits aren't bad. 4th position at the moment, stays in 4th position. Following him through, Florian Baudin for the Deutsche Payment at Race Union team. Nice livery on that car with the mainly white machine, orange highlights and orange rims.
Yes. Yeah. Obviously, the rim customization obviously an easy thing to do on this particular program because they've all gone for it.
So Baudin to the top with that last lap, down to 2:03.2. My goodness, that is a good time. So Tom Raya trying to make a difference. His splits, he's got to find half a second here in a similar car to Florian. Baudin in the 718 we saw a moment or 2 ago. This, I think, is going to be the last lap for Tom. So he pitches the car in off the curb. That is a very compliant suspension setup there on that chrome purple GT4.
You've got a lot of weight in the GT4s. You really feel that, oddly, even though they probably are not quite as heavy, or in many ways as the GT3s, the lack of area makes you really feel the momentum of those cars. Remember, we ran one of these GT4s around Silverstone for a 12-hour race, and we were racing with J.M. Lippmann, who's a quite well-known international gentleman driver. And I said, oh, this thing feels heavy. And Joe was going to tell you how understeer he was. And he just had a test in the real one as the Maserati's just pulling off at the end of qualifying. he just it's fine. He's not going for a breakdown truck. He just had a test in the real one, John. And he said, yeah, that's what they feel like in real life, heavy. And you feel the weight of the whole thing. But that's good.
They're based on a road car.
Exactly, yeah. They are a road car that's become a race car. They are not.
So we are getting ready for the race, and it will be Florian who lines up on the front row. Tom in second, that's 2 Porsches. Then it's Chris McDade in third position. The first non-Porsche is the Aston Martin. Hurrah for the Aston Martin GT4, and that is Patrick Sodercat. Patrick we've spoken about many times in the past. Then it's more Porsches all the way down to 9th position, and the Maserati Gran Turismo MC GT4. You're very excited about the new Maserati? Likely to be a GT3 car?
I'd be even more excited if I could afford it.
Are you excited about the race car coming back? Because your favourite race car is still the MC12.
I know. I'm quite excited about that, actually. I'm going to stop being cool about it and go, yeah, I'm quite excited, to be honest.
How do you feel about Maserati potentially becoming an electric or a hybrid brand then, or does that not matter if it's done correctly?
Everyone's going to become an electric or hybrid brand eventually. I think they've decided to differentiate themselves inside the Stellantis brand, and that's what they've gone for. I think possibly it's a little bit early, but 10 starters apparently.
Yeah, Pirella just dropping onto the back of the grid in their Porsche. That's Michele. Pirella in the number 43. So 30 seconds to the start.
The question is it going to be a clutch start or a rolling start? Most GT4 races are rolling, aren't they?
Well, they aren't on a grid, in grid order, but they have lined up like that. So we'll take this from what we see. 10 seconds, stand by. You really need a virtual race
10 seconds to go.
There's the engines.
Oh.
And we are rolling. Aston Martin didn't get away.
This is a
formation lap.
Yeah.
This is a formation lap, so they'll have to get back into line before they come back around next time.
One of the differences between ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and iRacing is that your car doesn't quite exist during the warm-up laps. So you can't have an accident on the warm-up lap. You see the car drove through it. It will affect you're a ghost car until you get going, and then you exist. Which kind of does avoid some of the really unnecessary contact incidents on the warm-up lap you have sometimes with iRacing rolling start.
Chris McDade there with the Union flag on the door of his Porsche.
Oh, we have 12 starters now. That's all been sorted out.
Yeah. They must have been just let out the pits.
Yeah,
that's the way it works. Aston is rolling as well. Hurrah.
Yeah.
So I tell you, with 1 or 2 drivers just shuffling themselves around. Let's see if we get the green flag as they come round this time. Remember, all of these drivers are actually at the Nürburgring in the Actel Racer rig.
As we know, proper shake you all about, move you around,
yes,
feel it in 3-dimension rig. So they're battling against all the elements.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think we're going to go for a restart of the session. Our live timing hasn't started counting down yet, and we've still got the number 22 sitting on the grid. And that is Sebastian Zajac. So I think there was a couple of people late on parade there, which would be Rajak and the Sol Audi on the grid as well, which is the number 12.
He's
looking
there.
particularly stock at the moment. That number 12 Audi for Maxi Röhrig.
Well, of course, last weekend we saw the weekend before that we were at Barcelona. We saw the GT4 Audi.
That's not the new version of the car.
That's the GT4 Audi.
That's the GT4, yes, of course.
And that was going really, really well. It wasn't. It ended up with a mysterious ABS braking circuit issue, and they just couldn't run it because it was a bit unsafe.
ABS on GT4 cars. Your choice on a GT4 car as a manufacturer of GTs is, do you base it on the road car and upgrade the bits that you need to upgrade? So forget about all the safety equipment, that goes without saying.
Yep.
Or do you back engineer it from your GT3 if you've got one, which tends to make them pretty much bulletproof in terms of racing, but it makes the parts very much more expensive. So Audi have tended to go the former. So the GT4 car is a mildly modified road car, whereas AMG, for example, with the Mercedes, they've tended to go the other way. So that it's basically a downgraded, less bewinged GT3, which makes things like the corners, the suspension and stuff like that actually quite expensive if you break them. But they are race items. Like quite a lot on the early versions of the Audi GT4s were road car items.
Yeah.
And that's indeed the Aston Martin that I drove was basically a road car. So the paddle shift system wasn't actually a gearbox. It was an automatic gearbox, what Aston called sport shift. And that was, that wasn't a true racing system. It didn't have cogs in the box, whereas the GT3, of course, did. And ABS is one of those things that you can follow along with that. Do you modify a road car ABS? They get a little bit sticky sometimes with racing tyres, with slicks. And you tend to be driving a racing car, particularly at places like the Nürburgring on the North Loop, on the Nordschleife, a bit beyond the parameters of what's been
programmed in for the M25,
for your normal, even spirited driving in your street cars. I've got a Porsche here that is somewhat recalcitrant. This is the number 43.
That's Michele Pirella.
Michele was a wee bit late on parade, I think. And he's done the Endurance Cup and the World Cup in the past. That Fanatec and Predator supported car does now get away. Oh, it does not.
Rolls away, stops, rolls away, stops. I think he may be doing a bit of calibration, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think what we're going to do is give the guys a little bit of technical time, and we'll be back with the start of this race in just a moment.
wondered and frowned. Will she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life, then live it better. If you want love, then stay together. If you want to smile, then be forever She was the curious kind. To hate she was blind. Always love on her mind. Just come what may. She couldn't quite figure out what fear's all about. So she put it aside all night, all day. And everybody talked about her. Said there must be something wrong with this girl. All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life, then live it better. If you want love, then stay together. If you want to smile, then be forever young And nobody can make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, baby. And everybody wondered and frowned. Will she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life, then live it better. If you want love, then stay together. If you want to smile, then be forever
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you missed your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Clouds with flying colors now. Gonna try to keep the pace, but someday we will find that the world has changed, but we stay true to each other. I will always be there for you whenever you need my help. I'm taking my time to be your rock. I don't ever wanna be apart. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Clouds with flying colors now. Show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back. Yeah, you can count on me. Yeah. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Clouds with flying colors now. Clouds with flying colors now. I wanna be close to you.
När morgonen gryr och dimman ligger tät bland bergen, då dansar gruvfrun. Osynlig för blotta ögat, men med påtaglig närvaro, dansar gruvfrun. När natthimlen glittrar och de djupa skogarna tystnat, då dansar gruvfrun. Påtaglig och vacker, iklädd ljusgrå slöja, dansar gruvfrun. dansar gruvren.
Hey guys, hello everyone and welcome back to day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021. My name is Melly and yes, we have a lot of things to do actually. There are a lot of to-do boxes to check on our agenda today, and one of the most anticipated slots of today, at least from my side, I love prize giving, you have to know about me, is the Simi Awards, especially for the expo here at the Nürburgring, which I'm really, really excited about. So, I mean, you're seeing the trophies right behind. I can actually show you one of those beautiful trophies that we're going to hand over in 4 different categories, 5 in total actually, but the 5th category can be chosen when the weekend's over. But later, more to that. For that, I would kindly ask my co-host here up on stage with me, who's no one less than CEO of the VCO, Florian Hasper. Florian, it is already time to hand over our Simi Awards. We have spoken about it in your stage time, during the VCO stage time, and now it's time. How excited are you?
Oh, well, I'm excited. I also like prize givings, especially if it's our own prizes that we give away. And it's something new. I mean, normally we honor the fastest drivers only, or the best teams of the year and so on, or the best photography or video content. But now it's really expo related, I would say, the best hardware announcement, the best booth design and concept and so on. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to find out who the winners are.
I mean, we're broadcasting throughout the day, so our stream is running, and there might be some new viewers with us on stream, by the way. Hi, and thank you for joining us. Maybe you could just quickly wrap up what the Simi Awards actually are.
Yeah, I mean, the Simi Awards, we talked about this earlier. We are very close to the community, and we want to give something back to the community with VCO. And so the Simi Awards are the big symbol for that. So we created them last year, and we asked the community to nominate their heroes in 11 categories it was. And so we had a nomination phase and then the voting phase. And we knew in the end the winners, and it was on the, I think it's called Boxing Day in English, the second day of Christmas festivities, that we did the award ceremony. And it was a big success for us, because I think everyone who got a Simi was happy about it, and it meant something to him or her. And we continue with this project for this year. So the nomination phase this year will start in November, 1st November, then 2 weeks nomination, and then the elections or the voting.
Exactly, because it is really important to point out that this is not the whole proper Simi Awards. This is the Simi Awards ADAC SimRacing Expo 21 edition, pretty much. So we have 5 categories. We've already talked about it a little. So we have 4 that we're giving out now, because the 5th category is
the best driver.
Exactly.
And so we need races first, yeah?
Exactly. So first of all that, and tomorrow is also a day of the SimRacing Expo, so we have to wait for that as well. So, but we have the honor of honoring at least 4 of the 5 categories now today here on the stage at the ADAC SimRacing Expo. And I'm really, really excited about that. So we have, as already said, 5 categories in total, and 4 of them which we're giving out now, to repeat myself once again. And the first category would be the best team box design. So we have our paddock here, we have our pit boxes.
It's amazing. I mean, I come from real motor racing, so I know garages and all that. So for the first time, it feels like that. I also said that I'm connected to BS competition, so we put a lot of effort into this thing. So I know how hard it is to build a proper box design and so on. And I just love it to pass by there, see the drivers there, and all the team items. So it's a good stuff.
So I would say, let's talk about the categories first. Or do we want to hand out the prize already? Flo, it's your Simi Award, so let's do it.
Let's do it straight away. You mentioned the team box, so we start with them. Huh?
All right, then I'd say, please put your hands together for a winner of the category Best Team Box Design BS Plus Competition. Congratulations. And this is your Simi Award. Florian, we'll hand it over.
It feels a bit awkward, to be honest, but I didn't decide this, so Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. What a great result. What a great prize.
Our first Simi Award being handed over, and I must say I voted for you, but as my followers and people that know me know, I'm a very, very equine enthusiastic person. I have horses, so the zebra, I loved your display, I loved your box, I voted for you.
Wow, that's nice to hear. The zebra friends are getting more and more, and yeah, I really like our booth as well as of course the others. I think we are moving to the next level here in terms of how we present ourselves. Yeah.
It is amazing, isn't it? But well, thank you so much for your amazing booth design, and congratulations once again for your Simi Award.
Thank you.
Florian, that was our first award. That means 3 more to come for now. So the second category will be Best New Hardware Announcement. And we had quite a few here at the expo, I must say. But we've all seen the videos. We've all seen what that manufacturer has actually shown us in their digital showcase. And therefore, this Simi Award goes to Next Level Racing.
Wherever they are.
I'm accepting the award on behalf of Next Level Racing because, as already said, they're one of our digital exhibitioners and therefore not on site. But guys, this is for you, so congratulations. I will take good care of it. It will look pretty in my shelf, I must say. But no, let's put it here for just a second because we're not done just yet. The next category will be
the best booth activation. So it is. The Simi for that.
Exactly. And do you want to announce the winner of this one?
The best boost activation, it's D-Box.
Congratulations to D-Box for the best booth activation. There we go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But I mean, you guys are doing amazing work over there, but I must say, I think deciding who's going to win this award wasn't too easy, but maybe you can tell our friends on stream and on site what you guys are actually doing at your booth.
Sure. First, thanks for the award, Florian, and everybody who voted for it. D-Box, we've brought a small activation booth where we have a simulator and 10 passengers. So when we have a professional driver in there, can get 10 people sitting next to them as a shotgunner and feel whatever's happening in the car. So it's a nice little experience for everybody that do not want to get in the sim, and also a nice way to immerse people into the experience and give memorable experiences.
Absolutely, that sounds really, really amazing, because when do you get the chance to be a shotgun driver, right? Next to a professional driver. That is really amazing. So we can find you at the back of the expo area, right?
Just right there, straight up front.
All right, then, there we go. All right, thank you so much.
I have to hand it out. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Take care. All right, that's already 3 out of 4 awards, Florian. And I mean, the best booth concept. I must say, I had the honor of being here 2019 already, and I was allowed to come back on 2021, which I was really happy about. And seeing how the booth and also the exhibitioners have developed their appearances here on site over the course of those, well, not really 2 years, but you know what I'm talking about.
No, actually not, because it's my first Sim Expo, so I'm just overwhelmed or really impressed of the high standard. And I mean, basically the products often are the same, like sim rigs or accessories and so on, but to do it in a new way and to find your own way of presentation, I think this is so cool to see that.
And it's also a very difficult thing to do, because, I mean, you have just a limited area of space that you have to outfit with your exhibition things, or the other things that you want to exhibit. Sorry, I'm not a native speaker. This one goes on me. But I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of the lead designer of these booths, actually, because
a great creative process. You need to be creative for that, and I think they have shown it that they are.
All of our exhibitionists, but one stood out obviously and therefore took the cake here in our fourth category, Best Booth Concept. So please put your hands together for Virtual Racing Lounge.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Will we hand over the trophy first, I would say?
Of course.
Yeah, you take it. Yeah, congrats. Yeah.
I mean, it's really, really cozy at your place. I walked by a few times and it was always jam-packed, which is always nice to see. So you're doing a few things right, obviously, now having the Simi Award for the Best Booth Concept.
Yeah, at first, thanks for the award, you two. Yeah, we wanted to do something new this year. As we are a lounge and a shop, we thought we bring the whole shop and the lounge to the expo so people can get together, connect with each other, try simulators, try hardware, and also take it with home. So yeah, and we're really honored to get this award. Thanks a lot.
I mean, it could be seen as a motivation for next year, right? Because we now expect more from you guys.
Wow, that's a tough one. We'll do our very best.
I mean, you're doing a good thing now. If you want to find VRL, you are located in the right end of the expo, right? Or
yeah, right next to D-Box.
Exactly. When you walk in and just walk down the path, you will more or less just walk through towards your booth, correct?
Exactly. I mean, you will see the three colors. They're standing out a little bit from all the others. So yeah, feel free to visit us.
But that sounds really good. How are you enjoying the Sim Racing Expo so far? That I haven't asked yet.
I mean, as we hadn't had the chance last year to come, we're really, really happy that it actually happened and that there are so many people here. And we love to get in touch with all our friends, all the teams, all our friends from Heusingwelt, from all the other manufacturers. So we're really, really happy to be here again, and hopefully never stops.
And we're really happy having you. So thank you so much for being here with your amazing booth, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, then, Florian, that was our 4 categories out of 5. The 5th one obviously being handed out at the end of the Sim Racing Expo for the best driver at the expo.
I think it's a very big honor if you become voted the best driver, because doing it on site in an offline event, I think this is something with an extra challenge than just doing it from your home rig at home. So I'm really excited to see who this will be. And I'm also really happy that it means actually something to the people that receive these awards, because this gives us the, I would say, motivation to keep going with the Simi Awards.
That sounds really lovely. Florian, thank you so much for helping me out here on stage for the Simi Awards. And you guys will be back after a very short break with our next stage time with Fanatec. So please don't run away too far, because that's going to be really, really interesting. So see you there.
virtual.
She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was love to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered if round would she ever know the feeling of tears. All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you wanna laugh, then live it better. If you want love, then stay together. If you wanna smile, then be forever. She was the curious kind. To hate, she was blind. Always love on her mind. Just come my name. She couldn't quite figure out what feels all about.
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you miss your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Gonna try to keep the pace, but someday we will find that the world has changed, but we stay true to each other. I will always be there for you whenever you need my help. I'm taking my time to be your rock. I don't know who I wanna be apart. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back. Yeah, you can count on me. Yeah. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Cause we're flying colors now. I wanna be close to you. I'm gonna show you something new. I wanna be close to you. I'm gonna show you something new. Take my time to be your rock. Don't know I wanna be apart. You gotta know.
När morgonen gryr och dimman ligger tät bland bergen, då dansar gruvfrun. Osynlig för blotta ögat, men med påtaglig närvaro, dansar gruvfrun. När natthimlen glittrar och de djupa skogarna tystnat, då dansar gruvfrun. Påtaglig och vacker, iklädd ljusgrå slöja, dansar gruvfrun.
She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was light to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered around, will she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life to live it better, if you want love and stay together, if you want to smile and be forever.
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you miss your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Gonna try to keep the pace, but someday we will find that the world has changed, but we stay true to each other. I will always be there for you whenever you need my help. Taking my time to be your rock. I don't ever wanna be apart. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. I'm gonna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back. Yeah, you can count on me. Yeah. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Cause we're flying colors now. I wanna be close to you.
En morgon gryr och dimman ligger tät bland bergen. Då dansar gruvfriden. Osynlig för blotta ögat, men med påtaglig närvaro dansar gruvfriden. När natthimlen glittrar och de djupa skogarna tystnat, då dansar gruvfriden. Påtaglig och vacker, iklädd ljusgrå slöja, dansar gruvfriden. dansar gruvor.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the second day of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021. My name is Melly, and yes, we had quite a tech break. Sorry for that. We had some issues that we had to resolve, but now everything is pretty much sorted out, and I have rather the highlight for you guys, because as you can see, I'm already seated. And if we pull up the camera picture, we can see I'm not alone on this lovely stage. It is time for Fanatec's showtime here on stage. And for that, I have Thomas Jackemeyer, CEO of Fanatec, with me. But we're obviously not alone, Thomas. So I quickly want to take time to introduce Marco Massaruto, founder of Kunos. Thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful panel. I'm really, really excited what you guys are going to show us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Servus, Bernard.
Genau, but since we have a lot of international guests, we obviously want to keep that in English, but maybe we'll throw the one or other German sentence in there. Marco, maybe you can teach us some Italian on the way.
About me?
No, I meant like, it can happen that we switch to German, and sometimes maybe you can just put some Italian into the mix.
If you want, we can speak in Italian.
Well, my
or
Italian
musical.
is terrible.
Allora, dimmi. Yeah, what do you want?
But Thomas, Marco, how is ADAC SimRacing Expo for you guys so far?
So yeah, this is my fourth time, I guess, here. This year we are just around like tourists because we are managing some other activities, but we have a lot of customers and partners that use Assetto Corsa or Assetto Corsa Competizione to show their hardware and the solutions. So it's always glad to meet there, as well as all the fans and the sim racing community that every year joins the expo. So it's very nice to us to meet each other in person, finally.
Finally, after such long time, right?
So that we can shake hands or getting also suggestions or answering questions about what's next with the Assetto Corsa and so on. So it's a way we can actually meet the community, not only in a digital way, and it's always nice to us to come here.
Nice having you here.
Yeah, I also have to say that the exhibitors, this is an extraordinary level of quality here. It's outstanding. I mean, 4 years ago, it was just a couple of companies here, and it was, the level of the product quality which is shown here is outstanding. I mean, I've seen so many super cool simulators here and other hardware as well. I really have to say that this also shows how far the whole sim racing and sim racing hardware as well has advanced in the past years. Yeah.
I was about to say, so I had the honor of being here in 2019 already, and now I was allowed back. I was really happy about that. But what I have to say is that the growth of the quality of the booth and the setups and everything revolving around sim racing has grown over the past 2 years in an insanely fashion. So the growth was almost exponential in my as an outstanding observer of the community. Do you see the same?
It was. I mean, if I look at our company in the past year, I mean, we were in the recent years. I mean, we had a nice 2-digit growth continuously, but through Corona we got a huge kick, which and this was, I think, other than other gaming industries. It was not because of the lockdowns, or not only because people were bored. It was mainly because a lot of racing series like Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, WRC, etc., they made sim racing much more popular because they replaced the real races against the virtual ones, and that gave us a huge additional exposure to millions of people who never heard about sim racing. And I thought, oh wow, that's cool. I mean, I could do that. Well, and then I think so. And we still feel that actually this boost is still alive. So it's not that with other games or in the other industry. After the lockdowns were over, I mean, there was a drop, at least on my side, and I'm probably I speak for a lot of companies here. We still that the sim racing boost is continuing, which is fantastic. I think this also shows that we are just at the beginning of something, and not, or maybe in the middle now, but not. In the middle of the beginning, yes. Exactly.
It actually feels like it because, as you said, Thomas, sim racing got pushed onto so many agendas that have never been in touch before with that certain topic, and as you said, it's so nice to see that you can just get involved and be a part of this community and do what you love also in a digital realm. So I agree with you there, absolutely. So, I mean, but in the future, we're still on an uprise. What do you think will come next? Like, if we have, as the three of us, sitting here together without any audience listening, so what could be something that could be good for the sim racing industry in the next time?
Well, I mean, that's
just in general.
In general, I mean, my vision is that sim racing and real motorsport is merging together. I mean, I think this is our mission, and sim racing is other than other esports like FIFA or something. We have one big difference, that if you're good in the virtual reality, then you're much better in the real world as well. So it helps the real drivers. This sets us apart from every other gaming category, and I think we are now pushing the limits further and trying to really merge become a motorsport company as well, and also make sim racing real, more motorsport, and merge that together, because I think that's the next change. And if you see that all the young drivers, the most successful ones, especially in Formula One, they have all sim racing backgrounds. If you see good sim races pop up in the real racing world series all over, and this is really a breakthrough in history, because so far motorsport, this is a money game, right? I mean, basically it takes a lot of money to drive a race car. So far. So first of all, you need to have a lot of money, and then second, we see, okay, this is a guy with money and skills, or a guy with money and without skills. But people which only have skills had a very small chance in the past. But now I think this is really the big change, is now that with all these sim racing series, and also the teams, the manufacturers, they understood that, oh wow, okay, among the sim races we can recruit our real race drivers. And I think this is really a big change in motorsport as well, because you can choose among a pool of millions of talents to pick exactly the right one, and not just among a few sons of millionaires. Yeah.
I was about to say, like, the entry barrier in motorsports in general is really, really high. There are some other disciplines in sports, like equestrianism, that have the same entry-level barrier when it comes to the material, of course, the sports partner in that case. But having sim racing break down those barriers and open up a new field of talents for the motorsports industry, that must be welcomed, right?
Yeah, what I saw in the last year, let me say, thanks to the COVID, is that also the real motorsport approach to the sim racing with a completely different approach. Because sometimes they have been forced to join sim racing because of official championships like the Formula One, the SRO GT Challenge, and so on. But eventually, they understood that there was not just, let me say, a PlayStation game or something like that. It's not just video gaming. It's something that is much more serious. This is something that the sim racing community already knows since ages.
Yes.
But eventually, also the motorsport world understood and recognized the additional value that they can find in sim racing, in terms of both in terms of hardware and software, because they can have a very great training for their drivers. They can train also their reflections, their muscle.
Yeah.
In terms of memory muscle and so on.
Exactly.
And they saw that they can find, actually, they can achieve better results also on the real track if they get some training. Also, we have seen in the last, I think, 4 to 5 years that the best sim racers in the world can be real drivers that could be as much as good as the professional drivers. And many of them, they are starting to have a career that yesterday was something that was coming from the go-karting. And today the go-karting went so crazily expensive and even boring from some point of view. Many new talent are getting some visibility and the chance to get into the real motorsport thanks to the sim racing. So what I'm seeing also this year is that a lot of motorsport teams are walking around the expo in order to check about the latest news in terms of hardware and software, because they know this time that is a game changer. What we saw in 2018, when we were already unveiled Assetto Corsa Competizione, that is the official video game of the GT series, was not so easy to invite the real drivers on stage, having a virtual race between each other and so on, because they have a lot of commitments, they are very busy and so on. Now, 2 years later, they are in the first line when we have this kind of competitions because they understand the additional value about it. Another thing that I saw is that it's not anymore a matter of evolution of the software or the hardware, but also the sim racing community has evolved a lot as well. They have much more know-how and knowledge. Thanks to the hardware and the software, they can have the feeling that they are getting closer even more to the real motorsport. So that we see that the level of the competitions, not only with our software, but with any of the games you can find here, games or simulations you can find here, is quite high. So we are very glad to see it, because actually our work is driven both by passion. And when we can see that some people can enjoy what we can achieve and give to them, to us, is the best dream we can have.
I can imagine that this is a really rewarding feeling, right? Like, yeah. I can totally see that. But Thomas, tell us a bit about the Fanatec GT World Challenge. Powered by AWS. I mean, that's basically what we're here for, and I kind of want to dive into the topics that we need to touch in the next 30 minutes.
So the Fanatec GT World Challenge is that was a huge opportunity. I mean, I was always a big GT3 fan. GT3 cars are so cool. I think this is the old DTM with the Mercedes 190, etc. This was a cool series, but the real successor for me were now the GT3 cars and not the DTM we had in the past, and then I heard from this opportunity that Blancpain is leaving as a sponsor, and I was with my colleagues. They said, okay, well, why don't you ask if? Yeah, I mean, just ask, right? I mean, why not?
I mean, they only can say no, right?
And it's okay, becoming the title sponsor of the one of the most important racing series in the world is already exciting, but it was obviously not enough. So I said, okay, we met with Stéphane Rattel, the owner of SRO, a very innovative guy, pushing the boundaries. I mean, he was, for example, introducing BOP. Some people hate it, but I think it's great because it allows to keep the cars close to each other. And so we talked with Stefan, and I was proposing the idea of say, why don't we do it the real thing and say we're going to combine the series and make the race drivers fight for championship points in the simulator, which was obviously quite an experiment because we were expecting heavy resistance from the team. I was about to say,
how was it received?
Yeah, so better than we thought.
Yeah.
It was about 50% after we dropped the initial idea to the team, so our SRO did. About 50% of the team said, well, that's a cool idea. And the other were like, okay. I mean, we're talking about a lot of money there and championship points. So always when there's money involved, the fun stops. But he said, okay, 50%, that's enough. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, and we were cautious. So in the first year, we only gave a very small amount of points. This will change in the future because now we saw that the first races, they went extraordinarily fine. I mean, they were super exciting races where we had one little technical problem we could solve, but this also happened in real time, I heard.
I was about to say.
But if you saw the and I can only recommend to anybody who's interested in sim racing, watch the race in Spa on YouTube. And it was just an incredible Aris. Come on.
Sorry, can we have just a break? Aris, can you come 1 second on stage, please? Yeah, you have to.
I think so, yes.
Please welcome the legend Aris.
I'm still your boss, so you come in on the stage now. For now, I'm still the boss. No, come in. Now, I would like just to introduce...
We can get a microphone and a chair.
But we don't have a chair.
Sure,
You want to come here? Come on.
Okay, guys, we need a chair and a microphone, please.
I just would like to introduce the guy behind the physics and the car handling of the Assetto Corsa franchise, Aristotelis Vasilakos.
Hello, thank you so much. Welcome.
Welcome.
This is on. It does work, yes. Oh, there is Dominic. You're the best. Thank you so much. All right, there you go.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
And the chair is also on the way. So our guys are really, really quick. That's amazing. So welcome on the panel. I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry.
Aristotelis, but it's easier to call me Aris.
Aris, it's really nice meeting you. And I mean, you're responsible for the physics.
No, I'm responsible for the dices. I have a pair of dices. I throw them, and the numbers, I take them and put them on the physics. Works every time.
You have an old school random numbers generator there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
perfect.
It's a big development effort on that.
Great. See, you now have your own chair, and you're now part of the panel, Ars. So that is very, very interesting, and also something very difficult, I guess. I mean...
It's more exciting and interesting than difficult, I'll have to be honest.
Yeah.
It's really very, very cool. And I'm really grateful to be able to do such a work.
That is so amazing. So take us through your work. Like, how do you approach a problem?
Well, what we really do is to take as much information and as much experience as we get from the real cars and get as many contacts as we can from the manufacturers, drivers, engineers. And then we get all this data, and what we do is try to put them into the physics engine. And whatever we know for sure that it is a real data, we never touch it again. We just make sure that if the car doesn't respond as we like, that means that maybe we have an issue into our physics engine, and we try to correct that. Or for all the data that we don't have, because there are always some data that either the manufacturer doesn't want to share, or they don't even know what the data is. This is where we're going to play a little bit and try to find out why the car doesn't respond as properly as we want.
Okay, that is really, really interesting, and I think sometimes a bit like looking for the pin in a bale of hay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That is so interesting. But we were actually, before you joined us, Aris, we were actually talking about the Fanatec GT World Challenge, and you told us a bit about it, and I want to know from you, do you think that the Fanatec GT World Challenge could be a stepping stone for more racing disciplines to join?
Oh, I'm absolutely convinced that we're going to see a much more racing series in the future. Having this sort of format, if they're fighting for championship points, maybe they're also fighting for starting grid positions in the simulator, etc. I mean, this experiment went extremely well. Like I said, I mean, we had very intense races, but also good driving, fair driving. It's totally different from what we saw in with the Formula One virtual Grand Prix, where it was more like fun stuff, and they let the real drivers drive with all the assists on and all the crap. But so that was real motorsport. They took it serious. I mean, if you see them, we in the Fanatec arena at the races, they come with all the race engineers. They prepare the sims, etc. The race drivers take it super serious. After 1 hour, they totally sweat. That was good motorsport. That was really good motorsport. And so, and this is, if you consider the exposure you get for the teams and for the sponsors and everything, in comparison to what they have to invest for that, I think that's peanuts for the teams. Yeah, you know, the cost is very limited, the reach is very high. It's fun for the drivers. It's fun to watch it. So for me, it's just natural if they're gonna pick it up, make it bigger, make it more important, and trying to increase the influence of sim racing in the championship points, for example. And I think it's just a matter of time that other racing series are integrating that a lot. I already heard about several very cool concepts from other racing series. And if I dare to make a vision, then I would say in 10 or 15 years, there will be hardly any racing series out this without any virtual element. I think this is, and this is just making sim racing much bigger, because then we are entering the world also of TV promotion and stuff, and it's all going to be so connected that sim racing and motorsport will be equal, yeah, and not, of course, not always, because I mean, there's always I'm a real race driver. Well, I want to be a race driver by myself, and yesterday I lost against.
I mean,
well, but he was driving a Porsche, I was driving a bus, and
ACC.
Yeah,
Aris,
and I let him go because that's cool.
Aris, we have some work to do, I hear from Thomas.
I had an offer to enter the bus, and I declined. I'm not that brave.
Great, great. That's really, really amazing. And I mean, Marco, Assetto Corsa Competizione is being the official game of the GT World Challenge. Yeah. And it means that it's also part in how the real racing series works, with points being handed out for the sim racing part, obviously. Do you take this into account when working on your game? Has it changed how you're looking on your game now? Or like the ways how you develop?
Yeah, we saw a real change when we have been at the Poricard Winter Test in 2018, because then SRO introduced us in the winter briefing to all the teams and the drivers. So then we announced that we were producing an official racing simulation about the GT World Challenge. And eventually we saw that the race engineers, the drivers, after the briefing, they came to us, giving us their business card, whatever you need, just knock our door and so on, because they already knew about Assetto Corsa, and some of them, they were already using it for also to making and working on car setup or training with the drivers and so on. So having their specific car and specific drivers into a video game that is not just a simulation but also a very powerful media meant a lot to them. And many of the others, they want to use it to train the gentleman drivers, also the professional drivers, in order to make them faster. And since they knew about the reputation of Assetto, they wanted to support our development as the best as possible. By then, we started this cooperation with the drivers. We were not new to that, because for 9 years, we had our first studio inside the racetrack of Vallelunga near Rome. So we had, I would say, a daily relationship with the team engineers, drivers, and so on. But when you create something that is an official video game or an official competition, something's changed. It has been a game changer. And we have been able to work specifically with some of the many of the drivers actually. They joined also our private beta testing program while Assetto Corsa Competizione was still in development. And they have been able to give us all the suggestions we need in order to improve the software, in order to let them to use it even in a more effective way. Not just for the physics, for example, but also for the sounds. Because sounds, in terms of sound, tires, or engine squeeze and so on, is very important to let them understand what the car is doing. Because even if they use a motion simulator or a static simulator, they have far less information than the real car. So the way how they helped us improved also our approach, because we saw that they was taking care about our development, and we felt even more responsible about the way how we were working on Assetto. Not because otherwise we don't care, or let's just do it and that's it.
But that's like an extra pinch of pressure.
We felt,
as well.
we felt also a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Aris specifically worked with a lot of racing engineers.
I was about to ask, like, Aris, how did it affect your job within
Tell them about the BOP.
Oh my God. I mean, it was, we sure are in a complete different era of sim racing. I think there are happening now things between the real driving, the real drivers, and the sim racers and the development teams that never happened before. The hardware-software interaction and integration is also amazing. And because of all of that, we now got the new generation of drivers that they are really looking at the sim racing titles as proper way to train, to learn new things, to try different things. And because of that, they also, because that is their job, they pay them for this, they also complain a lot to the developers, and rightfully so, to make it better, more precise, more efficient for them, so they can train more. And so, at some point, you find yourself having to work so hard to make all the manufacturers, the engineers, the drivers happy about it, and they never are, because that's what they are, actually. But again, it's so satisfactory. It's incredible what they are using your title and your hardware and your stuff to do with. And then sometimes you can even recognize some of the moves in the real races.
Really?
Yes, that you can see that they did something similar in some online racing before. And you're like, oh, that's new. Look what he did. Yeah.
We saw that we were making a very good job once. The racing teams started to complain with us about the balance of performance exactly like they do with the SRO and FIA, exactly in the same way.
That is amazing.
Then we understood, okay, we are doing it right.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, like a very, very realistic sim offers a lot of possibilities for the race car drivers to try out new approaches to maybe turns and everything with the safety within their simulation, and that is really, really amazing. But Thomas, I mean, it's not only the GT World Challenge that mixes virtual and reality, obviously, and Fanatec has actually made a real steering wheel together with both Bentley and BMW. I mean, you guys have a Bentley race car in your booth, right?
I guess I saw something, yeah.
Yeah, that is amazing. But let's talk about that. So can you explain why you wanted to take the company in this direction?
So, I mean, the Bentley approached us some years ago if you want to make a replica wheel. And their original idea was to make a replica wheel of their luxury cars. And I was like, nah, yeah, it's a nice idea, but maybe we can do something much cooler. And then I came up with this rather crazy idea at that time and say, okay, why don't we make a wheel for the real car? I mean, we're gonna make your wheel, and then they actually discussed it, and with their race team, M Sport, a fantastic company, and I visited them, and we figured out, okay, can we do it? Is this feasible? And then we thought, yeah. Hell yeah, this is possible, and we, and then I also remember that I was at one point sitting in a bar and taking a piece of paper, and then I was drafting this steering wheel, and I said, okay, well that's how it should look like, and let's make something round where the display stays and etc. Let's bring in some innovation here.
I mean, we have it here, right? Do you want me to send it over to you?
Yeah, sure.
There we go.
Ta-da! So
nice. Not so bad.
It looks not so bad. Pretty decent, I'd say. Yes.
Colorful.
It is fantastic. Yeah.
So if you look at the Bentley race car, I mean, they have these nice little details. If you open the door, you're gonna see the handles for the door. You know, the whole door, I don't know, is maybe 1 kilo because it's all carbon fiber, super lightweight, but the handle is chrome plated metal, yeah, and it's like it's coming from the Bentley Continental road car, yeah. So and we picked that up and also said, we need to bring those touches. So the design for the shifter pedals is exactly like in the road car as well. I mean, I wanted to make them chrome plated as well, but we thought, okay, maybe that's a little bit too much for some sim races, and it also looks very cool in black. So we had to bring in a lot of new technology as well. For example, the core of the steering wheel is made in magnesium, which is a material which I don't know if not very popular for steering wheels, for sure not for a sim racing wheel. So, but we wanted to make it, of course, as lightweight as possible. So it's carbon fiber, magnesium, and a bunch of other developments like the illuminated buttons. We have those big thumb encoders, which are a novelty as well, and we have the round display, where I mean now it's not connected to power, but if the idea is basically that if you move the wheel, the information just always stays leveled.
Oh wow!
And we worked closely together with. So that's the big advantage if you develop a steering wheel with a factory team, is that you get fantastic input. I mean, we got the input straight from the race drivers and say, okay, make the grip here a little bit bigger, make it softer, make the button press more, make it less. Etc., etc. So we made it absolutely according to their specs. It's even waterproof to a certain degree, and not because they have a convertible, but rather because I had to learn that as well, because they are using air condition, and it's about the condensed water they are afraid of. I mean that is our new podium high-end wheel. And this was developed before the BMW, although we developed the BMW, and let me...
I was about to say, that one we have here as well, right? It is so interesting.
So that's a complete different animal, but it's for the same racing series. So this is the wheel for the M4 GT3 race car, developed together with BMW, another great company to work with, really cool team, and they were fully behind this project as well. They loved it and still do, and we also got fantastic feedback. They told us exactly, okay, and also in this time, I mean, on the Bentley we made the design, with BMW they made the design, so we have some of the main features I love are the illuminated buttons. I mean, they are RGB illuminated, so you can decide by yourself what color you like. But the cool thing is that if the game sends out telemetry data,
say the game,
and this is
remember.
I'm sure
showing my age without telling my age. My first steering wheel was made of wood because plastic wasn't invented, and the first feedback was rubber bands. And now you're showing me this and then that.
Isn't that crazy, Aaron?
And what are we doing here?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, things have a little bit changed. But I'm still sure you can even drive Mario Kart with it. Somehow, we just need to make it Nintendo compatible.
I need that. I do need that.
I'm a big fan of Mario Kart. Huh?
I am. Very good, actually.
We need to. So that's the banana throw button here.
Yeah, nice. And you said RGB, and my game saw it made a little jump because RGB makes everything faster, obviously, and better. But yes, that is so fantastic, and I mean.
Espresso when?
Huh?
Espresso when from a button?
Espresso.
No.
Yeah, I mean that's the Italian version for it.
Thank you.
Press the drink button, it dispenses espresso.
But
well, the Bavarian one, I mean that's as this is a Bavarian wheel. Obviously, the default is that you get beer.
So actually, what I saw.
That is amazing, Thomas. But I mean, Marcus,
Get a room.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, YouTube.
Working on it.
Great. great.
So what I saw, especially with Bentley, because we were used already to work with BMW Motorsport by age, they are connected with the sim racing since a while now. But I was very surprised about Bentley because it's a very luxury brand.
Very traditional.
Yeah, so you feel that they could be a little cold about sim racing. But what we have seen, not just with this beautiful product, but also with the approach they had with the competizione, really surprised us. Because, for example, we worked very well with Ferrari, with Lamborghini and McLaren. But we never saw before Bentley so involved in sim racing. And what we saw, we made some special events even with them. And especially when they saw the job that has been done with their first car in AC Competizione, and they had the new one, the Evo version. They invited us on track in order to get all the data we needed. And after that, they involved their real drivers in order to test the car before we release it. You could believe that this is an unusual approach, but it's not usual at all.
I was about to say, so they insisted on testing the car before release themselves.
The virtual car, yeah. They asked to be involved in the beta testing in order to see actually if the drivers were happy about the physics model. They interacted a lot with Aris. And yeah, what we have seen is that they are really enthusiastic about this. So we had a conversation also in terms of licensing, because I'm in charge also for the licensing side at Kunos. And they proposed us to include in Competizione also some of the new GT model, but stock models. That is not possible because it's a racing competition. So we are discussing also for the future. But every time we see this kind of approach from the car manufacturers, for us it is a real dream, because it's not so usual. Sometimes we saw that those car brands that we believed that they were keen to stay in this sim racing, they don't care maybe so much. And then you see a luxury brand with this kind of GT cars, and you see that they are very keen to be involved in that. For us, is always beautiful.
Yeah, it even makes my heart jump, and I'm not even closely as involved into sim racing as you guys. And Thomas, I mean, looking back when you started Fanatec, would you have dreamt about cooperations like this? I mean, how does it make you feel looking back on such a history already?
So how it was 50 years ago starting Fanatec, or 60?
It was actually about more or less more 60 years ago. It's just the beard, you know. I'm not that. Oh, well, yes, I am. Okay. Well, I mean, I was when I started this company, I had big plans. Man, were way too big, and I was way too optimistic. Of course, as usual, as many founders. Eventually, we're getting there where we wanted to be in 2002, but to be honest, I had no idea that we are getting that far. I mean, when you look at our first wheels, we are showing them on our booth with the old Speedster wheels. Okay, that's
there's quite a difference
that's a bit
there,
different,
right?
yeah? So. And we thought that those wheels are super high-end and cool by that time, you know?
I was about to say, they probably were back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking what we will say about in 10 years about those wheels. I said, come on. Can you imagine they were racing with that?
Do you think that there is such exponentially growth and technical innovations left?
I don't know. I mean. Maybe in a few years we don't have any wheels anymore because we have autonomous race driving.
No, maybe neuroimplants where you...
Or you're connected to your brain.
Exactly. You just link up with a car and...
You want the red pill or the blue pill?
Aris.
Well, good luck if you have a bug in the software.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's luckily a problem in the future. So, but that sounds so amazing. I mean, it is really insightful being able to sit here on stage with you guys. Thank you so much for giving us all those insights into your companies, which is also not certain. So thank you so much. So, like, no, not certain, sorry. I meant like handing over information so openly and freely to us audience is something that we really appreciate. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry. It's been a very long day. And we're almost at the end of our panel. One last question. Do you think that we'll see more of that? So sim racing equipment and motorsports parts becoming the same thing? Like, do you think that there are more synergies that can be achieved between sim racing and motorsports?
Well, if I'm walking through my R&D department, then I'm pretty certain that we're going to see more real motorsport wheels. In fact, we are already working on 2 more projects right now, and we have been approached by many teams. So the teams love the idea, they love the exposure, they also love to have to get a wheel which is much more affordable of what they are currently using. At the same time, having advanced, cool features. So we have plenty of opportunities, and now and of course I want to turn them all into reality. We also are talking to new partners which are not our partners yet. And
for example? I tried, people. Sorry, I tried.
I mean, really cool stuff. Some racing series, they want to do all our all reels for all cars with us. Yeah, so it's really going far, and I can't wait to turn that into reality. I think this is if we have sims. And real racers, and everybody's using a wheel which can be used on both, and having merging the real races and sim races together in the same competition and all that. I think this is really some super cool and exciting stuff with a variety of things which can happen. And so exciting times, and we are fortunate enough to be in the middle of it. I have to say, we are luckily, the sim racing industry is one of the winners of this COVID pandemic, and I have to say also that I feel very blessed about it. Also very thankful. It's not, and I'm aware that many other companies don't have that luck, and many other people suffered quite a bit. So let's take this chance and really push it forward and make it even bigger and greater.
I mean, every difficult situation, every problem offers chances for new solutions, and I'm happy that you guys are utilizing those, especially in these trying times. I was about to say those, but we're still in it. But we're slowly stepping back into normality, which is really, really nice. But Marco, do you have anything to add towards that?
So I think that the interaction between real and virtual motorsport and sim racing is getting higher and higher. And today, when you see any car advertising, you always hear also thinking about or talking about infotainment, Bluetooth, and also that kind of an option as that about a car you shouldn't care, because you are talking about a car, talk about the car. But the infotainment or the way how you can interact with your smartphone, with the car, is becoming more important than it was in the past. I think that we can say the same thing about motorsport and sim racing, because you can't think anymore about motorsport without thinking also about sim racing. The new generations today struggle. I mean, not the new generation, but the federations like the FIA or also the local motorsport federation are struggling a lot to involve the new generation in motorsport. My generation, our generation actually, we had a Ferrari F40 poster in the wall of our rooms, and when we were 18 and 1 day old, we just went out to get the driving license, to get even a shitty car. We didn't care, but just give me a car and a driving license.
And it goes somewhere, that's enough.
Today there are a lot of teenagers that if they can choose between the latest model of iPhone and a car to be independent, they go for the iPhone. Is a way how things are changing. And the federations are really struggling about to involve and get affected the new generation about the motorsport, also for the reason because the technology is changing, because at one time Formula One was the really top edge of technology, and today you can find the quick shifter also on sim racing equipment, but also on a smart. So it's not science fiction anymore. By this point of view, I see that the interest that the new generation continue to have about video gaming and sim racing can help also the FIA and other federations to get them involved also in the real motorsport, because the real motorsport without the young generation goes anywhere.
I was about
So
to say.
this is something that we need to take in consideration. Also, the level and the power that the new hardware generation in terms of CPU, GPU, the new current generation of consoles, not to mention the level of the hardware that has reached, can involve more the young guys into the sim racing, because actually it's so cool. So, and I think that everyone dreams, even today, to drive a supercar or something like that. We need to continue to work in order to achieve even better level of performance and realism, in order to get my generations and the younger generation also affected before the electric technology screw up everything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you for those words. Very inspiring. And you're absolutely right. We have the ball now, but we have to keep it and we have to keep moving with it. And of course, to generate also new talents for motorsports as well, to keep everything alive. That is a very interesting approach. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Marco. But one last question, Aris. So do you think that at some point it will be possible that a real race car driver takes the settings from his car and puts it into a sim?
His actual seat, you mean, or you?
Say again?
Sorry, I didn't understand
the settings. The
settings.
Like
Well,
the fitting they do with their engineers, like take all the data and then modify.
we are pretty close to that already.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I was talking with the Honda eSport racing team, and they wanted to put me into contact with the actual engineers because they had some discrepancies between the real car and the simulated car, because what most of those eSport teams, top eSport teams that are participating on the CRO are doing right now, is that they are taking the real engineers and they are trying the real setups on the simulator to try to go faster and try to understand what are the differences so that they can improve whatever part there is. So obviously for them, it would be much less work to not have to learn how the sim works and just take the real setup and put it on the simulator. So what they're doing is, they try to feed us with data so that we can get closer. We are somewhat close. We're getting closer and closer. At the end, this is the benefit of all the sim racers. And as I've always discussed between us, sim racers are probably the most well-informed motorsport fans. And that makes them special. And that is probably why I hope that sim racing will never be identical to motorsport, because we need to take those fans and put them closer to the real thing, and that's the way through to do it.
That sounds really amazing. And I could keep talking to you guys for hours because you have so many interesting stories and things to tell. Thank you so, so much. We're sadly at the end of our stage time. Any last words from you towards the community? Or did we say
don't be shy.
everything we said?
Don't be shy.
Drive in rain in the night. You asked for it.
Oh, please.
Don't drive always at Monza on the drive.
That's a very good point, because 4 years in Assetto Corsa we missed the night racing and rain. Now they have it.
And no
they
one
never use it.
Oh,
Why?
nice.
Because actually everyone wants to push the car the best. So in the 9 years we spent in Vallelunga, I never heard a professional driving saying, "Oh, great, today is raining, we are going to have a nice race." That's why the reason why we save the time of the people, because we know that you are not going to use it, but they ask that anyway, and now they don't use it. So thank you very much for wasting our time.
Maybe there will be a Fanatec Cup coming
Just
up
kidding.
that it's only be driven at night in the rain.
So tomorrow we probably gonna have rain and the Nordschleife is open. I'm gonna wait to you for doing a lap with me.
Oh, thank you.
A water spray on the steering wheels.
It's waterproof, right? So.
Right? But Thomas, you were about to say something, I think.
Well, what can I say? I mean, I think this is basically this is a shout out to every one of you. I think we're having a great time at the moment. We are in the middle of a fantastic movement, and I also would like to say I would like to say thank you to all the other competing manufacturers here, because I think the way we treat each other is super respectful. I mean, I had so many good conversations here. It was all in a good mood, and I really appreciate that. That really feels like we're all family.
It does, right? Like it really.
No, but it's cool. I mean, this is really. Quite relaxed. I mean, the market is big enough for everybody anyway. So
and competition makes it even better.
Pardon?
Competition isn't a bad thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, it pushed us a lot, and maybe sometimes we're pushing some others. So that's it. Yeah.
That sounds perfect, and that sounds like the perfect closing words. Thank you so much for this amazing hour here on stage at the ADAC SimRacing Expo. Thomas from Fanatec and Marco and Aris from Kunos, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much, because without your patience and your support, we would not be here. So thank you very, very much.
Mille grazie.
All right, guys, you've heard it. We're done here. Big round of applause. I still have to get used to having audience on site. I totally forgot about the factor of applause. But thank you so much for joining us. If it's here on site or even via our streams, do not go away, because we still have a few things left for you. But we'll be handing over into a short commercial break. But don't run away too far. Just grab new snacks and just a fresh drink, and then I'll meet you back here on your screen for the next to come. So guys, take care and see you soon.
virtual. Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you miss your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. That's with flying colors now. Let it go. Let it go. Gonna try to keep the pace, but someday we will find that the world has changed, but we stay true to each other. I will always be there for you whenever you need my help. Taking my time to be your rock. I don't ever wanna be apart. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. That's with flying colors now. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I'm gonna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back. Yeah, you can count on me. Yeah. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. That's with flying colors now. That's with flying colors now.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the track here at the ADAC Sim Expo for 2021. It is the ADAC Professional Trophy that is on circuit at the moment. We're in some free practice here in the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre. I'm John Hindhoff. Nick Damon is with me, and after some fabulous work by the techs on site at the Nürburgring Expo, it looks like we have got cars on track at the moment. Watching Giorgio Simonini, GT R8G Academy with the Audi GT3 in that very distinctive red, white and black livery. The bark of the V10 there down the box. We live for it.
Yep, the professional category, I think this is another 40-minute race. We've got a 25-minute practice, which has been a few minutes run already. I think it's going to be an 8-minute qualifying, might be a 10-minute. Excitement to find what that'll be. And then a 40-minute race. GT3 cars going around the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecker. The entry list is Marek Schnitz, Nikodem Wijniewski, Niklas Huben, Dennis Schrödinger, Kevin Sicari, James Baldwin, Luca Kita, Giorgio Simonini, Thomas Pfeiffer, Andrea Kopecia, Adam Princes and Ben Hitz, I'm sure.
So some names we've seen and heard from already, in fact, this weekend.
And some well-known other names from, in fact, of course, one of the more famous crossovers to full scale. And James Baldwin, of course, who ran the British full metal British GT Championship last year.
Yeah, and he's in a McLaren. We've got McLaren, Audi, Bentley, and a single Bentley and a single Mercedes.
It's Ben Hiltz in Mercedes.
And what's Wisniewski driving?
That looks like an Aston logo to me.
It does look like an Aston logo to me, and it is number 59, and of course that is a traditional Aston number.
Garage 59.
Yep. So
Big
the
droning SLS.
Yeah, big drift from Ben Hitz there for Haupt Racing Team, HRT, Haupt's eSport Outreach.
And of course, this is the time of day to be trying those drifts, working out which bits of curb work, which bits of curb don't work, which bits ditch hook you around the corner, probably which is pointing you in the wrong direction, because you've got 25 minutes to really feel out the circuit in its current conditions.
Nikodem Wisniewski for Garage 59 in the 59 colours. The white fenders and that swoosh down the side with the blue and black down the middle and on the bonnet and boot. It's the latest version with the 4-litre AMG engine. We mourn the passing of the V12, of course. It's a twin-turbo V8, and as with most things, Mercedes and race engine, hot V turbos. Aston rapidly becoming an offshoot of AMG in their road car and their racing exploits.
And once again, we're using the relaxed version of the chicane, the NGK chicane, which is much more of a swoop. And here's the Benters in pink.
Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking. Now, interestingly, that's not the Evo version of the Bentley, I don't think. I'll get a look at that next time round. The rear lights is what will give it away. With Princes down into, dropping down the hill now towards the Dunlop chicane. See how late the brakes here, Nick. About now. Yes, see? The road coming in from the left. I told you that earlier. I'm not sure you believed
the simulation. Adam Princes, of course, who was in the, and did very well in the TCR trophy yesterday.
Yep. That was great racing. Up through the Schumacher S's, straight line the second part of it. Right over. Oh no, that is the
new rear
it
end.
is the new rear end. I take it all back. That is a colour scheme I would not necessarily
spec from the garage.
Yeah, associate with the Bentley, the Arnage competition car, number 77, which Nick is writing down on his spreadsheet. 6th position for that car as it comes through the final chicane, the relaxed version of the chicane as Nick calls it, into the old final Coca-Cola curve, hooks the inside, let it run right to the red and white curves on the outside. Now another Audi now, Dennis Schoeniger for R8G eSport. It's the dark green car with the Predator body heads into the chicane. Ooh, right off the curb into the final corner. That was an interesting line. I suppose it does straighten it up a wee bit. We're on Assetto, of course.
Of course
we are.
Yes.
Come on, I gave you that one.
Yeah, you.
Down at the first corner for Dennis. There is something about that V10 wheel. You never get used to it, even at the track. It's an extraordinary noise. The new version of this car is out, GT3.
Evo 2 version.
Evo 2, yeah.
Most striking visual differences. I'm sure there's many differences in the running plan. Everything else is the rear wing, of course, and the rear deck, which is completely different in an attempt to get a little bit more clean airflow off the back of the deck and into the wing to maximise the use of the wing. The wing itself, as you can see in this older version, is a big straight line, but it's of course
it's curved.
It's like the best 49-inch screen now, isn't it?
Yes, that's very good. Very good. Yeah, and we saw that car making its competitive debut. Was that only last weekend, or was it the weekend before at Barcelona? Out on the track for the McLaren.
That's the 7 of Sikari.
Sikari, yeah, Racing Line Motorsport, number 7 car, the white number 2. The Macca. Looking almost, if you squint a bit, it could almost be an evolution of the MC12 Maserati.
Yes, it is, absolutely. I'll take that Maserati mention.
Like the blue and white, very nice colour wear on that car, and really emphasising the scalloped sides of the Macca. Another car to employ the what's called the swan neck aero wing device on the back. The new Audi, by the way, has reversed them so that it goes underneath the rear wing and attaches from behind the rear wing to really clean up the air from the rear wing, from the rear window area. It also pulls that wing considerably closer to the back of the car. So Clary just pulling off at the start-finish line after that lap. Yellow flags were out.
We have Fabian Fabek running second, third now, and Maximilian Pral's also taking place in 7th, and Michele Pereira, though they were all originally slated to be in the community, they were originally slated to be the community trophy. So looks like we might have a combination of those two races, given the slight issues with the community trophy earlier.
It's a good looking car, that McLaren, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they've done very well to keep turning out cars on basically the same platform with basically the same engine in a very sort of Aston Martin way.
It is very difficult though. You see one going down the road and you've no idea which one it is.
Well, that's the general idea.
Well, I think that's not the owner's idea. The owner wants to know which one I've got. Is it 6:40, 7:20, 25 past 6? I've no idea which one it is.
Right. Well, just being told that our timing isn't in fact showing the right names.
That might explain why some of the community trophy drivers have shown up.
Yes, I see what you mean.
So it's kind of picked up because we did have a practice session for the community drivers.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting mismatch. It's a mixed match of.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Niklas Huben actually in second, not Sikola
in the 22.
In the 22. So that's a Rutronic e-racing car, and that is Rutronic colours. So I'll go with that.
Right.
The silver with the blue. Whoa, lazy spin on the grass, but gets away with it. Nicely done. Lift off. Just let it happen. Right, 149, Giorgio Simonini.
He's
third place at the moment, so 149.
But he comes from the community trophy.
Right, so which name is right then?
Oh no, 149, the numbers, this extra number is a community trophy number, and Simonini was part of the community trophy. But
okay, so not Fabek as it says on the timing tower, so just ignore that. We'll update our notes and try and keep you up to date as quickly as possible. Really keeping us on our toes.
No, it could be. Actually, it could be Fabek. Actually, he's entered the community trophy on 149.
Right. I think Fabek. The 149 number is a carry, and the name is the carryover from the community.
Right.
This is Giorgio Simonini.
149. Okay,
correct.
Fine. Cool. That's excellent. Thank you. That adds to my number. My number Wang.
Well done.
That's number Wang.
Number Wang. We needed to have done that in perfect symmetry, really, didn't we?
What'd be good?
The times are right. I'll tell you that the times are right. So we've got just on a tenth of a second between first and second, and third, actually, and then 6/10 further back, or 5/10 further back, in fourth position, the 324. And I'm just going to use that car number. I'd normally never do that, the 324 Audi, and we'll have a look at that car in a second. Try and ID exactly who it is from the livery. So there's Giorgio Simonini in the GTWR RG Academy car going through. Does not improve the time. meanwhile, who else is out? I think Jack Baldwin's out, and I think that is Jack Baldwin's time on the 23. James Baldwin.
Yeah, he's been there. He's got the fastest time. Fastest in sector 2 and sector 3. And,
all right, 3:24. Tobias.
Right, that's good. That makes sense. He's won the.
RG.
So the numbers in the bottom right and the cars are correct.
Yeah.
The top left names are wrong.
Yeah.
The top left names are wrong. Some of them.
But the numbers are right.
And the numbers are
but
right,
numbers
yes.
and the times are right. Tobias Pfeffer then for RHG in that blue machine with the Predator numbers. All right, short break. Qualifying. When we come back in just a few moments' time, that was practice. The times will count when we come back for the ADAC Professional Trophy. Don't go too far away. We've got racing on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit next.
She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was love to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered if would she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life to live it better, if you want love and stay together, if you wanna smile then be forever. She was the curious kind, to hate she was blind, always love on her mind, just come my day. She couldn't quite figure out what fear's all about, so she put it aside all night, all day. And everybody talked about her, said there must be something wrong with this girl. All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life to live it better, if you want love then stay together, if you wanna smile then be forever. And nobody can make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, baby. And everybody wondered if would she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life to live it better, if you want love then stay together, if you wanna smile then be forever.
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you missed your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Gonna try to keep the pace, but someday we will find that the world has changed, but we stay true to each other. I will always be there for you whenever you need my help. I'm taking my time to be your rock. I don't ever wanna be apart. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back. Yeah, you can count on me. Yeah. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. Cause we're flying colors now. Cause we're flying colors now. I wanna be close to you. I'm gonna show you something new. I wanna be close to you. I'm gonna show you something new. Taking my time to be your rock. Don't ever wanna be apart. You gotta know.
När morgonen gryr och dimman ligger tät bland bergen, då dansar gruvfrun. Osynlig för blotta ögat, men med påtaglig närvaro, dansar gruvfrun. När natthimlen glittrar och de djupa skogarna tystnat, då dansar gruvfrun. Påtaglig och vacker, iklädd ljusgrå slöja, dansar gruvfrun. skogarna tystnat. Då dansar gruvor. Påtaglig och vacker, iklädd ljusgrå slöja. Dansar gruvor.
So we are into qualifying for the ADAC SimRacing Professional Trophy. 10 minutes was on the clock. We're 90 seconds, no, a little less than that actually, about a minute in. Nick Damon joins me, John Hindhoff, in the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre. Let's pick up Niklas Hubon in the number 22 Rutronic Racing Audi. One of the first drivers out on the track. Nobody has got a time as yet. This is all GT3 with a planned 40-minute race to come. And Hubon then, number 22, matching up on the timing tower on the left-hand side. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you. Been a busy and long day. Well done to the techs down in the exhibition area. Still waiting for the first flying lap time to come through. Here comes Niklas,
who is the ADAC Digital Cup champion and the Ravenel GT Challenge champion. So he's obviously knows his way around a virtual Nürburgring.
Using the long version, the full version of the Grand Prix track, although the slightly less harsh chicane at the end
it's
of the
run.
Relaxed
chicane.
The relaxed, yes. After a long day.
Unlike the, oh gosh, no, oh, it's the relaxed one.
Okay. 324 is Tobias Pfeffer. So well done to everybody for getting everything loaded in. That green and multicoloured livery on the R8G Esport Audi R10. R8 V10.
Yes, V10. A winner of the SimGrid World Cup, apparently, according to this little pen picture bio I have here.
Excellent. Well, expect some decent running from him.
SimGrid World Cup, of course, is a team event. We commentated on one of their races back in, a couple of months ago at Donington.
That's right.
Unfortunately, the following race clashed with an event called Le Mans.
Yes. Ben
Hiltz.
Hits,
yes.
And he's in the HRT, Haupt Racing Esports team. That's the number 4. That is the unmistakable sternum rattling rumble of the front-engined V8 of the Mercedes AMG GT3.
Just like the real GT3, these machines are balanced on a very regular basis.
In terms of balance of performance,
yeah, they get little tweaks of aero, little tweaks of power, little tweaks of turbo pressure, and sometimes a car will emerge as the one to have, and sometimes it won't. But there was an interesting situation at Interlagos quite recently, where suddenly the BMW, which we don't think got any of in the GT3 car, BMW was the one to have because it was turbocharged, and it was effectively modelling the altitude as well, and it gave it a much bigger boost. It's got bigger turbos than the rest.
Ah, right, very good.
Aston.
Nico Wisniewski in the Chill Blast BenQ 33 Aston.
Won the virtual 24 Hour Le Mans last year.
Yes, he did. Part of the Williams eSport squad. That car goes through.
And he's racing in real racing, the Polish champion, the Mazda MX-5 Cup.
Well, I have
full metal.
I have the absolute pleasure of doing the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Cup as part of the IMSA package this year, and it has been extraordinary. Last 2 rounds on the official IMSA channel, if you want to go and have a look at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and the usual blanket finishes. We've had some cracking races there. Adam Pinzes for Arnage competition in the pink Bentley, and that is the number 77 car, back with Dennis Schoeniger for R8G Sport. That's the number 9 car. 2 R8G eSport runners here. He's in 5th at the moment. We have got some times coming in. 52.4, the best at the moment for the number 20.
James Baldwin, yeah.
So 23. Is that a change of number?
No, James Baldwin 23.
All right, okay, right.
Part of his, Jensen Button thing.
Yes, of course. Yeah, 23. So is he part of the RGN esports? Rocket Sports?
Yes, I think he is now. Obviously,
Right.
he's obviously been most well known for winning the most recent Search for a Star.
Yeah.
What's it called? I forgot what I did the commentary for one of the elimination rounds. I completely lost what it's called.
World's fastest gamer?
Yes, the world's fastest gamer. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, it's quite late in the day. World's fastest gamer won that, and he was all set for a lovely run. I think in international Blanc Pan. I think it was the Blanc Pan Endurance Trophy, and then of course pandemic hit, so he ended up doing the British GTs, and had a very successful season there. But unfortunately, of course, another year rolls round, and budget is yet to be found.
Very tight at the top, just 0.189 of a second rather between Baldwin, Schoeninger, Pfeffer in 3rd, another 0.3 further back. Simonini in the 149. Keep an eye open for that car as we wait for him to come across the line. Ben Hitz, number 4 AMG, black, white and red, to the end of his lap. Zniski's in the pits from 5th. McLaren, white and blue, Richard Mille colour scheme on the number 7. Ciclari. Now if I was to pick fault with that, I would say I quite like the roof to be the same blue as the rear wing and the side panels.
So you're having a row with the paint more than anything else?
I may be. I'm just sort of offends my OCD. And everything black and blue tend to work, unless it's Inter Milan.
Isn't it red and green you never be seeing?
Well, yes. Yes, there's that as well. Simonini crossed the line in the Audi, confirming his 4th position there. He's spot on time, up a tiny little bit in the first part of the lap through the Mercedes arena. Just about a 10th up, making time into the corners, so he's braking quite late, but he's not taking time through it. Hitz comes through. And he's demoted, in fact, to 10th position. There's Andrea Carpoccia for the GTWRG Academy number 150 with the Fanatec sponsorship, sorry.
Certainly a leaning by the 12 drivers towards the Audi. We've got 7 coming up from Ingolstadt, and then a couple of McLaren.
Neustadt now, mate.
Is it? Oh,
that's where customer racing is based.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, how far is Neustadt from Ingolstadt?
Far enough you wouldn't like to be dragged there by an important part of your body wrapped in piano wire. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, but the museum's at Ingolstadt, so that's what really counts.
Yes, that's true. And you used to be able to pick your road car up from there as well and have that delivered, presented to you.
Are they like Mercedes? They actually charge you more to pick your own car up?
I think it is. It used to be on the option list as it was for Porsche.
Another few hundred. Yeah, you want to pick your own car up? It's extra. Sorry, what? Pardon? Because you're more money to pick it up. You can deliver it to me for less.
Well, don't forget, with Porsches, the less you have, the more it costs. The lightweight version is always more expensive.
Well,
152.3 now, the best time. Still James Baldwin from in 2nd place, the number 9. They're both in the pits actually now. So Schoeninger in the pits with that almost 2/10 difference between 1st and 2nd. Time is about to expire, so last chance saloon, or in this case last chance Grand Tourer for all of these cars as they come round to the end of the lap. 7 seconds to go. Here's Niklas Huben for Rutronic, silver, blue and black Audi. He crossed the line. Now, did he get another lap?
No,
Don't think so.
It's gone.
Huben, don't think he improved, still 4th. Clary, up on his time at the moment by 0.2 of a second. Where would that take him? Possibly could move him into 5th position ahead of Simonini. Hits at the back at the moment, so Simonini on a bit of a run here. He's got a 10th or so up, so he might... Oh, he's just dropped, he's just lost it all at the bottom of the circuit. Slow corners, always try and make up time in the slow corners.
Spend more time in the slow corners than the fast corners.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Percentage terms, Ciclari is still up by about 0.2 of a second, and if he has not seen the checkered flag, so if he can find that 0.2, if he can get down to 52.9, that could put him on the inside of row 3, maybe the outside of row 2. Here's Kevin Ciclari with the McLaren coming to the line. Got to get this lap finished. The wait time is running down. He will get this lap in. It's the final chicane. Oh, big slide. What's that done to his time? He's still 0.2 up coming around the final corner. He's lost just a little bit, lost about a 10th there. Could still move forward though to the line. And that was his best lap, 53.1.
Yeah, he missed it by a 15,000th of a second.
Yeah, didn't move forward. That was that wiggle cost him a good 10th and a half there.
Yeah, 10th and a half exactly, that was it. And he would have been up to 6th.
Yeah, session is over for the ADAC Professional Trophy. So we're going to grid the guys up as quickly as possible and try and get into the race, which is slated for 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Not sure
yeah,
that
is the
RGN
RGN Rocket Sports colour scheme.
We were originally getting 40 minutes. Not sure whether there's been a slight adjustment to that due to the various little drifts we've had during the day.
Well, we'll tell you that in a moment because our live timing is going great guns at the moment. The McLaren looking resplendent in the pit lane in that white, yellow and black colour scheme.
All of them getting a virtual lick of paint. We are still down for a 40-minute race and a couple of minutes before the race starts. Let's give a chance for everyone to set their fuel levels. There'll obviously be no need for a pit stop and there'll be no need for a change of tyres in a 40-minute GT3 race.
Presumably, depending on the regs for this, depends whether you can change your setup as well between qualifying.
Yep. Normally you can. Normally you can just reload the second setup, but there may be the rules that it's not going to happen. I mean, yeah, it's a possible. All the cars are on the line.
That's good.
There's normally I said with GT3 and GT4, it's normally a rolling start, but might not be this time.
No, I think given that nobody's in a grid box, I would say they're going to do a formation lap and come round to the start. So Baldwin on pole with 720 in the Jenson Button Rocket Sports colours. The Schoeniger Audi on the outside of the row. Then it's Pfeffer and Huben on row 3. Simonini and Wisniewski in the next row, on the third row, excuse me. Fourth row, Ciclari for the McLaren. The second the McLaren, the white and blue car from Balzer, or alongside Balzer in the Audi. More Audis on row 5. Capoccia and Kita. And then Pinzers in that bright pink Bentley. And the AMG at the back is the Hits car. It will be one formation lap, one green flag lap, if you will, and then a rolling start. 40 minutes on the clock. The excitement is palpable. You could cut the atmosphere with a cricket stump.
Yes. They've got a reasonable crowd have turned up, which is good to see.
Yeah, they've stayed. Yeah.
Stayed. Yeah. Nicely distant, some of them.
Yeah, very good. Actually, yeah, that's very good. That is very good. So just waiting for the cars to roll off in sim time, just coming at 2:30 in the afternoon.
What I'd like is to help my aid memoir. James Baldwin's car does have world fastest game right, just in case I forget again what he won about 18 months ago. And they roll away. Now I'm not sure there's normally a pace car. Maybe it's a virtual pace car that they can see and we can't.
23, of course, the little joke, RGN, heavily involved in the Nissan GT Academy, and Nissan always took the number 23. It is a little joke because the numbers 2 and 3 in Japanese are Ni and San, although 23 wouldn't be. That would be the individual numbers, but that's always the little joke that Nissan played. So a very familiar number on cars with that colour scheme from RGM Rocket. So
full post lap.
Yeah. Quite steady pace that James is setting in the Jensen Team Rocket RGN.
Well, he's probably set to not exceed an average of 60 miles an hour, which does tend to be the pace lap speeds on these. One thing I do like on some of the sims and some of the races, you get a short pace lap, so you don't have to do an entire lap.
So you start halfway around or something like that.
Le Mans, for example, you start just before the Porsche curves. You know, the straight from Arnage up there, you start up there, which makes it much easier. But even some of the shorter circuits, you don't have to.
So on the first row it will be James Baldwin on the pit lane side from Dennis Schoeniger on the outside in the Audi. Then it's Pfeffer and Huben, 2 Audis on row 2, 3 Simonini in the Audi, and Wisniewski in the Aston Martin. McLaren on the inside of row 4, Ciclari and Balsa in the Audi. Then 2 Audis, Capoccia and Kita. Pincers in the pink Bentley and Hits at the back in the AMG. So waiting to see Dennis Schoeniger come up the left-hand side of that Rocket RJN McLaren. Should be sitting to the left-hand side. Paul on the right here. The pit wall side. 40 minutes on the clock, hasn't started yet. This is the formation lap for the ADAC Professional Trophy, live from the ADAC SimRacing Expo for 2021 at the Nürburgring, and at the Nürburgring for the Expo in reality, at the Nürburgring on the Grand Prix circuit in virtual reality. Nice looking lineup here. Now, I'm going to say right now, watch out for Huben in the 22. I expect that to be the car to make the big move. It's the silver and blue car coming to the final corner. Pit lane entry on the right-hand side. Paulson to James Baldwin, effectively becoming the pace car now. Lovely looking start. Any race director will be pleased with this. Staying on the grid markings as well, so there's a nice gap down through the middle. Now, when do we see James go, and when do we get the green light? 40 minutes will start when we go across the line, which we do now. Green light from the race director. Great start from the outside of the front row from Dennis Schoeniger. He'll have a look round the outside, and here comes Huben as well. It's 2x2 into the first corner. Big dive, and there's a tap further back, but everybody continues. Well, that was a shame. I think that was Capoccia who tried to go around the outside, but will drop back just a wee bit. Now, the first part of Paul Mann's job, Nick Damon, is to get away off the line. Did so. Second part, get to the first corner for it first and keep it. Has done. And has got a scant 0.3 of a second lead over Dennis Schoeniger in second place. Good job then by the Paul Centre.
Yeah, it was a great start. I thought for me he was going to get swamped, but he just seemed to have a little bit extra speed towards the back end. So it almost like the drive of some of the other cars was better from low speed. But the McLaren just picked it up at the back end and took the downhill section of turn 1, and a great bit of braking there. I must admit, it looked pretty good for a couple of the guys to come back up the inside. I mean, it was Schoeniger himself who I thought did a particularly good job at maintaining second place under quite a lot of pressure.
The pink and white Bentley Continental. Adam Pincers for Arnage competition, number 77, making moves up. Started in 11th from memory, already up to 9th. So he's been pretty clean at the start. It was Ciclari, I think, who got tipped around.
Well, Kevin was getting quite feisty, wasn't he, coming up the hill there? And he was thinking about trying to duck out and just dart about. But it's interesting, you've got Bentley, Mercedes and McLaren. So 3 of the people who haven't gone for the obvious car getting caught out and towards the back of the field. It was, it was
Black White Audi.
Black White Audi had a problem.
Kita.
Yeah, think so, it was Keating. But the interesting thing was it really ruined the progress of Ben Hitz, didn't it, as well? Because he kind of had to avoid the kind of spin and lost a lot of momentum. That's why they've been kind of a little bit cast adrift at the back.
Yeah. But it's a long race. We're 2.5 minutes in, barely. So now it's a question of keeping the tyres underneath the car. Pit window opens in 1 hour and 17 minutes.
That's 40 minutes after the race finishes.
Yeah, excellent.
So this is your hit, your tip, your favourite for 22.
Yeah, he didn't make the rocket start that I was expecting, Huben. Niklas. No further action between Simonini and Kita. So it was Kita that got bumped back.
Them going into this is different. This wasn't the first lap.
This is the second one, and that's under.
Coming into the Vorsteiner curve, wasn't the first time?
Yeah, that's under review as well.
Mark Balzer running 7th, right in the middle with the Audis, in the middle of an Audi sandwich. This is 4 in a row with Pfeffer from Simeone from Bowser and Capaccio all offering 5, 6, 7 and 8. The central section of Audis, which of course is an issue. Get into a patch of traffic with quality drivers with the same chassis. More do we get past. You haven't got a particular advantage or disadvantage of the car. You've just got a car that is the same. So unless you get a particularly good slipstream, and this isn't really a great track for slipstream, to be honest, you're going to have to try and force an error.
Balzer's Audi sounding phenomenal. I love that real crackle of the down change.
The sound on ACC is brilliant. They've got some really good sound, both internal and external. I think the external sound, the external sounds on the other games is very good as well. But certainly ACC's internal sounds are known as by far the most realistic, as stated by Proper Racing. But yeah, it sounds like it. That's a differential one I know so well.
Yeah,
that's kind of like gearbox braking.
Squeaky brakes as well, and what I also hear is the compressor for the touch, and the Aston's gone off.
Oh dear,
the Aston's gone off there. That was Wisniewski. Yeah, Pfeffer into Wisniewski, and that car has gone out. No further action between Capoccia and Balzer. That was the second incident that we saw side by side going down the hill to the Warsteiner curve. Now, Wisniewski's managed to hold on to that. I thought that was exit stage right for the Aston there.
He still scored 4th, but I don't think he is 4th.
Well,
there he is.
33.
He's a long way back. There's not more than 4 cars ahead of him.
7th now. Yeah, dropped down to 7th.
Obviously, we haven't hit the most recent sector yet, and we dropped down at that point.
Yeah, there he goes.
Through sector 1.
And he's down to 7th.
So we gathered up better than I thought it would, because he was shooting
I thought
off
he was
the
in the
side.
wall. I thought he was in the wall there.
And in this quality of race, that's absolutely.
He did hit the wall.
That is Pfeffer's fault, to be honest. Not vindictive. It was an error, but obviously they have got, looks like they got damage turned off, which will make it a better race for the 40 minutes, because that would obviously a big impact of the ball. That would move Wisniewski out of play as it is. He's just lost 3-4 seconds. And giving us a great replay.
Huben then for Rutronic, 3rd position, half a second away from 2nd through the Schumacher. Through the NGK. I'm so unused to seeing these cars going through so quickly at the end of the lap, and he's gaining on the leader.
There was a lovely pit stops. Perhaps it is damaged. Perhaps he does need to repair it. So it's not showing visible damage outside. Oh no, DT drive-through.
Drive-through penalty.
For something earlier on.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a jump start.
Must have been, yeah.
Yeah, DT drive-through. Sorry, we were waiting to see Darren Turner get in that car. Obviously, as it was an Aston Martin.
I hope we're getting on board with the Audi again. I was just watching that. They've done some fantastic modelling on the windscreen wiper.
Yeah.
No, not only does it shake with the speed, as you go around the corner, it lifts correctly. It's amazing. Yeah. I'm loving this.
No, all very good. Rutronic, 22. Nicholas. Now let's go back down to the bottom end of the top 10. 9th position for Luca Kita. He's just taken that from Ben Hitz.
Yeah. Ben delayed in that incident on the first lap, which was involving Luca Kita, but looks like he hasn't got the basic speed. And also, it's those in the Sakari hasn't managed to turn up that McLaren like Baldwin has.
I do love the fact, as I was saying before the Aston went off, that you're going to hear the compressor on the engine overrun you hear the compressor for the pneumatic gear shift charging the air reservoir back up again. Really cool. Very good indeed. So coming down to 33 minutes still to go. And here's how it stands. Baldwin by now 1.2 seconds from Dennis Schoeniger in second. Niklas Huben in third. Tom Pfeffer in fourth. Simonini in fifth. And the top six made up with Matt Balzer, who is only another, 2 seconds further back. That's the biggest gap in the top six. And as I say that, Pfeffer's just dropped away a little bit from the back of Huben.
Well, of course, the real key thing about the top seven, John, is 6 of them are Audis, apart from the leader.
Yeah.
The Audis have shuffled their way past the lone Bentley, the lone Mercedes, and the lone Aston Martin. That was more kind of a self-inflicted problem with the drive-through, and the second McLaren. So this choice of Audi by a number of the drivers does seem to be the correct one.
Has Wisniewski come back out again in the Aston? He has.
Yeah, I think he rejoined.
Yes, okay. Just hasn't completed that lap yet. So battle then for 7th position.
Yeah, love tap. Andrea Capocchia gave a little bit of love tap to Balzer.
Further back down the field a moment ago on the Huizingveld replay. Second McLaren going very, very wide indeed. Coming out of that chicane. That is very quick now, that final chicane at NGK. That's normally a big stand on the brakes, hammer the curbs, touring car style-y. But now it seems to be probably down 1, maybe 2 gears, but that's all. And then get the car straightened up and floor it.
Yeah, especially the directional, the good directional change you get in GT3. You've got a lot of front end in these cars, so you can flick them left and right despite the weight. I think we saw with the TCRs yesterday, they were having a little bit of problem making the left right, weren't they? And a lot of them, the second part of that chicane was giving them some issues.
Yeah, that was Kevin Sinclair, by the way, in the second of the McLarens. The first of the McLarens is out in front by now 1.3 seconds. Took a couple of tenths out of Dennis Schoeniger in second place. Let's take a look at the battle for 6th now, with Capocchia and Balzer ahead. No further action, by the way, on that third incident we saw hit to Luka Kita. Now, what will happen, though, when we get to the Aston incident? That was Tom Pfeffer, wasn't it? And Wisniewski, Niklas Wisniewski. So, Capocchia for GTWR RAG Academy. Not close enough there to get the draft, but will the car come alive in the second half of the front straight? Pulls to the inside, shows the nose of his Audi into the mirrors of Balzer. There's a change of lead. Dennis Schoeniger's gone through, so that must have been a mistake by Baldwin. He was 2 seconds up the road. Brilliant spot by our director there. And the dark green Audi is ahead of the Jenson Button helmet-coloured Rocket RJN McLaren. Wow. And Huben's right there as well. That's your top 3, Nick.
That's a major surprise. It seemed to me very much like Baldwin's drifting away quite happily, pulling out a couple of tenths a lap. He's made a major error, probably from where they are in the lap. It may be he just got a problem at turn 1, perhaps overshot. But and now he's paying the price. Dennis gets into the lead, and more importantly, to say, he's got Nico, who I still decided now is your man for the entire race, John. In the 22 Audi, Niklas Huben, who's now on his tail. But I think what's happening now, Baldwin's now showing his speed. And look on the inside, lunges straight on the inside, gets straight back again as they go through the. They had to sweep through the. That was a run up, wasn't it? That was actually coming up through the second part of the Michael Schumacher S, wasn't it? Before they go into the left right here, before they go downhill again.
So how did he lose it? Answer provided by the Huizingveld.
Too much curb.
Hang on. Haven't we seen a McLaren doing exactly the same thing just a couple of laps ago?
Come off the exit, too much curb. And one of my favourite things when we were commentating past, John, we were doing four-wheel drive buggies, and he pointed out that if none of the wheels were on the ground, it didn't matter how many wheels you had driven.
Correct.
And that was it. He had both. He was pulling on the lock, but the wheels went on the ground, so therefore he just went on the grass.
Yeah. And he's now giving a big aerodynamic slipstream tow to Dennis Schoeniger in second place. Niklas Huben in third. And Nico Wisniewski is still on the track, by the way. He's dropped 20 seconds off the back of the field. And we're still waiting to hear from race control about that incident from Tom Pfeffer and Nico Wisniewski. And Wisniewski himself subject of a drive-through penalty at the start of the race. Schoeniger, second place. R8 G eSport, the dark green car with the bright yellow flashes on the wing end plates and the front edges of the front splitter, or the splitter rather than the diffuser.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Is that near the front nose?
Don't. I heard somebody in Formula One saying that
very told off about that a couple of weeks ago. By a responsible adult.
Yeah.
So James Baldwin, having made that error, then made up for that error, is now beginning to ease away again, just shy of 0.6 of a second ahead. But the real battle is this one on screen now for second and third, and Schoeniger and Nico Huben, both in Audis. Now Nico's really just sat there. Nicolas is just sat there, waiting for Huben, waiting for Schoeniger to make a mistake.
I tell you what, I want to keep an eye on Simonini and Balzer, 5th and 6th. I think Simonini, it's Pfeffer first and Simonini, they're together. They were over 2 seconds back, and they are just gradually pulling them back.
Are getting a couple of tenths here and there. I think that it is Dennis. It's Dennis Schoeniger who's the cork in the bottle, because if you look at how Baldwin's pulling away, and you look at how hard he's trying to be escaped by Huben, if you go back down to the rear of the field, and it's Nikita trying desperately to get past Ben Hitz. These two have been battling the entire race, haven't they? From the first corner, Mercedes against Audi, front engine V8 against mid-engine V10.
Normally aspirated V10 at that for the Audi.
Yeah.
They refused point blank to go turbocharge. Very late braking using the ABS. Trail braking all the way into the corner, of course. That's the way you make these cars rotate, and then you get on the throttle, balance it on the way out.
Try not to trigger the ABS, of course. Get as close as you can.
No. Actually,
really?
Well, okay. In real world GT3s, there's a little blue light on the top of the dashboard, certainly was for the Aston Martin, that I tested at Monte Blanco, and you have to be in the ABS or you're not braking efficiently.
Oh, right, okay.
And it needs to be on all the way up to the apex. That's what I was told.
Well, that's race ABS for you.
Yeah, well, nowadays, yeah.
So that, back to the second and third battle again. Nicholas Huben. Absolutely stalking. You almost feel the Jaws theme, can't you, as he follows him round, but not yet made a move. There's Dennis Schoeniger, sorry.
Schoeniger.
Is that an I?
Yes, it is.
I've read that as an L, that's why I had a problem with it.
Schoeniger.
Sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, no, that's all right. And this battle, though, at the bottom end of the top 10, Ben Hitz for Haupt Racing Team Esports, and the number 4 has to be an AMG, doesn't it, for HRT. Oh, good run here by Kita in the Audi, goes to the inside for the chicane. There's not a big enough braking point there now, is there, to make that a passing point, so it needs to stay right under the not inconsequential rear wing and rear end of that AMG, which punches a huge hole in the air. It has a much bigger frontal area, and here comes Kevin Ciclari as well.
The drive off the corner for the Merc was better than it was for the Audi.
Yeah,
so
very interesting.
I know obviously under power the gaps do shrink and grow, but even so, he had a little bit more extra drive off the corner to move up to the middle of the field now.
For those that don't know, the Audi in street car terms, most of the Audi R8, although there is a rear-wheel drive only, but most of them are quattro, not allowed in the race. So they are rear-wheel drive only. Audi did do a special GT model that was rear drive only.
Very popular. The thing to remember, of course, is that the Mercedes, whilst we say it's front engine, it's front mid. The engine, the engine is behind the front axle line.
Long way behind.
So they are actually, in true terms, both mid-engine cars. Just one's rear mid, one's front mid.
Yeah, it's in front of the driver.
It is.
But the driver sits quite a long way back.
You have a massive bonnet to look over.
Yeah, yes you do.
It's not quite the panels, but it's not far off.
No, well, I remember David Brabham telling me about the front engine Panos Roadster, that his backside was pretty much in line with the diff. That's how far back in that car he was. And he found that, all drivers found that quite difficult because of exactly about the pendulum effect. This battle's still going on. And Luca Kita just can't get close enough. And here comes Kevin Sinclair in the McLaren, the white and blue car, sitting in 11th position at the moment. And by the way, Nico Wisniewski is also gaining on these guys quite significantly. He took half a second out of this battle last time around. This is what happens. These cars are so closely matched, Nick. Off.
Done it. Both of them took too much curb. There's a big tank slapper as well.
Luca Keita off.
Keita, he backed out very, very late there. I think he just needs to be a little bit more assertive. In backing out, he put himself slightly offline. Did the same problem of taking too much curb as we saw James Baldwin earlier. And at that point, you just don't have the ability to put the right hand down, and you're off.
James Baldwin, by the way, has stretched his lead at the front back to the 1.5 seconds or thereabouts that he had before that incident when he went off. He lost the lead to Dennis Schoenegger. He fought back, got the lead back. And I would say, though, however, Nicholas Huben is still right there. So the battle at the front of the field is Schoenegger and Huben, with Pfeffer
remaining 1.75 seconds
he just
behind.
Can't seem to get that much closer. He lost half a second last time around.
They're all good drivers. They're all driving Audis. Where are you going to find the difference? What difference can you make against a track they know so well? It's this is the problem. Baldwin obviously has found an absolute sweet spot, and he's pulling away. I think does that change for position?
It's Balzer and Capocia.
No,
they were 6th and 7th
They
before.
still are,
yeah. 6th and 7th.
Yeah, there was an attempt there by Capucci to take Balzer in part of this. That's the back end of the Audi train. 6 cars running from 2nd to 7th. All Audi R8 LMS V10 Evo 1s. Just Evo, I suppose it was called, wasn't it?
Yeah. Andrea Capuccia, GTWR R8G Academy. He's going to know the back end of that Audi in front.
Andrea Capuccia, he was a gymnast in the Italian First Division, so he broke his shoulder 3 years ago. Poor lad.
Well, you've had shoulder problems.
I've had shoulder. Yeah, it's like
very difficult joint to get sorted.
It's the most complicated joint in the body, and it's one of the reasons. He's got it. He's waited, isn't he? He's waited a bit there. Oh no, he hasn't. He gave him a massive tank slapper. Now he's waiting. I think that was that.
So is that self-restitution?
I think Andrea's worked out. He could have had 2 advantages on that and didn't take either of them.
The problem, well, let's nip back up front to the battle for 6. Mark Balzer for Rudtronic has got his wing mirrors, or door mirrors, full of Andrea Capuccia still, and Capuccia still looking for a way around in the red, white and black Audi. And gaining on them now is Pinzas. Adam Pinzas on the car that is the easiest to spot, the pink and white Bentley Continental. So we're coming down to half distance. It's Paul Sitter, James Baldwin leading.
Keep it up.
On board there, it's a long race, keep it up. Yes, of course it is. 1.6 seconds for Baldwin ahead of Schoenegger at the top of the field. Well, as you rejoin us, although we did go side by side there, so you haven't missed anything. No further action between Hitz and Keita for the race control. But Schoeniger has now dropped. Remember, I said it was 1.3 seconds. It's now 2 seconds. Here's an incident that's... that was the battle for 6, wasn't it? That was Balzer, Capoccia and Pinzes. And...
the Bentley got completely taken out.
And not, I'm afraid, Adam Pinzes' fault at all there. And he's really lost out there. It was Capoccia who started that by hitting the back of Balzer, Matt Balzer, Andrea Capoccia. And Adam Pinzes in that brightly coloured Bentley, coming off the worst. So now the battle is for second, with Schoeniger unable to match the pace of James Baldwin out front. 3/10 last time around. And Huben took a tenth and a bit out of Schoeniger. So this is the battle for second. On the front straight now, with just coming down to 17 minutes to go.
Huben, again, he's just not fast enough off the corner, is it? It's interesting that he can just follow Schoeniger so closely, but it's just not quite to get there. I think possibly because there's still, 15 minutes, 16 minutes to go, he's biding his time, but I would think if he wants to have a chance of winning, he's got to get past now. And if he carries this behind a couple of laps, his best is second. So I would hope with ambition to see him through. Back with Sakari running in 10th. He's got Luca Keita right behind him. He's once again trying to have a go at Ben Hitz.
Well, that's a big hit.
That's a Ben Hitz, isn't it? Absolutely. It's Hitz, Ben Hitz, and that one is not going to get away without some severe conversation with the stewards.
He stopped and self-restitution. He might get away with it because of that. However, it doesn't give Ben Hitz the position or the road back.
That's exactly. He's still lost the time. He's now 4 seconds behind Princes, or actually more than that. We haven't had the timing update just yet. 8 seconds behind, sorry, Princes. So yeah, he lost 5 or 6 seconds. Sakari, though, as you said, self-police, so he might avoid an instant with.
That's very RC racing. That's something that you know very well, isn't it?
You stop and you wait, and at that point, because these aren't deliberate either. That's but it's you stop, you wait. You carry on, but of course, effectively, you've both been disadvantaged by one person's mistake. But in many ways, that's racing. What else can you do?
And they're saying change position, Adam Pinzes and Giorgio Simoni. Well,
it's quite hard because Simoni's now 4 places above Pinzes.
Yeah, that's a big problem. That was much earlier on. Simonini, excuse me, and Pinzes. Well, how does that work?
It wasn't Simonini who spun Pinzes round, was it?
It's the 149 and 77.
He's way ahead of it. It was.
I think that was an earlier incident.
Right. Okay, right. So we're back further, are we?
Risk control have been busy, and we're working through. The last incident that we're talking about was
Sakari going into the back
down turn 1, and the McLaren just piles straight into the back of the AMG. Now he does slow down in the blue and white McLaren,
but the big winner. Scurrying away, Luca Keita.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Scurried round Mercedes. It must admit, when you win these races, John, because it's virtual, so you haven't got to worry about yellow flags or safety cars. You sit there and go, yes.
Well, there are yellow flags coming out here. You see them at the side of the track. I'm most impressed with that. Let's go back to this battle for second and third, where they are now 3.5 seconds away from James Baldwin, who has
side by
made good
side
down at the bottom of the circuit. Plunging downhill. Schoeniger
tried it through the Valvoline curve. Side by side through the Valvoline, a little short link for the 4 curve, but having the inside line serves Schoeniger well.
Now, he's got the Porties up the hill. Should be fairly even, these cars. You'd hope so.
Drive. Both of them have stayed the same.
Just skirt your right hand Pirelli tyres as they are on these cars. Right on the edge of the gravel trap there. Do I detect a little more understeer from Niklas Huben's Audi, the 22 car? Now that might be a little bit of
aero wash.
A little bit of aero wash.
They're not horrendously. They're not horrendously bad. It's not like running in P cars, but you do get a little bit of aero understeer. And interestingly, Kevin Ciclari has managed to get away with a penalty with Ben Hitz because that waiting instant. But it's Luca was the winner out of that. But yeah, fair enough. He waits. What else can you do? This, people make mistakes. Obviously, just misjudgment, not deliberate. So move on with it, isn't it? Really.
So, a little bit of aero wash for the cars in the wheel tracks when you're trying to make a move to the final corner. This is the battle for 8th and 9th. Nikita for Belgian Audi Club, Team WRT, real world team of course. WRT having a great run in prototype racing in ELMS and WEC of course, as they're trying to put themselves in pole position for one of the new Audi LMDHs, which is coming in the next year or so. They'll be racing them in 2023, but
kind of feeling their performance at Le Mans kind of made that a
foregone conclusion. Really. Almost had first and second, didn't they? Should have had first.
One lap off first and second. And
Vincent Voss's team, of course, in just outside Liège, or a little bit further up from Liège in Belgium, and they've done a cracking job. Also, by the way, I'm not sure how many people know this, they build all of the tube frame chassis for the VW Fun Cup cars.
I didn't know. So you told me that, like, I think a year ago, and I've been watching Fun Cup for years. And originally, I must admit, I just thought they were cut down Beetles. I didn't realise they were.
No, it's a full tube frame
race cars with
centre seat race car.
1.8 Golf GTI engines. Is it?
Well, it's a 1.8 VHG, yeah. So non-turbo. So it's the non-turbo 1.8 that you used to get in the Audi TTs, Golf, etc. Petrol engine. And it's a very, very well put together.
Was that the engine that was in the original former Palmer Audi?
Yes, but I think it was turbocharged in that. Have to have Damien Faulkner.
Absolutely. Nicholas again is trailed Dennis round for the entire lap. Just getting a bit of a run off. I'm not quite sure what happened. We didn't see the start of the engine when they got side by side. Why he got such a good drive out the exit of the Mercedes arena and got side by side. But again, they are matching each other. He has been getting down the straight, he gains a little bit, and then of course in the corners he loses a little bit from the aero situation.
Baldwin last time around a slow lap. Now he's not in traffic, so that was a mistake. He was a good 1.3, 1.4 seconds slower, and his lead now still considerable, but it's just sitting around about 2.5 seconds. So let's check next time around. James Baldwin, see what his lap. 1:55.6 was way slower than it should have, and he's slow again in the first part of this lap, showing his delta time is showing down with 10.5 minutes and a few seconds left. Now, what's happened is Baldwin used his tyres. 15 laps under the Pirellis. Battle for second and third rages on between Schoeniger in.
Closer this time.
That's a great run by Huben.
Now he has tried a couple of times into the Michelin curve, which is after the Schumacher S is going around here, and then you come up the hill, and he's tried in there a couple of times.
Tough corner this one,
but he's actually during that uphill section he actually lost a bit of time.
I think he took too much curb through the Schumacher S's, or not enough. Always a toughie, isn't it? No doubt to me, though, that James Baldwin is losing time at the front of the field. We'll see what it is next time around. Despite the fact that these two guys are battling, they're not actually holding each other up too much because they're following each other.
We're 32 minutes down, so 31 minutes down, a 40-minute race. The only reason that would be is almost certainly tyre wear.
Yeah.
If it may just be that James has decided to relax a little bit and not push right to the limit, though. He's done a 1:47, I think, last time round. Not a great lap for him last time.
No, 1:55. 1:55 last time around. 1:55.5.
1:45.
So he's found that second again. So he lost a second in a bit.
Lost 3/10. He's lost 3/10 to battling drivers.
Yeah.
And they are battling. He's looking at it now. They're as close as they can be without coming together. So James, he could be tired, he could be relaxing, but there's certainly a pattern in the last couple of laps where that excellent lead he eked out very efficiently through laps 5 to 12 is coming back again.
The other good battle is Siklari and Hiltz. Hits in 9th in the red, white and black AMG. The white McLaren right up his tailpipes, going down into turn 1. They turn hard right-handed, drop into the dip, round out the right-hand side of the splitter.
Then Hitz, who's done some racing for Envision Virgin for their sim team.
Formula E team, of course. Great season for them, crowned by the multi-race championship finale, going in both directions on the Berlin airfield.
Not at the same time, though.
Oh, that would have been so much better.
it still wouldn't have had much carnage compared to a normal Formula E race.
Well, true. Nothing could compare with Docklands race in the UK. But I think that was as much down to the track design as anything else. Lessons were learned when I spoke to people who know. So lap comparison then between the two cars battling.
First and second comparison.
Yeah.
23. And as we said, he lost a couple of tenths in that lap after losing a second the lap before. He's just lightly eking it out again by about a tenth this lap.
Did Heuben get through that? Schoeniger, and I didn't see Heuben behind him.
Not sure.
Wait till he goes through the next split. Niklas Heuben. I'll tell you that in a moment. Sakari.
McLaren.
It's an interesting dashboard. Far more information than anybody needs there.
Very little the information is blanked out for our view. For example, he'd have all sorts of tyre information on there, which we're not seeing because it would be information for other drivers. When he looks at it, there's your answer. Nicholas is once again as close as he could possibly be to Dennis. But
Nicholas must have been so close I couldn't see him.
He was hiding basically. He gave a low down angle. You just couldn't see any car at all. But yeah, when you see the onboard dashes on virtual racing coverage, they were effectively blank out the numbers because apart from gear and speed, which is commonly known, because of the other information, tyre wear and tyre temperature and fuel left is obviously competitive information you don't want to give to your rivals.
Brake right into the apex, feed the throttle in from the right hander at the bottom of the hill at Dunlop. Now, this is where he's been losing out through Schumacher. See if we can work out why. He seemed all right there. I think that's possibly the best we've seen him go through Schumacher under the bridge and braking into this tricky left-hander at the top of the hill. I hate that corner.
I think with these cars being so balanced, I think the relaxed chicane, much so we love the speed, and it has caused me. I think it's taking away the major overtaking point.
Yeah.
Because if you can get it alongside, you will force the other guy to make a decision.
Correct.
And you can't with the sweeping chicane, you can't do that. So they're having to really hope for the best into turn one, and it's just not happening currently.
Also, I would say it's high speed enough the entry to it that it's difficult to follow. So the car behind's just losing out in the middle section. Although this is a very good exit by Heuben. He's as close as he's been down towards the first corner. But wow, Schoeniger. I wonder if Schoeniger's running a little more skinny, not running as much wing, and that's why he's getting maybe a couple of Ks of speed down the front straight.
Overnight are not going to work there, so not going to get through the. He's not going to get through
It's brave. You have to be brave.
Thinking about it, I mean, it might just be that Nicholas decided there's no way I'm going to beat James. As James beats himself, just ball with the lead. So I will wait for a last lap lunge and see what I can do. There's showing he's just really not put a wheel wrong. I've not seen him make a mistake so far. And that's made it virtually impossible for Nicholas to find any way through. We had them side by side through this section of the track a couple of laps ago, which is the Valvoline curve and the Ford curve, before they plunged downhill to Dunlop. But that's as close as it gets. We get a little bit of love for our leader, James Baldwin, all bar 2 laps he's made a mistake. So one we saw when he just took too much curb on the NGK chicane, the relaxed version, and another lap where he lost a second as well, which could be for any reason. But he has, once in clear air, pulled back out of here, 3.5 seconds ahead.
I raced the relaxed version of Valet at Silverstone in the Classic. But I do think it's nice that Silverstone named the final chicane just before Club after Valentino Rossi. It's been that for years and nobody's really noticed. It does make a huge difference to the track and how you drive, and particularly how you attack Club, and therefore how much quicker you get down to the first corner after the Formula 1 start-finish straight.
Yes, yeah.
Because you are going a lot quicker.
What, 25 miles an hour more probably?
Yeah, but a little bit less than that in what I was driving. Don't forget it was only a little 2-litre 4-cylinder BMW engine Chevron that I was driving down there. But it was, you arrived there pretty rapidly. Things were happening quickly, even in the wet. I can't tell you which way this is going to go. 3.5 minutes to go. Baldwin still leads. James with the now 4-second lead. Schoeniger in second position. Dennis is holding off Nico Heuben.
Braking gets so close every time. It stretches. It's between 0.2 and 0.4. About 0.2 is as close as you can be without being actually in the boot of the car ahead. And the 0.4 is when
engine
you're
compartment.
Absolutely right. There is a definite advantage to Dennis under drive. He's got a definite leap off. Again, it could be a setup situation, but over the lap, as we can see, it's no advantage. He has got that initial oomph, and it is not just the elasticized band of acceleration, because the time goes up, the gap goes up as well.
I do love the fact that what we're seeing is exactly what we'd be seeing if we were looking at a GT3 race.
Yes.
Because the tiny little differences, the cars are ostensibly the car's performance is identical. You will change that with tiny little setup tweaks. You will change it with how you drive it. But these guys are so good and so consistent. If the driver ahead does not make a mistake, how are you going to find your way through? And therefore, those little setup differences, we're talking about fractions of a percent here and there. They're making their lap times slightly differently, but ultimately lap times are about the same.
Yeah.
And that's the essence of BOP as well, of course. It's not about everybody getting the same lap time in the same way and having the same speed in every corner. It's about balancing that performance over a number of laps, or over a stint average, over a race, so that we can get some great racing. Because there's always going to be, between the different manufacturers, there's always going to be strengths and weaknesses, and it should be that.
Yeah, absolutely, which is why when you see new versions or new cars brought out, they never say they're going to be faster. They say they're going to be easier to drive, they're going to have a wider operating window, and they're kinder on the tyres.
And better to service.
Yeah, because they realise there's no point making things faster. They'll just get balanced back to where they were. But if you can make them...
Do you believe that, though?
No, of course not.
No.
Come on, we've been doing this for 20. I've been doing this for 25 years now. Of course, I don't believe it.
Nick, you said that with such belief, and if anybody could have seen your face here at the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre, they would have absolutely believed you. Just until I ask you that, and the whole face, and your demeanour, and your shoulders, and everything changed. Down to the last 1 minute and 20 seconds now. 80 seconds before time elapses. That 40 minutes has disappeared very quickly indeed.
Yeah, and we still have a couple of stories. How's Luca Keita end up back behind? And I think the hits and I think he must have made a little mistake as they get very close during the exit of the Mercedes arena there.
Nico Wisniewski, who had the drive-through and got a bit of a hit as well, let's remember. So
21 back, wasn't he?
He's still only 47 seconds off the leader, and now he's only 6 seconds off not being last. So that's been a good drive.
15 back in about 15 laps. He's about a second of laps faster than this trio we'll see on the screen now.
Yeah.
With the Aston Martin. And of course, we haven't really got any way of benchmarking him because there are no other Aston Martins. We do know that Nikodem Wisniewski is a very, very good driver. So my guess is he's been going very, very quickly. Baldwin now is going to, I think, just creep into an extra lap. There's 14 seconds to go. And he's going to cross the line. It's going to be very, very close. I think he's going to just get over it for one more lap.
All right,
that's the line there.
Final lap. Give it a final push.
Final lap. So this is the final push from the engineer, but this is the last lap for everyone.
It's that virtual engineer, that is, of course.
What's happened off screen is that suddenly Dennis has pulled 3/4 of a second on Nicholas and Sayers. So second and third is not as close as it was. My guess is, because Nick's been getting more and more aggressive over the chicane, that possibly he's just gone a little bit too hard going for him.
Well, we worried about the tyres on Jim Baldwin car, and we shouldn't have. He's on his last lap. We haven't seen much of him because, frankly, other than when he made that one mistake and dropped down to second for, half a lap, wasn't even a full lap when Dennis Schoening had got through. Here comes that battle for 9th, 10th and 11th, starting their final lap with... It looks like Luca Keita's got down the inside at turn 1. Yes, he has. So back up into 10th for Luca. Clary down to 11th. They feel this one's going to the line, don't you? You really do. The McLaren sitting in behind the Audi and the Mercedes. Good free manufacturer battle there. Two German marks winning out. But at the front of the field, James Baldwin in the similar car, the Rocket RJN Esports machine, has pulled out to 6 seconds. He's done a cracking job. And the British manufacturer with the British driver, world's fastest gamer 2, is going to bring this one home. The Union flag flying high Comes to the last corner of the last lap with the 40 minutes having elapsed, and it will be a win for McLaren, for Rocket RGN Esports. Jensen team Rocket RGN goes across the line. It's going to be over 5 seconds. As to the line in second position. Schoeninger's gone through. Huben in third. Fourth for Simonini. Tom Pfeffer in fifth. I think they actually ever swapped positions, didn't they? Balzer in sixth. Pinces in seventh. Capoccia, and then this battle hits Kita Siklari coming to the line, and it will just be Ben Hitz who takes ninth from Luka Kita and Kevin Siklari. Nico Wisniewski just 5 seconds behind them, and now change of position for 77 and 150. So that's Pinces and Capoccia. So that is race control. As the checkered flag is out, let's congratulate. That doesn't affect the first 3, and this is important. So the win after 22 laps of 40 minutes, James Baldwin for McLaren in the 23 Jensen Rocket RGN Esports team. Schoeniger in second for Audi. Dennis Schoeniger in second, had a race-long battle with Nico Huben in third position. Niklas Huben, excuse me, in the Audi. Those will be the 3 cars, or the 3 drivers who are on the podium, and that's where we will go next as Melly speaks to the top 3, and we have the podium ceremonies for the ADAC Professional Trophy at the ADAC 2021 Sim Expo at the Nürburgring.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with our first prize giving here live on stage. And I'm very, very excited. As already stated before during the Simi Awards, I love handing out prizes. But for that, I'm obviously not alone. I have my co-hosts with me, Danny Juza and Johannes Stuck. Thank you so much for joining me. And I mean, the Sim Racing Professional Trophy is over.
It was a blast. It was a really great race. What do you think?
Well, yeah, absolutely. It was a blast all the way through and hard fights. And at the end of the day, I think a well-deserved winner.
And I must say, I mean, look at those beauties. I really like the trophy design. Obviously, we know what we're seeing here. And we do have some shacks as well. And
€2.
say again?
€2.
€2?
Yeah.
I think there are a couple more zeros behind that too. But I would say, let's introduce our winners, right? Let's introduce our podium. So I would say, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the third place in Sim Racing Professional Trophy, Niklas Huben. It's your honor to hand over the check. So there we go.
Yes.
Guys, make some noise! Niklas Huben!
Oh.
All right, just take... I mean, there is a...
Don't forget the trophy.
Oh.
Trophies are nice, checks are nice. No, but yeah.
This is so messy. I was actually planning on lining them up all next to each other over there. But let's move over. We're going to talk a bit later. Don't jump the gun, Danny. Don't jump the gun, it's fine. We're not done just yet because we have a couple more people to have on the podium, right? So please, second place for Dennis Schöniger. Congratulations. And last but not least, and obviously the champion of the Sim Racing Professional Trophy, please put your hands together for James Baldwin. So there you
Just
go.
get the check.
So many things.
Trophy.
And the trophy. There we go. And you have a microphone as well. You guys know how to handle checks and trophies. I can tell. But yes, this is our podium. And once again, please put your hands together for our top 3 of the Sim Racing Professional Trophy. And yes, James.
Yeah.
James, what's happening? The microphone is on. You can ask.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, you can talk to me. Well, congratulations. The Sim Racing Professional Trophy is yours.
Yeah.
The first place. How does it feel?
It was great. I'm relieved, to be honest, because I went off twice. I don't know if anyone saw that. Yeah, good pace. Did a lot of prep. The rigs, they're very challenging because they move a lot. Yeah. So it took a lot of adapting, but no, it was good fun. Close race. Enjoyed it.
But that's the idea behind the moving rigs, you know? Just kidding.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean,
They call me out.
Great performance. And as already said, absolutely deserved. Congratulations. I mean, you got a nice check, a nice trophy. But not only
It's not
you.
bad.
Exactly. It's not bad. It's something you could take home, right?
Well, I don't know if I'll get it through the luggage.
We'll make it work.
We'll fold it.
We'll make it work somehow. We can mail it to you.
Yeah, we'll talk about that after.
Exactly. We'll take care about that afterwards. But as already said, Dennis and Niklas, congratulations to you too. P2, P3.
Thanks a lot.
How was it racing in front of a live audience next to a stage, the lights shining on you?
It was overwhelming. I just had a heartbeat probably constantly over 170, having Niklas right behind me all the time. One time James did a little mistake through the chicane. I took the lead from him, but then did a massive mistake through the Schumacher S and lost a lot of pressure on the right tires and struggled with that till the end of the race. So, but awesome effort from Niklas, staying behind me all the time, nearly without any mistakes. I loved it.
I was about to say, like the gap between you two was fairly close, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was behind me all the time.
Yeah. Niklas chasing down Dennis. finishing on P3. How does it make you feel here at the ADAC SimRacing Expo?
Well, to be honest, now I'm more nervous than in the race. I don't know, it just feels amazing. The pace was really good. I did no mistake. The guys in front of me were doing mistakes. I just tried to stay ahead, Tobias and Giorgio behind me, so I did not even try to attack, so we could easily go away, or more or less easily go away in the front. And maybe if he does some mistakes, to attack in the end, but it was not possible. But I'm very happy with P3.
I think so too, right? I mean, even like having the opportunity to finally be on a LAN event and race in front of audience, I think, and also taking home a trophy, that's a nice doing there. So you guys can be proud of yourself. But I think Danny has a question or two.
So James, 5,000 euros. How do you invest them? Towards your next racing year, like getting a.
Well, me and my girlfriend just bought a house, so it does help.
Oh, that's well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's really nice to be at an event because of COVID. We've not been able to do it for a long time. So, I really enjoyed being back in front of I suppose, an audience. Yeah. Nice buzz.
So, and how are your plans going after the two time you were going? What was it? Had you an issue with the turn-in, or you just missed the apex, or your?
Well, I found in practice at home that curb could be a bit dodgy, and with these rigs, it's not something I'm used to. So I felt like I had a little bit less control than at home.
So you have at home a static rig.
Sorry?
You have a static rig at home.
Yeah, and I just misjudged it in the curb. The McLaren's quite a low car, and just clipped the curb. And you saw what happened. I did it twice. I should have, after the first time, back off a bit. But yeah, I got away with it, so yeah.
You just made it for the show, right? So both came closer again.
I wish I could say that, but no.
Just roll with it.
So Nicholas, we know each other quite for a long time now, and you moved from ACC in the National League to the big international stage. And I think it's the first time you earned so much money in the competition.
That's probably true, yeah.
Yeah, how does it feel, coming from amateur leagues, progressing through the ranks, and now earning money with sim racing?
Good question. To be honest, I just drive. I don't really care about the big things around me. Just try to stay focused, try to race, give my best, and worked out pretty well today, I think. Yeah,
it was a really good show. I think you both had 40 minutes of airtime, so basically you provided a good show. And then how was it? So you all race in the GT World Endurance Series, and did you change anything on your setup because you have no ballast here, or?
Actually, I used a complete new setup, just finding some ways for me, with the big help of Giorgio and the rest of the team helping. Everyone was helping, so just to get here. So the effort of the team was amazing, and we just loved it to be here.
Yeah, amazing. That's cool that everybody helped you to just push you forward. And so sadly for you, being the fastest already on the track. So yeah, great show.
Thanks.
Yeah, so guys, I also have a question. Obviously, it took quite long till we got the race started, unfortunately. How did you keep yourself on the pump with the adrenaline? Was that also an issue for you to get back up to speed when the race actually started, or was that fine for you?
Not really. We weren't there that long, half an hour. Had my apple juice. So, kept hydrated. Yeah, it was fine. I mean, I didn't really practice on any other rigs here because they were different games, cars, tracks. I just made sure the last time I drove anything was that, and it seemed to work. So, yeah.
But I mean, I think it can be quite challenging sitting on the edge of your seat waiting for the race to start. So, are there any mechanisms in place for you where you keep yourself together, so mindset-wise, can you hand over anything to your fans?
Yeah, just don't overthink it. Just don't make it too serious, Ideally, you'd be talking to someone over a headset, at home, your friend, your teammate. In this situation, I was just on my phone. Just chill out, because if you overthink it, you're going to turn one all stiff, and then you make a mistake, and so.
How is it for you guys? How do you handle downtime in between races?
Maybe just some relaxing between the races. Of course, taking some days off. But starting early enough to practice again for the weeks for the races. I actually need quite a lot of time to get into a track again, but of course it works. So I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. I was
happy as fuck.
could go worse. That's true. But Niklas, how's it for you? How much time do you invest per week into your professional career?
That depends pretty much on the events. On the last weeks, not that much actually. I'm pretty much well prepared on this track. I have a great setup. I just love the track. I'm pretty good at it, I think. And it was probably even less than the most time. About 20 hours a week.
Okay. All right. So, any questions left on our side?
Well, actually, I thought it maybe be a great idea and a great opportunity for the guys here to maybe quickly tell the audience where they can follow on social media.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a great opportunity, so maybe you can tell us your channels.
Where can people reach you via social media?
Oh, everywhere. Twitter,
Instagram.
Yeah, what's your handle? What's your handle?
Do you do TikToks?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, show us a TikTok. Just kidding.
No, not those.
No, but how's your handle on Twitter, for example? Like if people in the audience.
It's my name with
The name.
3 A's.
That's easy with 3 A's.
Yeah.
All right, you guys heard it. How about you?
Yeah, for myself too. Just my name with the racing behind it, and that's
then
me.
we'll find you. Okay, and Niklas?
Yeah, for me it's probably only Twitch, and that's my normal name.
Okay, perfect. So we know how to reach you, how to find you, and how to keep an eye on you. Guys, once again, please put your hands together for your Sim Racing Professional Trophy powered by BCO Podium with our champion, James Baldwin. And guys, I've heard the GT500 qualifier is already up and running. So I'd say, Radio Show Limited, take it away.
Thank you, Melly, and thanks to everybody there for that podium celebration. And nice to know that the checks have been handed out as well. Very good. Nick Damon and John Heintorf with you for our final race action of today, this Super Saturday. It's gone a little longer than we had anticipated, but again, thank you so much to all the technicians who've pulled together and solved one or two issues. But we do have some qualifying for GT500, the ADAC GT500. The main race is tomorrow, under 7 minutes to go. And cars are out on the track at the moment. Nick David, all GT3 cars again.
Yep, I think we've swapped over to iRacing, so we've changed platforms again. So we have indeed, because I can see the BMW M4 GT3, which is a unique on that platform. The lights are shining, so I think I'm interested in the time of day we've chosen. It could either be in the morning or it may even be now. Maybe sort of like 7:20 CET. And this race is a 50-minute race, 2-driver. Well,
24 laps. Yeah.
2 drivers. There's a driver change as well. So it's a proper team race, and it's actually a qualifying race for tomorrow's 2-hour main event.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Really looking forward to it. Evening time, pulling in. A lot of the big teams represented here, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
And some very big names.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have the weather conditions at the moment. There's 27 in the air. Partly cloudy. It's the 3.15 mile track. Sprint race grid position. So the keys to the race, it's all for grid position for the endurance race. It is a tyre management race, and there's a mandatory pit stop with an incident limit as well. And you know all about incident limits.
Oh, I've gone over them many a time. Yes, of course, the instant points, the way of reining in the more flamboyant of a driver within the iRacing world. Effectively, you can get an instant point for going off track in a way that might gain advantage, or just makes you look silly. You can gain 2 instant points for spinning the car, which I'm sure we won't see here with these top drivers, or you can get between 1 and 4 instant points for a coming together, depending on the severity of the outcome.
Let me run through some of the teams for you. Commander, VRS Commander Sim Sport leading out at the moment from BMW Team GB. Williams Esports in there as well with Phoenix Racing Esport. Fira Sim Sports have just jumped up into second. Phoenix with, I think, a couple of teams. I thought I noticed, certainly the red number 5. IES SimRacing in there. RN Vision STS. Phoenix Green as well. There we go. Yas Heat, which is James Baldwin's team. We think he'll be jumping across to this. No?
He's not on the list
Is
of
he not? Okay.
drivers. You have Cam Royale, Ross Woodford and Andre Martins.
Okay.
Are down. There's a kind of a list of drivers, of which 2 will take part in this race.
Race Union, Schubert Motorsport, Heusingveld, 148 team, Digital Motorsports. We've got Urano, Sim Racing Academy, WS Racing Esports, Eifelland, BS Competition. 2 BMWs for those guys, Bureau Sud, Biela Racing Team, Euronics, Riley Sim Racing, Nürburgring Esports, powered by Ringversiert Sim Racing. So a lot of big names. Now what we can't tell you is who's in each car.
We may find that out for the actual race.
I think we'll find that out for the absolute race. 888 out on the circuit at the moment is a beautifully painted chrome green and black. Rather reminds me of the old Black Swan colours, rather.
Yes. And
the 888.
Of course, it is a Porsche, as many of these cars now are the recently released Porsche 911 GT3 992, I believe it is. I think it's 992, isn't it?
No, we haven't seen the 992. The first and so far only 992 motorsport product is the Carrera Cup car,
which was released also on iRacing a few weeks ago, but
yeah,
this one came before. Yep, so you got a range of GT3 cars to choose from. I expect we haven't got indications of various chassis, but we've already seen Audis, we've seen Ferraris, a Ferrari there in the background, and of course we have seen the BMW as well.
VRS Coanda running in the top position at the moment with 2.5 minutes still to go. The number 80 VRS car from Fera Sim Sport. Looks like still, this might be a prep lap from the movement behind from the 488 Ferrari. Very, very noticeable with the extra headlights on the front of those cars.
The Ferraris have also received an update very recently on the platform as well. So this is the most recent version, the Evo version of Ferrari. It has to be said that if you are in the sim racing world, there is an absolute sort of battle or a kind of a technological war between who can get their Evolution GT3s on the platforms quicker. It does appear to be for some reason, it has become sort of the blue ribbon class, which the various platforms compete against each other on.
Well, we've got our timing up and running, and it's VRS Coanda first and second now, the 80 and the 18 cars, with Fire Sim Sport in third. Marla just jumped up into fourth position, the 155-1. Riley by Sim Racing, Yas Heat going through there in the BMW. It's one of the new GT3 M4s.
Constantly interesting because that car was released on iRacing before it was released in the real world, and since the real world car is now running, it actually ran successfully, didn't it, the last NLS race. They have actually been adjusting the parameters of the virtual car to more match the real car now the real car exists.
The Rano Esports, the red of carmine red, if it was a Porsche colour. That's not dissimilar to your Audi, a little bit darker maybe.
Yeah,
what's yours, Misano?
Misano officially, yes.
Yeah.
It's also known as DCR, which I can't say. But yes, that must be BMW Team GB.
Oh, that's a great
mainly because
livery.
it's a BMW, and it seems to be flowing into a Union Jack. I could be wrong.
It is a great livery on that car. I've seen the BMW GB cars running before. Marla Racing Team 36. Now that's normally green and white, or a blue and white Audi. We'll wait to see that 36 car. That at the moment in 6th position. That's RN Vision STS with the zebra green stripes on the front. Like that as well. That actually makes that front grille on the BMW, which was a bit beaver teeth.
Thankfully it disappears.
It is a bit beaver, isn't it, at the front, the new BMW. Not sure what they were thinking of there.
The few front ends look better with a number plate because it breaks it up.
That's a very good point, actually. So Coanda Sim Sport 18 and 18, your top two from Fire, from BS Competition, from Urano, from Marla, from BMW GB, from Williams, from Phoenix Esports in 8th, Phoenix Esport red in 9th, and their green teammates in 10th. Yas Heath just outside the top 10 at 11. IS Sim White in 12th. RN Vision STS Sim Racing in 13th. T3 Esport in 14th. Race Union Deutsche Payment in 15th. Sim Racing Academy in 16th. 17th Team Racewerk Red. Schubert Esport in 18th. Riley Sim in 19th, and the top 20 made up by WS Racing Esports. Huizingveld 148 down in 21st. They won't like that. BS Competition Red down in 26th position. We've got 28 on the screen. And
big spread.
Yeah, it is a big spread.
I was wondering, was that practice or qualifying?
That's a good question.
I'm just throwing that out there, because obviously if it was qualifying, of course, if you trip over the line, you will lose your time in qualifying, which can lead to big gaps. If you trigger an instant point or have a little coming together, you'll lose that qualifying. There seems to be quite a larger spread than I expect.
Love the Huizingveld colour scheme. Always have done. Look good on anything, particularly on that Porsche. That's the
Porsche.
So that's the updated Porsche with the bigger engine there,
yes,
with the 4.192.
The Porsche's a good palette, I think it has to be said, for your paint schemes.
I think you have to work with the curves, don't you? Andy Blackmore would tell you, work with what you've got. Checkered flag is out on this session.
So I haven't seen any Lamborghini so far, which is disappointing because they make a fabulous noise.
Right.
And I haven't seen any Mercedes either, so we've got 2 or 3 of the chassis we haven't seen. Doesn't mean they aren't there. There seems to be a Sol Ferrari. That's the second Ferrari, so we saw the...
that's
the 159.
That's the Simration Schweiz car.
But the rest of them have gravitated, it seems, towards either the Audi or the BMW.
Coming into the pits now, blue and white car. Team GB dropping in. Fantastically modelled pit lane siren as well, exactly as we're used to hearing when we're on duty at the Nürburgring for either the Nürburgring Längstrecke series or indeed the pre-race or the race for the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So waiting for the cars to come back into the pit lane. You're right, there is a big spread, but I'll tell you what, Nick, the top 11 are separated by a second.
Yeah. So it's now whether we're going to qualifying or to the race.
I would say, looking at my team...
the sound makes me think we're going to the race.
I think we're going to the race. I think we're going to the
sound
quali
of the
race.
pace car.
Because we did a little practice session earlier on that we didn't remember,
Right,
that we
yes,
didn't
yes,
see.
yes.
Yes, that was going on during one of the... going on through... it was the Fanatic, wasn't it? Session on stage. So just coming up to 7:30 here at the Nürburgring, Central European summertime. Wherever you are in the world, stay tuned because we have got the sprint for qualifying, and it's Josh Rogers and Tommy Ostgaard on the front row for the Coanda team. Lasse Bach for Fera, Ryan Barneveld, oh excellent. Then Louis Nasher for Renault, Josh Thompson for BMW UK, Alessandro Bico for Marla in the BMW with the green and white, as we thought. Dominic Steib for the number 50. That's the Williams Esports team. That's your top 4 rows. Behind them, Julian Kesselhut for Bureau Sud. That's the red side of Bureau Sud. Simon Amosa for the IES SimRacing Schweiz. Behind them in the 6th row, on the 6th row rather, is T3 Esports. And that's Oliver Ackermann and Fabian Holtstatter. Nicholas Heider for Phoenix. Jan Marszalowski for TGM. Ross Woodford and Florian Bourdin. It's the Deutsche Payment car in 16th position on the outside of row number 8. Row number 9, we will have Nicholas Last and Björn Anschlag with Rennie Penquit and Andres Fink sitting behind them in 19th and 20th. Till Berm and Leonard Hartenberg, the Huizvenk 22nd position 148 car. Patrick Jasinski for the AAA Porsche. Ronan Hedman in 24th position for Nürburgring Esports, powered by Ringversiert Sim Racing. And then it's Sasha Rubel and Tobias Barsch. Luca Kita just coming straight off the last race for the Euronics Biela team. And Reina Talva for Budo Sud BMW in 28th position. Will not be happy, I wouldn't have thought, about that. 24 laps then for the race that will set the grid for the long race tomorrow. I'll be back with coverage for that. I'm really looking forward to it. A pleasant 18 Celsius, that's mid-60s Fahrenheit in the air, and on the track 25C. That's just about right, I think, for the tyres. Shouldn't be too hot, Nick. I wouldn't have thought for the tyres here.
No, this is a 24-lap race, 50 minutes, GT3. They will change drivers, but they won't need to change tyres. And they don't actually need to fuel up, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do, because there is a driver change time calculated in, so you can do something else at the same time. So my guess is they'll probably run it very light fueled and put a bit of fuel in at the same time.
So
warm-up lap.
On the warm-up lap. How critical then in iRacing, and that is the platform that we're running here, how critical is this opening lap to get some temp in and pressure in your tyres?
It's fantastic, because there's a huge debate about whether weaving does any good, and somebody did a bit of research, and a little bit of weaving will give you a little bit extra temperature, as will braking and lifting off. Yeah, you can actually, though it's very expensive in fuel, and you wouldn't want to do it in a race like this, you can actually run the thing with the brakes on and hitting the fuel, hit the power at 60 miles an hour, get some fantastic heat into everything. However, the extensive research found the gains are about 0.1 of a second the following lap. It's not a lot, and the weaving, because don't forget, unlike in the ACC we were watching earlier, these cars exist during the warm-up lap, so if you hit one during the warm-up it still counts as a hit, and the damage will be done. So weaving is dangerous.
So here's something for later on. The 80 has the yellow wing end plates and the yellow mirrors, and the 18 has the black in the two Coanda VRS SimSport cars. So that we'll have to keep an eye on. It's getting a bit murky out there.
It is murky. I don't know whether they just set the time and date. just whenever we start, we'll go there. But this is going to be a race that's going into the darkness.
Into
it's
the
already
gloaming,
the gloom, yes.
The gloaming at the moment.
I would suggest turn the brightness up on the TV monitor, to be honest. But
well, that is one thing that we can do, of course.
That's one thing you do when you're actually racing as well on the sim. Oh, that's much better.
Let's go to we'll go to dynamic mode on the monitor
so
here.
A phalanx of BMWs there with their wide-mouthed frog look.
You don't see any of those around here, do you?
No.
Always one of my favourite dad jokes, that. So, into the evening hours, just after 7:30 Central European Summer Time in real time. I don't think we're far away from that in game time, if I'm honest, as the 28 car field follows the Porsche safety car, or Porsche pace car as it is. VRS Coanda, SimSports, first and second, locking out the front row. Kyra, BS Competition, Arano, BMW Team GB, Marla, Williams Esports, and BS Competition Red are your top 10. I like that red and white BMW all the way to the back. So now the lead cars come around.
And it's the sharp hairpin.
Ah, excellent.
So there is going to be overtaking opportunities coming up the hill into that hairpin. So hairpin chicane, sorry.
I knew what you meant. Wait for the safety car to dive off over the cross-hatching. So the field now under the control of VRS Coanda SimSport in every possible way, because they've locked out the front row. 24 laps to set the grid for the feature race tomorrow in the ADAC GT 500, brought you with Coanda.
And the
long wait. It's a long run down to the first chicane. 25 laps, excuse me. It should be 24 to come as we go across the line. You do want to give people a draft down to the first corner, Nick. Waiting for the green.
There we go.
And there we go.
You can go much earlier than that if you wish to.
I think that was team tactics there, as the two Coanda cars pulled it out, and there will be first and second into the first right-hander at the
carnage.
And there's carnage and the top 4 cars are going to be in a huge advantage as everyone else picks their way through. There'll be incident points aplenty there being served.
Well, there's probably damage as well, which is more important because that's going to slow the cars down.
I reckon that was down to FIRA Sim Sport, the first 4. So FIRA, Competition Blue BS, and the 2 Coanda cars, they are gone. They are absolutely gone. They have made their bid for freedom.
Oh, there was 5 cars. There's 5 cars in that run, John.
I think that was... Right, who was that's got through there?
Light yellow car seems to have got through at the back. And then there's a short gap to the next gaggle, and then it's all one by one, kind of reverse Noah, as they have already spread right out, having got through that incredible melee at the now found the Norbert Howe curve, which is fantastic. I didn't know Norbert
Full course yellow. Full course yellow has been called. Now that means we'll see the safety car again, so we're going to pack everybody back up. Not sure how we're going to work this one out, but I'm hearing from race control that we've got a full course yellow, and we do have yellow up on the titles. Coanda first and second. BS Competition got the start.
Well, this of course is going to put everyone back into a line again.
But it'll be single file restart, Nick.
Single file restart, but it's that's interesting. You don't normally see full course yellows in these races. They've obviously decided that the incident in turn 1 has disadvantaged too many people. So they want to give it kind of a little bit of an evening out.
They've definitely slowed down. They've definitely slowed down
Everyone's
the safety
now
car speed.
Really, well, of course, you aren't linked to a speed, you're just linked to not overtaking, so they can catch up. Now, I'm wondering now where people are being a bit cute, and they're trying to use as little fuel as possible already.
Yeah. There is some visible damage on some of the cars.
Yeah, the 33 car's got a real ensconced feeling about the front end.
Yeah, that's the RN Vision STS Sim Racing team. They're down to 23rd.
He's crabbing.
It's getting worse, isn't it? So
and what's happening? The pits. And of course, the others can't actually overtake him because we're under full course yellow.
Well, you're on the radio at that point, asking your team manager to talk to race control and say,
yes,
"Can I pass the 23
It's a computer
car?"
that will give you a foot, so you have to wait to get round.
Got you.
There is very little arguing with the computer. So the cars are all now lining up.
So who are the big winners and losers? Williams Esports seem to have dropped down with the 50 car. So that car has definitely had some problems earlier on. They're down to 22nd. Team GB right at the back as well. BMW Team GB have dropped from inside the top 10. So that is a big drop from them. So is that where it started? Because they were in that sort of 6th, 7th, 8th
right,
position.
yeah, it was 6, 7, 8. They kind of all concertinated together in the fat part of the of turn 1. It only takes one person to touch another person.
In the fat part of the Howe curve?
The Howe curve, yes, yes. Amazing. Was it the leather jacket part? That's correct. But no, you think about it, if you go in there and you lightly tap one person, you're probably getting away. The person who taps round and therefore is a roadblock for 20 other cars. Yeah. And that's where it all goes wrong. And people then try and avoid it and avoid the hit other people, and it's just it's a nightmare.
So this will slow down the race time. But of course, we've still got 23 laps to go.
Now the question is, are they going to run a short yellow? Because you don't have to go through the whole process anymore. There's a way of you can just run a lap or 2 laps of yellow within iRacing now. So you haven't got to go a full lap and open the pits and everything else. So whether this is just...
Right, just before we discuss that, let's go back to the Heusingfeld replay and see what happened. The first 4 were fine. So it's further back down the field. As they come into the first corner, Team BMW car gets absolutely
BMW gets
nailed.
done by the 5. It was the 5 car, the red
Phoenix, the red Phoenix car, and that was the catalyst.
And then you see the lucky people who came up the inside got away with it. It's, you know, if you watch the F1 race at the Hungaroring a few weeks ago, you'll see what happens when someone turns someone around the first corner. Some people are lucky, some people are unlucky. And certainly, if you've spent your entire time...
It's going to be Pierre Gasly.
I don't know, Esteban Ocon.
Esteban Ocon, sorry, yes.
Well, of course, the first 4 did get away in this one, but they got pinballed out last time. But no, I mean, there's some big winners there, and you're absolutely completely right, John. You've identified the major loser, and that is the BMW Team GB car, because my guess is not only were they spun, but they got damage as well.
But surely Phoenix Racing Esport will take a penalty for that?
I would expect so. That would be my guess. That'll be assessed, I'm sure.
Even on a first lap, first corner? I think you've got to, haven't you?
But they would have got 4 instant points, but that's not necessarily enough. But But the
I don't know is actually what
the thing you have to realise is it wasn't vindictive.
No.
It was
still a
it's one of
mistake.
those things that happened in the first corner and they spun round. I mean, absolutely. If this was an F1 race, you'd be looking at a 5-second or 10-second penalty and and move forward from there.
Team race for 72, black and orange car, as we have got the pits opened, and this is damaged cars coming in to the pit lane from well down the Crocodile. We're still under full course yellow, so first 4 have gone across the line, first 7 or 8 have gone across the line.
Should get a pit caller.
So Schubert Motorsport eSport, the 19 car in the pit lane, been in there for 6 seconds already. The Team GB BMW are in, and they will. I think they're all going to need a bit of repair, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, if it's an optional repair, it may be a minute, 30 seconds or 2 minutes. But if it's a major repair, they'll need an 8-minute stop, and we're not going to trundle around for 8 minutes and they'll have lost a lap anyway. So
correct.
My guess is what they're trying to do is even up some of those repairs.
Now, of course, this is that's a very quick pit stop for the number 19. Back out, that's the Schubert Motorsport eSport car, and they've come back in just behind the Deutsche Payment at Race Union car. So that is going to be 25th position. BMW Team GB. All right, I wonder if they've got a quick repair.
They might all have one fast repair. You're right.
Yeah.
Are they all coming out fast as well?
They were the only 2 cars that I saw going in. Still racing, waiting for RN Vision STS, the 33 car.
Yeah,
that was the one that was crabbing.
There's one car, the Deutsche Payment Reunion car, has been in for a long time, and the rest have all been in for a stop.
Deutsche Payment. I thought I saw Deutsche Payment. No, Deutsche Payment's out.
Yeah,
Deutsche Payment's on the track.
32.6 seconds stopped. The others stopped instantaneously and did get a fast repair. Now you know what can happen, don't you? You can forget to tick the fast repair box.
Right. Okay.
So fast repair, just so you know,
or you can forget to not put fuel in.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. iRacing obviously bottles damage and then it gives you a repair time. But if you are running in certain championships, they give you what's called a fast repair, which is basically one get out of jail free card for an instance such as that.
Safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. Thanks to Marina, getting us all of the information here at Radio Show Limited's Global Broadcast Centre.
Of course, with that fast repair, you still lose track position, but you have a car that is healthy for the remaining 22 laps to try and make those positions back up, or some of those positions back up.
And does that put the car back to absolute Ron Dennis optimum?
Brilliant question, because it's supposed to.
But it never really does.
No. 95% of the time it does. Every now and again, who knows?
Right. Does it depend how badly it is?
No.
Right.
It's the wonderful world of randoms.
Excellent.
But normally, yes, fast repair will totally repair the car as we get ready to go green again.
So the safety car will pull back in again and leave the field under the control of VRS Commander number 80. That's on the yellow mirrors. Behind it, the 18 with the black mirrors and the black wing end plates. Then it's BS Competition, Bureau Sud Competition Blue. The BMW's VRS SimSport will start in 4th position. It will be a single file start coming through towards the end of the lap, the Coca-Cola curve now, in front of the Dorint Hotel. Porsche pace car in the pits. Safety car, excuse me, in the pits. Now, when do you go now?
Just go.
You just go. Yeah, you do just go. VRS then. Oh, really good jump by the leader. Will have no need to defend into the first corner, down into the Haug Hook, down the inside for the Mahler, number 36 of Mahler Racing Team, the BMW in its traditional colours there, sitting in 5th position. Now, right in there as well, Phoenix Racing Esports and Urano Esports as well.
Yeah, it was Urano who was the problem first lap.
Was it Urano or was it Phoenix?
No, it was Urano, the red car. It was Urano who was the problem first lap.
Well, Phoenix is red as well, 5 car.
Is it?
Yeah.
But it was the red Audi, which is Urano.
Okay. You say so?
I do say so.
Right.
Obviously, now I have to go up to stewards and justify that.
Okay. So we'll see if that gets a penalty. The red and white BMW making its way through further back down the field. And that is a striking colour. Is there damage on the front of that car? No, I think they've got away with it. That is the number 2 of Digital Motorsport, 21st position. Williams Esports just ahead.
You can have some visible damage. It doesn't actually really affect the performance of the car, and that's something we would need to assess during that kind of first yellow flag. Is did we think it's okay? Otherwise, we come in and take our repair and lose track position. There's a queue of traffic now as we run up the hill again.
And at the front of the field, VRS first and second have consolidated their lead further back down, the number 8 is the Yas Heat car, and that's in 10th position. That turquoise or teal blue car sitting in the middle of that battle, with Marla having a look at the braking point and trying to make up the position on Fire Sim Sport right ahead of them. That's 4th and 5th as they come through to complete the lap. Top 3 have just broken away a tiny little bit. BS Competition Blue, the Bureau Sud car with the zebra stripes contrast either side, goes across in 3rd position.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really important part of the setting down after the panic and the weird reset of the first few laps, because I mean, very clear that yellow flag period is not at all common in this sort of racing. It's obviously very common in IMSA racing and obviously in NASCAR, but in this sort of GT3 competition racing, you don't see that. You'll do a 24-hour Spa, and that will never happen. But they've had this chance to reset, which is a good idea because it's a qualification for a main race. It's not completely ruined someone's weekend on the first lap. Yes, there's been some disadvantages. BMW now, Team G, we've got back to 19. They can obviously take some time here, gaining some places, and then attack tomorrow. But there's a lot of people who are sitting there going, I'm really a lot further than I thought I'd be, forward or back. As the only Ferrari, I believe, of ADAC SimSport sits in 10th, and you kind of feel like
it's the 159.
You want to sit down and say, why have you chosen the Ferrari? Well, I mean, it might be brilliant, but everyone else hasn't. So what have you seen in the Ferrari that the half the teams who've driven Audis and half the teams who've driven BMWs haven't seen? Sorry, half the teams who've driven Porsches and half the teams who've driven BMWs aren't. There's a couple of Audis haven't. There's 4 models here. We've only one Ferrari.
We've seen the 159 in real life running as a Ferrari. This is ADAC SimRacing Schweiz, sitting, as I say, in 10th position, right behind the Yas Heat, and behind them is the Phoenix Racing eSport Green. Raceberg Red in 12th, Riley SimRacing in 13th, Huizenfeld 148 coming back through the field. Now they were a big winner then. The Huizenfeld, they were down in the 20s at the start, and I think they wouldn't like that. And the 148 Huizenfeld car then up to 14th position. Side-by-side action coming onto the back straight. That is the Bureau Sud car to the pit wall side. The red Bureau Sud BS car is 7th, 8th, 9th. Marla down the inside defending. Number 5 is the Phoenix.
With the logo in 15th place, T3 Esports is supposed to be a Lamborghini. I haven't seen it yet, but it's supposed to be a Lamborghini out there in 15th.
Right, I'll keep an eye for that for the 71 cars.
It was just down there as the logo on the bottom of the screen with the Lamborghini prancing bull.
Oh,
that's not good.
Now that's one of the Phoenix cars. That's the red, the Phoenix.
That's 5. Car 5's gone out. That's Phoenix Racing Esport Red. You're absolutely right. Even though it's not red.
Yeah,
it's the Esport Red car.
That's what threw me out before. So when I saw the 5, when we saw the 5 on the windscreen, that was position 5 and not car 5.
Yeah, they've got
that, of course it was.
Lights.
Well,
I don't think he was even helped there, was he?
No, he was.
Was he?
Yes.
I looked up and he was going. I was still trying to desperately find this Lamborghini that's supposed to be out there.
That was more than a bit of a help.
Oh, was it a love tap nudge?
It was a bit more than that, in fairness. It was, I really love tapped you then, in that case.
It was the thump.
Yeah, it was, I love you so much.
Please get off the track.
Yeah, please get out of my way. So now the fight back begins. It was pretty much in the door, so I'm sort of hoping...
No, that won't damage it. He won't have got damage.
Right, okay.
Sorry, he won't have got any business-affecting damage.
I'm pretty certain.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that was actually, to be honest, that was really the definition of a racing incident, because he cut across at the same point as the red BMW was a little bit too far up his.
That was BS competition.
Up his behind, but realistically, if he hadn't cut across so viciously, he'd have been fine. So I certainly, if I was Nick the steward, I'd be going racing incident. Carry on, boys.
Okay. Bob Barfield, our race director in IMSA, always says, race other people the way you would like them to race
So would Bo
you.
be doing avoidable contact on that one?
I like avoidable contact as a phrase because it doesn't apportion blame or willful intent. Whether you've made a mistake or not, it's just something that really shouldn't have happened. Down the inside, that's a lovely dive down the inside by the Phoenix Audi number 5.
Recovery drive.
And the GT tyre sponsored WF Racing Esports in the Porsche. It's the number 99. Nice livery on that car as well. Team GB, BMW fighting their way back up. They're back inside the top 20. That is a quick car.
They've gained a couple of places. They were 18. The last time I looked up, they were 19th. So gaining a place. But it's the same
outside the top 20.
The same issue we're going to be seeing again, as we saw in the previous race, is that you're modelling these cars. They're very close to each other. You've got great drivers, and getting past is going to be difficult. They do have, of course, the big stop into the NG chicane to do it. So and it's kind of feinting and trying to put people slightly off as they come into the corners. But that's your one chance.
Hirano Esports, the transgressor, we believe, at the start of number 90, and the Fire Sim Sports number 26 BMW. So that's Audi versus BMW, racing for 4th position. Ahead of them, the 91 BS competition, the Buda Sud car for BMW, and then the 2 VRS Coanda Sim Sport machines, 18 in second, 80 in the lead by not very much, 3/4 of a second. Those two are split. 18 laps to go. It's the GT500, the ADAC GT500. This is our qualifying race, if you will. If this was F1, we wouldn't be able to call it qualifying or a race. It would just be the sprint.
Yes, and we'd be asleep by now.
Well, none of that action would have happened, and none of that passing would have happened, would it?
No.
Let's be honest.
They'll be going, when's me tea?
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. So this is the battle for grid positions for the 2-hour 30-minute race tomorrow, which we will have coverage for you. Looking forward to that immensely. Mira Sud red going through, Ferrari in behind. That is the ADAC SimRacing Schweiz car. 7th and 8th, those two. Then Phoenix Esports green. Actually, that wasn't the Phoenix car, was it?
Oh, there's the Lamborghini. I've seen it.
Have you?
Yes, it's just
there's been a Lamborghini spot.
It's the back of this train of 4 cars.
That's a T3 Esports car.
He's got a colour. He's got a fantastic camouflage in there. He's trying to look.
Oh yes.
He's trying to look like an unwell silver beetle, isn't he? Really? It's absolutely. It's the design not to be seen. He's obviously thought this is a major advantage. These 4 cars, 3 Porsches and a Lamborghini come up the hill. That's the start of a joke, obviously, isn't it?
No, absolutely not. It is in the Russian convoy camo colours, isn't it?
Yes.
The broken up colours. I've seen cars running in that. It's the Myler sponsored car. Jens Horman behind the wheel of T3 Esports, as he's in 14th position. It's right in front, Team Racewerk Red, Team Heusingfeld 148, now at the 12th, and Riley Sim Racing. Those are the 3 Porsches.
3 similar Porsches, 3 similar chassis, and then behind them the howling mid-engine V10 of the Lamborghini.
Never be a match for the flat 6.
Well, possibly not. But what was interesting there is those 4 went through the heavy braking system and they didn't gain or lose a single metre. So
No.
we were back in this situation where we've got people who are too talented.
Nobody making mistakes. This is the battle for 11th position across the line. Riley Sim Racing, Heusingfeld 148, who started way down, now in 12th position. Racewerk Red, T3 Sports with that Lamborghini.
The gaps are all almost exactly 0.4 of a second between this train. Now I'm beginning to wonder whether this is a deliberate case of just working some laps down, keeping the position and wondering what to do at the second half of the race.
The next car back is the number 5 Phoenix Esport Red, which isn't red, which is black and yellow in Audi shape. And that car is closing in. Yeah, that is a great camel colour for that Lamborghini.
That's why I didn't see it before. You see, this is the point. I didn't see it before because it was now that's a little snifter there as he goes down towards the Dunlop curve. Can you get positioning inside? There's been one of the it's like wildebeest, isn't they? One of the Porsches have broken off from the herd and it's now being attacked by the Lamborghini.
By the cheetah. Yes, absolutely. Esports Racing Green, right up behind Schweiz, the ADAC Schweiz car, Hop Schweiz. It's my much lamented and dear departed mother-in-law, would have always have had me say. The Swiss cross on the wing end plates of the Swiss Motorsport ADAC SimRacing car.
Coming into the chicane. Oh, he's made him think, but
big tank slap. No.
See, that's what happened. He went to think about doing it. In doing it, he put a wheel on the grass and then braked with the wheel on the grass, lost it. He's gone into the side of the car ahead. Now I'm wondering whether that's going to cause a problem. No, he's abandoned the pits.
Really?
I don't know how much damage he did, because he basically spun in his own way, lost a huge number of places, but spun himself after coming against the Ferrari.
Let's take a quick replay and see what happened there. Was there a right-hand tyre on the grass, I wonder, as they came up the hill? Dick is nodding at me.
That's why it did what it did.
Okay. I think we've got a Heusingfeld replay to check on that. We have got cars in the pits. The Nürburgring Esports powered by Ringversiert SimRacing is in, and WS Racing Esports is in, and Eifelland Esports is the safety car, I think. So coming up to
faints, the space isn't there, so they'll come up the inside. Think about it.
This is the Phoenix Esport green car, which also is green. There it is. There it is. The wheel on the grass. It's the old wheel on the grass trick.
Yes, wheel on the grass, and the car goes round and round.
Wheel on the grass car. Okay, yes.
It almost works.
It's been
almost
a long day. It's been a long day. Well, now that we've sorted that out, with 15 laps to go, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the GT500 conclusion next. So 14 laps to go for the ADAC GT500 at the 2021 ADAC Sim Expo here at the Nürburgring. Nick Damon is alongside me, John Hindhoff, in the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre. Delighted to see this racing going on, and so far, Nick, it's been a Porsche benefit at the front.
Oh, you must be so sad about this. Are you virtually ecstatic?
No, I'm actually
yes, Josh Rogers with the 80 VRS and the SimSport is leading away. He's absolutely identically liveried teammate in the 18, and they are obviously making no attempt to overtake each other in this qualification race, and just pulling away. There is still one spanner to come. Everyone's got to make a pit stop and change drivers, but certainly for this first stint, we're kind of halfway. Amazing.
The first car that's made a pit stop, but I don't know whether that would count as its mandatory pit stop, was Deutsche Payment at Race Union. They were in very early in the 87 for that damage stop, as were BMW Team GB.
None of those stops would count.
Right, okay. If you say so.
Well, that would be making travesty the whole game, no, wouldn't it? The whole simulation, no, wouldn't be. Well, I think they need to even drive.
Oh, Urano are in. Now this is the first of the top teams in with 13 laps to go.
Urano 11, so it must be a window like 11 to 14 where you put the first driver in or out.
Right, okay. So they have been in for 15 seconds now. The Urano Sports number 90, the red Audi, dropping out of the top six.
Now this is a good plan. If you're in traffic and you feel you can go quicker, this is this is the unpleasant undercut, I've used the word, but this is where it may come into play. You'll get released into clear track. You can do 1, 2, 3 laps as fast as possible, no one in front of you. You may get a couple of places.
The 171 T3 Esports Talent Development, which I presume is another Lamborghini.
Not sure, but
okay. They have the 71 Lamborghini as in Schubert Motorsport Esports, the number 19 car is in. It is a Lamborghini.
Hey!
Thank you.
2 of them painted in camouflage colours I couldn't see.
I had some camouflage trousers, but I put them down. Couldn't find them anywhere.
I know.
Never seen them again. So into the pit lane, the iRacing safety car sits there, and the white and green car is the safety car that we've been using. It's the Eifelland Esports Racing branded car. So pit stops there for Schubert Motorsport as well as the Talent Development T3 Esports 171 Lambo. Arano back out again, and now having changed drivers. I presume. Well, maybe they thought that because it was traffic that was further back down the field, they could still make.
He's managed to get past that BMW very quickly, but he's got the blue, light blue Porsche in front of him causing problems.
That's the RC Haltern, number 27 Porsche in the two-tone blue. Do you think anybody would have changed tyres? No. No point.
I can't believe the point. Look at the stop times. 40s. No, where's the stop time for Arano? What position are they in?
Arano's 21st.
33.8. If that's actually the stationary time,
it is.
You can do tyres on that.
Would there be any point in doing tyres?
Well, no, I don't think so, because also considering you don't need to take fuel. Your driver change time is about 12.
Team Racewerk 72, right in the midst of a battle with, behind them is the Phoenix red car, which is yellow and black, just to confuse stupid commentators. And ahead of them is the Heusingfeld 148, who have definitely, that Porsche has definitely done the best of all of that schmozzle on the first corner of the first lap and used the yellow flag.
Yeah, I mean, that's, they played the tactics. I'm not whether they were surprised as I was to see yellow flag coming out in a GT3 race rather than the Nürburgring Grand Prix tracker. But I'm now. It looks like everyone is doing these 30-second stops. So they are, there is a driver change time, and you can get other things done while the drivers change. Perhaps they're making the most of that, making the point, well, we've got to stop anyway and change driver. We'll put new set tyres on.
The second of the T3 Esports Lamborghini is in and now out. Nürburgring Esports powered by the ADAC SimRacing is in, and they're 36, 37 stationary, 40 seconds they were. It's quite a long time. BMW Team GP, by the way, their first stop, they were only stationary for 2.6 seconds.
Fast repair.
As with Williams Esports, 7.2.
Sort of fast repair.
Not quite as fast repair as what I was expecting.
I'm getting the kind of feeling they might have just decided, perhaps they didn't click the ticket in time, but yeah. This is a good move up the outside. This is the battle for 11th and 10th, and up goes the 5 machine, the Phoenix Red, not red. Past 8th. Actually,
that's battle for 8th.
Oh, he's got 11th. He's only picked up 3 from the pit. He scored 11th as he crossed the line last time round, judging by his windscreen. Whereas he made 2 or 3 places in this lap.
Yeah. And here they come across the line, and that's another place made up by the Esports Phoenix Red car, Red team, should I say, racing in black and highlighted yellow. Down towards the first corner, Heusingfeld, the 148, is the Porsche coming through from the back after picking their way through the carnage at the Haug Hook first time around, and then behind them is Team Racewerk Red, and then Deutsche Payment at Race Union. Now they have done a 32-second stop,
but they did that at the start of the race.
Right.
That was one of the weird things about how they didn't use their fast repair. They may have.
So do we think Fire Sim Sport then, who are, well, they've just pitted.
Everyone else with a high number has done a stop, apart from Deutsche Payment and Race Union.
I think it's Digital Motorsports coming in as well, the number 2 car. This is a long stop for Fire Sim Sport.
Probably do.
That's a minute.
That is a long time. Wasn't that from 3rd?
Yeah, absolutely. 4th actually. BS competition, I think, we're up in the 3rd.
They've made an error there somewhere.
Well, they're sitting very not up on the jacks. Now being stopped for over a minute.
They
must have been.
My guess is they've had an issue with the driver change.
Right.
Something's happened, because a minute and 32 is longer than doing a full tank of fuel and a set of tyres. And there's an outside chance they may have made a horrible mistake and not clicked off "Don't fill it up," and they filled the tank right to brim by accident. That can happen, though you can stop it halfway through. But even so, that and a full tyre change wouldn't take a minute and 39. My feeling is more likely they've had an issue with actually getting an online issue with driver change.
Nick Damon, our iRacing expert. Say hello to all of our friends at iRacing, Drew Adamson and the rest of the control room team in Boston, Massachusetts. We've worked with them a lot over the last 18 months. Down the inside for the number 8 Yas Heat, the teal, blue and black BMW in turn 1, now turn 2 around the outside of Ferrari. That is the SimRacing Switzerland car, IES.
I thought the Swiss
still side by side.
I thought the Swiss showed some excellent spatial awareness there.
Yeah.
Going through the Howard corner. I mean,
almost very fair, the Swiss.
Absolutely.
Very
yes.
diplomatic through turn 1.
You could always get a Toblerone between two cars, couldn't you?
No, not quite. Not quite at all. I think the car looks fairly neutral, the way it's handling.
I think so, yes. They'll have a vote on where it's going to finish.
Oh, that was a nasty
little hip check.
A little bit of hip and shoulder there from the number 8
Very
team.
rude.
Yes.
Very rude.
Yas Heat going through. Yas Heat going through. With that big red rear wing. Now the 159 Ferrari. Let's forget about that now because they're under pressure as well.
And then in their pit stop, like everyone is, we have only 10 laps to go. My feeling is the window will probably be that everyone has to come in now.
Yeah.
Because you're halfway, you give it a window of like from 10 laps to go to 10 laps gone effectively, which is a 4-lap window. Otherwise, you're not really evening out the driver.
I suppose you might have had a word, mightn't you? Just said, we'll do what we need to do. Heusingfeld still in 7th position. That is great, but none of the top, I reckon, none of the top 12 have done enough time in the pits to make it a stop. And here they come, the two VRS Coanda Sim Sport cars from 1st and 2nd, 80 and 18 are in the lane.
I think everyone's
BS Competition Blue comes in from 3rd. Now will Yas Heat come in? The number 8 car from 4th position. They are trundling down the pit lane. Yas Heat have stayed out. The Swiss IS SimRacing 159 Ferrari come in. Yas Heat then go to the lead. It's the opportunity for Yas Heat. Got to be a really quick stop though. Phoenix Racing eSport go through. Heusingfeld go through. Racework Red go through.
Tyres are being changed, John, by the way.
Tyres are being changed for the Coanda. Okay. Maybe that's mandatory. We have seen that in some of the digital Nürburgring Längstrecke series.
They should be finishing the tyres in the next
30 seconds now.
3 seconds. Come down. They're down 34 and both come down. Oh, but slightly slower away for the second car.
I think the BS Competition BMW got between them.
There was a really slow pickup again from the 18.
18, yeah.
And they got split there. I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't just drop and go.
So, one of the first cars that we saw going in was Urano Esports, the number 90. That was one of the first of the leading cars that went in. I think that's still behind. So it's effectively come back out in 4th position. It's behind VRS Coanda, the number 18 car. So this is...
Yes, you're right. I can see it in the background.
Right.
That's a game. Through the pit stop process. It wasn't in 4th. I think it was in 6th, wasn't it? 5th or 6th.
Right.
The big gain though is this change for net second. Oh, hang on a second though, because when Yas Heat comes out, he's back in 5th again, isn't he?
Yeah.
So possibly, yes. But it's a big gain there for this BMW, the 91 car.
That BS Bureau Sud, as it's running the opposite side, and we did see, of course, the Turner Racing BMW running with the Bureau Sud livery on one side.
Yas Heat haven't come in again.
No, 9 to go. 8 is across the line. Yas Heat stay out. And let's see if Phoenix Esports stay out as well. T3 Esports Talent Development have got a lap down now, but they'll get that lap back when Yas Heat comes in.
Racework in not actual 4th, but 4th when they came in.
SimRacing Academy then go up to 4th in the 143. Heusingfeld yet to stop, but up from down in the 20s, up to 3rd position.
They're 9 seconds off Yas Heat though, so when you look at where they might be coming out, you're going to be saying somewhere in the region of 11th, I think. Perhaps a bit less, perhaps 10th, when it all shuffles back out again. But of course, you can't really tell what the relative lap speeds at the moment. There are a lot of cars finally seeing some clear air for the first time in the first half hour of the race.
Just realised I don't have a last lap on my timing screen. I'll have that fixed for tomorrow.
Excellent.
8 to go. Bureau Sud, competition blue, ahead of VRS Coanda S18. Or 18, can I say it? So I still think the VRS Coanda Sim Sport is the leader, having done its mandatory pit stop.
Yeah.
That would be my shout. There they are. Just dropping down the hill now towards the...
They're definitely in the lead. It's the more of a sorry tale for their teammate who's just got himself dropped into third. Now, the interesting thing, Yassi have run, I'm sure, about as long as they can on their number one driver or their first driver. I'm surprised they've been allowed to go
the end of the lap.
8 laps.
It'll be 7 to go this time around.
No.
Stays out.
They're completely flexible when you bring
Yeah,
the
must
driver
be.
in.
Must
Just
be.
have to do it. You're not evening it up. But the thing about the evening it up is you get even use of tyres, don't you? You
Right.
do 12 laps.
Heusingfeld's in. Heusingfeld is in.
Running it long and short, unless you're very much sure your number one driver is the best, he's running on much older tyres than needs to be.
So Team Heusingfeld 148 into the pits from what was third at that point. They're not yet at their pit stop. Oh, over the curve, VRS Coanda Sim Sport.
Young has taken over from Josh Roy. It's a pretty strong pairing, that, isn't it, really?
Yes, very much.
You kind of think, yeah, that's not going to have any problems.
They've got Lego Technic as one of their sponsors. Did you see the one-to-one Tom Christensen Audi that Lego have built?
No.
Full size.
What?
Full size.
What? 8?
The last one that he drove, the 18.
Wow.
The one with the roof on.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely extraordinary.
Amazing thing about those things is how much they weigh, isn't it? When you actually get them out, they weigh many times.
Many times the weight of the real car. Lego, of course, who, among other things, are the biggest car tyre manufacturer in the world.
Well, certainly at the moment, because no one's building any.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. They still are. 7 to go. Race Union back in the pits for the third stop, as with BMW Team GB as well. I think they're fighting problems, and this might be their driver change, actually.
Yes, I'm not quite sure if Team GB quit their third stop.
I think there was a couple of stops for damage early on.
They stopped once, did a super fast repair.
Good point.
They don't know what's going on. That's weird. That's a strange situation, but you don't know. We aren't seeing every car around every lap, and there may have been an unfortunate off at some point.
True enough. So Yasheed still have yet to stop. Phoenix Racing Esport Red in second have to stop. See above comment for Sim Racing Academy GT 500 the 143 and the 15 Phoenix Esport Green. And they are some 30 seconds ahead. The leaders are due round any time now.
They've done another lap. So Yasheed and Phoenix have gone another lap.
Right.
They really are going to just do it right towards the end.
They've only got a 30-second gap between themselves and VRS, 35-second gap. That's their stopping. So the transit time in the pit lane is going to be what pushes them back. They're going to be bottom end of the top 10, maybe a bit further down.
Yeah, this is why I don't understand, because these guys have put on new tyres. So they're getting 12 laps effectively on each set of tyres.
Yeah, makes sense.
Whereas they're already on to lap 18 of this tyres. When they change, they'll only get 6 on the new one. So they are giving themselves more old tyre, if that makes mathematical sense. And certainly looking at the fact that they're not really pulling away, it's an interesting. Well, it's an interesting concept. They decide they're going to run long. They're going to run long with driver 1. Driver 2 is going to may get only a lap or may get 2 laps on fresh tyres, but they'll be cold as well. So it's a really strange concept. Yes, break it in 2 would be my opinion.
Yeah.
Lap either way. I mean, obviously we had that 2-lap safety car period, so that obviously moves halfway actually to lap 13 or 14 rather than lap 12 as far as tyre usage is concerned. But Yasheed ploughing their own furrow. They are losing time lap over lap to the second place scored Phoenix Racing Esport Red, who gained 9 tenths, then 7 tenths and 3 tenths and 6 tenths. So they gained 1.6 to about 2.4 seconds over the course of the last 4 laps. So I think Yasheed are not going to emerge as they do another lap without stopping. Are going to emerge as far ahead as they would wish to be. I think you're absolutely right with your prediction, John. I think 10th or 11th. It might be as bad as 10th or 11th.
Yeah.
Don't forget when they didn't go into the pits, what were they, 5th?
Yeah.
When everyone else pulled in.
Well, we've got 5 laps to go. Surely pit stops next time round. Yas Heat have not stopped. Neither is the top 4. We reckon VRS Coanda SimSport at 80 from pole position is the leader after the stops. Into the final stages, the last 5th of this sprint.
Yes.
The sprint.
That was the light blue Porsche off the road there in the Mercedes arena. Having a bit of a squiggle.
That was... Is that the ADAC SimRacing Expo car?
It's one of the ones towards the back.
Okay.
He's had some problems, but it was a background shot. But is that the second Coanda car ahead back into second place? I think
yes, it is.
Net second, not actual second, net second.
The other thing is the 2 BS competition cars are together on the timing screen in 7th and 8th. Still, the top 4 have not pitted, but that is a change of position with the 18. The VRS Coanda SimSport car that started on the front row, lost that position with a slightly tardy getaway as the car came down from the air jacks. Now, let's go back to have a look at the replay if we can. We'll get that in a moment. And see where that happened out on the Grand Prix circuit. Yas Heat in the pit lane from the lead. From the lead. With 4 to go. They haven't even tripped over the line yet. Phoenix Esport come in.
I wonder if this is the maximum you can do is 20 laps. You have to come up with these last 4.
5 to 5.
So getting through there, just
so that was
the run up to the chicane.
Yeah, as you said, it is a breaking point now, isn't it? Actually, the Bureau Sud car was the car that caused the incident with the Porsche.
Right.
Yeah, that was contact. That was contact. That was why the Coanda car managed to get back through. So top 4 in the pits. Coanda SimSport 80 goes through. Their team car goes through in 2nd. BS competition 3rd and 4th. This is good team racing at the front of the field. That's been a heck of a run for the 2nd of the BS competition cars, because they were almost dead last, weren't they?
And there's Yas moving now. I think they're going to get scored. They're just ahead of the 159s. They're going to score in 8th. So they drop back as badly as thought. It's 7th or 8th they're going to be.
Yeah, but they're on colder tyres.
Yeah, this is his chance.
Touch.
Netcode. It wasn't a touch, it was netcode.
Was it?
It was netcode, or it may have been over-ambitious power application with cold tyres.
Well,
don't forget this driver's coming completely cold into cold tyres as well.
Yeah, good call.
So it's the second driver. It's not like you've done a pit stop and you're really used to it. But like I said again, I don't think it was deliberate from the Ferrari, and it was either a little bit of netcode, which is where the miscalculation of whether the cars are gives the impression of an accident, or cold rear tyres.
So that was the ADAC SimRacing Swiss car, and it was the battle for actual 7th place. Yas Heat have dropped back a couple.
Scoring Yas in 9th now, yes, because Phoenix Esport Red have got through as well.
Yeah, they just drove through the carnage. Now, is there any damage to that car? They've gone very, very long, so they've got the best tyres, but only 3 laps at the end of this one to go. So coming out the pit lane, got to stay to the right-hand side of the line. Here comes the Swiss Ferrari. Has a look into the Mercedes arena. No, it's cold tyres, Nick. Damon calls it.
Well, it's difficult. He's going
to Phoenix was close.
Think about it. He's seen his teammate lead the race effectively. We knew it wasn't really the lead. He's got on there. He's got 4 laps to make a difference, and he can see a place looming in his mirrors. And he comes to a sharp, difficult corner in first gear, and just gives it too much right foot, and it's gone round. He's obviously sitting there thinking, I really hope that's not on the telly. And it was.
And it was, absolutely. Well, so far, we are now getting the Noah's Ark look at the front of the field. VRS Coanda and BS competition coming in 2 by 2. The battle for 2nd position and to get one of the Budo Sud cars on the front row is heating up again. These two have been at it since they've come out of the pit stops. Been very impressive driving. Behind them, Marla Racing BMW number 36, then the Urano Esports Red number 90 Audi, then the white and blue IS Swiss Sim Racing Ferrari, Phoenix in the grey and yellow Esports Red, rather confusingly named, is 8th. That's a 5 car. Yas Heat still going in 9th position in the 8th. The top 10 is the best of the T3 cars, so we've got a Lamborghini in the top 10.
That's what it should be. I think it's good. I get very disappointed when you end up with all the same chassis in these GT3 races. We've got a good representative. We've got four of the 8 you could choose. I think we've got 5 actually. We've got Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Audi, and Lamborghini. So we're only missing the Ford, which isn't really one anyway, and 200 and Mercedes.
Right.
So the rest are all represented.
I've got a feeling. I mean, how hard do you press now? You know, it's the difference between starting on the outside of the front row or the inside of the second row.
And this is the sprint conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, at this point, I think BS Competition Blue are thinking, well, if he makes a mistake, yeah, fair comment, but there's no point me going for it.
No.
Because if I tip us both round, we'll lose places.
Now, VRS car and the Sim Sport is catching a bit of traffic there. The leading car, I think it's got through okay.
Yeah, I think he just nipped through.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you will get a blue and blue flag effectively in your cockpit in iRacing. You know when you're being lapped. Now, actually saying that, it looks like BS Competition decided, no, we're going to absolutely hassle BRS Coranda for second place overall.
Last lap for the leaders now in the sprint.
Okay.
Well,
I don't think it is. I thought there was one to go. Well, it's his final lap. Let's find what happens in the lap. Possibly because of the yellow flag business, it may have timed out.
Timed out, yeah. Good call. The time has run out.
Was it 24 laps and 50 minutes?
Whichever comes the quickest. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Nick. Something else I haven't got on the time screen is lap counter. I've just realised. Okay, making up for that for tomorrow.
Bit of column shuffling. I mean, one of the things, obviously, all the races we've done so far today, or over the course of the 2 days, have been on different platforms.
Yep.
Oh, this is a great idea. Because Hassan on the last corner.
Oh, in the Michelin. That is great driving from both, side by side. They're going to dive down the hill. Does Budo Sud steer on the outside? Yes, they do. And they're going to tough it out to Advan at the bottom of the hill. Oh, it goes round the outside. That is outstanding driving, though. Racing Room asked for and given there, Nick, on the last lap, the last half lap, and it will be a VRS and BS competition front 2 rows.
That's amazing. That was he went for it, got it in a brilliantly clean way on the last lap, where the risk versus reward was quite limited as they come off the final corner, but I think he'll still get it over the line. As Mitchell de Jong comes over and takes the win.
Motorsport's going very slowly there, and the Schubert car as well. I think just deciding to knock it on the head. Now, the battle for 7th position. Which side of the 4th row do you want to start on? The Swiss Ferrari and the Phoenix Racing Audi. I think the Ferrari's going to get the inside track. Yes, does.
Very hard to out-track the car between the
such a
first
short
corner
run.
and the... If you get a really good run, you've got a chance to get...
Yas Heat came home in 9th after running in the head of the field.
Lamborghini in 10th.
For T3, Biela. That's a good run for Biela. They were outside the top 20. They started outside the top 20. So the 23 car up there. Team Racework in 12th. Riley Sim Racing and Team Huizinfeld. Huizinfeld, who ran very high and did their best. And they've made up about 10 places, I reckon, in that 140. The losers there, Fire Sim Sport, they're well down.
Weird long pit stop when they came in from 4th at half point.
The other big loser, of course, Williams Esports and BMW Team GB, the 55 car, although they've fought back to the inside of row 10 for the race.
Any progress after that initial first push. In the last 15, 16 laps, they made no progress at all.
Across the line for WS Racing Esports. That's the GT tyres car. And just waiting for the second of the Lamborghinis to come through. The T3E Sports Talent Development. Last car on the Lee lap, correct. Digital Motorsport in 24th was lap, as was Schubert, RC Haltern, and the STS Sim Racing team all finished a lap down. Confirmation then, Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong winning for VRS. Great run by Niels Koch at the end, no wonder. What a great drive. Ryan Barneveld started that one off, and he takes the outside of the front row for tomorrow. Tommy Erstgaard and Martin Kroenke will be in the VRS on the inside of the row, row 2 from BS competition number 28. Then the Marla Racing team, Alessandro Pico finishing off the good work by Daniel Lafuente. He's got the Urano Sports Audi alongside them. Then it's IS Sim Racing Schweiz from Phoenix Reds, Kevin Volkman, Fabian Holstatter, Jas Heat. Looks like a single driver for Jas there in that, but still would have to have the minimum driver time when in the pit stop. Jens Hohmann and Oliver Ackermann making up the top 10 for T3 in that Lamborghini. So that's your top 5 rows. Bieler Racing for Team Racework on row 6. Riley Sim Racing on row 7. On the inside with Team Heusingfeld 148. Good progress from them. Clyra lost out after that long pit stop. Phoenix Racing Esport Green involved in all sorts of battles. That'll be row 8. Row 9, Nürburgring Esports powered by Ringversiert Sim Racing and Williams Esport. Dominic Steib, Moreno Sarica. Inside of row 10, BMW Team G-Race, Sammy Matty Trogan and Josh Thompson. Sammy Matty been doing some real world racing as well, of course. With Deutsche Payment at Race Union, Florian Bodan and Marvin Otterbach on the outside of row 10. And then finishing up Sim Racing Academy with WS Racing Esports 23, position 23, T3 Esports Talent Development and Digital Motorsport. Schubert Motorsport didn't have the good run. They were a lap down, as were RC Helton, RN Vision STS Sim Racing team and BS Competition. The number 89, the third of the BS Competition cars, down in 28th outside of row 14. That's how they'll line up tomorrow. That's all unofficial, just in case there's any penalties to be added afterwards, incident points, etc. People who didn't take drive-throughs or whatever.
Yes. Who knows?
Yeah. So that is how it finishes. We've got a 2-hour and 30-minute race tomorrow. Can't wait for that one. That set the grid. No prizes to hand out right now. Nothing for winning on Saturday, but a front row start and pole position for VRS Coanda. They'll start first and third, second and fourth BS competition. Let's get back to Melly down in the exhibition space to round off what has been a super Saturday.
Thank you so much, Radio Show Unlimited. And yes, now we're here on stage and almost done, ready to welcome our winners of this GT 500 qualifying race.
To be honest, not such a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys have been showing consistent performance over the past years. Am I right?
Also that, and Mitchell is already coming around with Joshua, and Mitchell is actually one of the guys which will probably maybe in the chance for the NASCAR championship. And when
that sounds quite amazing.
Yeah, when he wins that, he's one of the few drivers which already had like Rallycross World Championship, then NASCAR, maybe Porsche Cup after that, and then he's maybe for Dirt Oval, and then he maybe has all the titles we can get in iRacing. So quite famous guy.
That's an achievement, I'd say.
Yeah.
That's an achievement. So, and I see Mitchell de Jong and Joshua Rogers standing ready at the stage. Now, I'd say, without further ado, under a big round of applause, please welcome our winners of the GT 500 qualifying race, Wanda. Hello, guys. It's so nice having you here on stage. It's been a long while, hasn't it been? I mean, it's been almost, for us, I think, 2 years, right?
Yeah, correct.
So how has it been?
Busy.
I can imagine.
There's been a lot of racing, even though
Yeah, we obviously haven't been back here, but the atmosphere's been fantastic. And yeah, nice to be able to start the race tomorrow off the front row. Race went well, car feels great, so yeah, perfect stepping stone for then.
That sounds perfect, and I'm really excited to see the race go down tomorrow. But let's talk about the Sim Racing Expo so far. So how has it been for you guys? I've seen your team box out there. It looks fantastic. Are you comfortable over there?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's great to be back. I mean, I think a lot of us have been wanting an event like this for a while. And it's super cool. Wasn't sure what to expect after the pandemic and whatnot, but feels just like home. It's like back in 2019 again, the good old days.
Exactly.
Actually, I have a question. You were nose to tail with your teammates for the longest time of the race. Did you have some sort of strategy, or were you sure that whoever stays in front is allowed to win the race, or what was the deal there?
No, not necessarily. I mean, we had obviously our focus for the race is getting through to tomorrow. That's the main thing. It was a really close battle between the sister car and BS in the end there. That was really exciting. But no, yeah, the main focus is always going to be tomorrow. Today is just to get the nerves out of it, and
walk in the park.
No.
Nah, I don't think so. Do you ever approach a race as a walk in the park?
Never.
Right.
It's always a new challenge. You never know what you might encounter, even if it's little hiccups here and there or whatever. So you're always on your toes. You're always trying to get the most out of yourself because everyone else is doing the same thing. So if you stop, everyone else is going to catch up. So no, it's never like that. It's always a challenge.
Any learnings from today for tomorrow?
Sorry, what was that?
Any learnings from today for tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess. The difference in fuel from that full course yellow. I think something that we weren't really expecting. I think that's something we'll check the drawing boards and make sure that we're prepared for that a little bit better tomorrow. But otherwise, to be honest, we've prepared as much as we can before the event in terms of long run speed, tire degradation, all those kinds of things. So yeah, it's those kind of curveballs that we didn't expect that we can go back and look at. But other than that, no, I think we're all set for tomorrow.
Great job.
Mitchell, from your side, anything to add?
Yeah, kind of like Josh touched on, we need to make sure we are well prepared for full course yellow because turn one can be dangerous, as we've seen. But yeah, no, I think car feels good. Maybe we make some few tweaks here and there, but yeah, I think we can take a lot that we've learned here into the race tomorrow.
So today has been a very long day. Sorry, Danny, for jumping.
I just had a question because how's the preparation going for the NASCAR? Because I imagine going here and coming back to your house and then get into the grind for eNASCAR and setting everything up is quite challenging.
It's been a really long year, switching sleep schedules to 3 a.m. for those races through the whole year. But now we're getting close to the end of it. Obviously, 2 races left. Had a really busy week with traveling to the US and racing there. And
yeah, of course, because most of the people don't know that you actually came from the US over for this event and going back again. And it's amazing to see that actually now sim racing drivers are more or less like pro drivers, just heading over, winning, and go back.
It's really cool. I mean, like, you think we're just racing from our houses and whatnot, but like, kind of we get to travel a little bit for these events, which is super cool, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, amazing.
And if we have a look on tomorrow there's another big race waiting. So how will your preparation go? Are you going to prepare anything tonight? Because the day has been very long, obviously. So how does it go? How does it work for Coanda?
Tonight, I think I'm looking to roll into bed, to be honest. But yeah, tomorrow morning we'll come back, make sure we're obviously doing a little bit more practice. Qualifying is done now, so we can focus fully on the race. Yeah, like I say, maybe just try a couple things that maybe we come up with tonight, and yeah, go from there. But no, I think I'm done for driving today.
But I'm curious. You guys never left out any chance. So basically, do you have a rig at the house? You didn't brought one?
No.
Honest answer? Okay.
But guys, thank you so much for your time after this race and of course this very long day. And I wish you we wish you best of luck for tomorrow. But for now, guys, once again, our champions of the GT500 qualifying race, Joshua Rogers and Mitchell de Jong from Coanda. Please, once again, put your hands together for the two of them, because they did very well today. And we expect nothing less tomorrow. And therefore, I think You can go now, actually, because I don't want to keep you for any longer. You've done your deed. You've been fantastic, guys. Take your rest. You deserved it. And yes, for us, there's nothing left to say, actually.
I mean, it's really been a long day.
Yeah, it was really
very
a
long day. Yes.
For you, more than for me, but yeah, I had some time to enjoy with the community. Actually, it was really great.
But still, I mean, it was lovely seeing so many people here on site, and I still have the queue in front of my eyes, like going out of the Ring Boulevard all over the bridge.
I made a screenshot of the video because I couldn't believe it, actually. I've been now for 3 or 4 times here, and the first time I see like people standing at the bridge, actually, for the parking lot. It's crazy.
Joe, how has it been for you?
Actually, it's been really cool, really nice experience. And for me today, the most, let's say, funniest thing was when Danny came back from the toilet, and he tried to come back to the main stand, and it took him like 45 minutes for 50 meters because everybody was just on top of him.
Yeah.
That was quite funny to see. Really cool. So a lot of engagement. Obviously, people having the chance to drive all the rigs here. Really nice.
Yeah, I'd say, then without further ado, let's close off the day because it has been very long, and you guys at home deserve an own prize for sticking with us for such a long time. And we'll see you guys back tomorrow, right? When are we starting? Again at 10-ish?
10-ish.
10-ish.
And I'm going to beat your lap time now.
Okay,
let's go.
There we go. It seems like we're having things to do. So guys, take care, have a wonderful night, and thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2021, powered by Covana. And yes, my name is Melek Baygun, this is Danny Juza, this is Johannes Stuck, and we're happy to be welcoming you tomorrow. So guys, take care and have a lovely night.